As we are about to begin the convention in just a few minutes from now, the dignitaries for the inaugural session have already arrived and they would be here very soon. Before they walk in, a few reminders. May I request all the delegates to keep the mobile phones and other electronic gadgets on silent mode. We request you all to wear the delegate badges which have been provided to you. There are multiple events happening in this floor. So it's for easy identification for us that you are a delegate for this convention. We have a galaxy of speakers from all over India addressing the delegates during the convention. The profile of distinguished speakers at the convention can be viewed by scanning the QR code provided on the program sheet placed in your delegate kit. During each of the sessions, participants could send in their questions on digital mode. Once again, there is a QR code given on the same sheet. You could scan the QR code provided on the program sheet, or you could also ask for question slips from some of our volunteers who would be available around this place. You could also take the question slips from the registration desk outside, and you could send in the question slips as well. There is a feedback form given in the delegate kit. We request you to kindly fill up the feedback form as well before you leave the hall. It would help us understand how the event has gone, and it would help us improve further. MMA is active on social media. As you're all aware, we are there very active on Facebook, on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and of course our YouTube is watched by thousands of people even while the event is alive and even after the event is over. So kindly log in at your own convenience, like our social media pages and post your comments. Stay updated on all the MMA events. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for taking your time off today. You'll be here with us, hopefully the whole day. We made some excellent arrangements for you, not only for sitting here and enjoying the program, but also we have had some excellent lunch arrangements, one floor below on the 6th floor, tea and refreshments. So kindly have a wonderful time with us today. And please feel free to contact me or any of my staff for any inconvenience or any help that you need, any assistance that you need from here. So we'll commence the convention very soon. Relax and enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to this convention. And I also welcome all those viewers who joined us online this morning from various parts of the country or maybe parts of the world as well. Curtain raiser.
Madras Management Association continues to serve the economy of this great nation for more than half a century. Started in 1956, MMA has grown to be India's finest and largest management association with over 8,000 members, which includes corporate houses, professionals, academics, and executives. Over 2 lakh professionals have benefited from MMA's more than 750 executive development activities. Distinguished personalities have participated in the conventions and major events of MMA. And now it is once again that time of the year when MMA showcases management excellence. A high point in its calendar, the MMA Annual Convention is the sought-after event for all management practitioners for its content and quality. They also get to interact with eminent speakers from leading industrial houses and outstanding personalities. As always, the convention will bring together think tanks of Indian industry who have played a pivotal role in making India shine in the world of business. As we complete 66 years of serving Indian industry, this year's annual convention is bigger and better than ever before. This year's theme, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable, Inclusive Growth, focuses on sustainable growth with energy independence. We hope that the insights from this convention will catalyze the business environment in the country and that MMA will continue to shine as the fountainhead of excellence.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we begin this convention on this theme, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable and Inclusive Growth, with the inaugural session. And now may I invite the dignitaries to take their place on the dais, led by Mr. Suresh Raman, President MMA and Vice President Regional Head Tata Consultancy Services, Mr. Mahalingam K, Senior Vice President MMA, Partner Director at TSM Group of Companies, Mr. Jaydeep Brar, Senior Partner, McKinsey India, Shri N.K. Premachandran, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, Mr. V. Shankar, Vice President, MMA, Founder Camps, and Director, Access Investments Private Limited, and Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Vishish Seva Medal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause in the first session of the morning. Thank you. We commence the inaugural session with the invocation song on Lord Narayana. To render this invocation song, may I invite Ms. Padmaja, and I request the audience to kindly rise for the invocation, please.
Hari Hari Narayana, Hari Govinda Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana, Hari Govinda Narayana, Hari Gopala Narayana, Hari Gopala Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana, Rishikesha Narayana, Partisha Narayana, Rishikesha Narayana, Partisha Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana, Hari Govinda Narayana, Hari Gopala Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana, Hari Hari Narayana.
Well begun is half done. Thank you, Padmaja, for this auspicious beginning of this wonderful convention. As a token of appreciation, may I request the chief guest to present a floral bouquet to Ms. Padmaja. Thank you, sir. Mr. Suresh Raman is President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Suresh Raman, President of the Madras Management Association, MMA, Vice President and Region Head for Tata Consultancy Services, TCS Chennai. He manages TCS's largest delivery center with over 98,000 associates. His focus areas are to provide right experience for customers and associates, facilitate talent transformation into digital technologies, promoting diversity, provide agile and sustainable infrastructure, cost optimization, besides working closely with region stakeholders across government, industry associations, and communities.
May I now invite Mr. Suresh Raman to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. It's indeed my privilege and honor to welcome the delegates to the MMA's flagship event, the MMA Annual Convention 2023. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, invitees, past presidents, delegates from corporates, industry, management professionals, and my colleagues in the management committee, members of the media, viewers watching this convention live from all over the world, dear friends, good morning and warm welcome to the MMA Annual Convention 2023 on the theme, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable Inclusive Growth. I take this opportunity to extend our hearty welcome to the chief guest, Shri N.K. Premachandran, Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha. Welcome, sir. Our guest of honor, Mr. Jaideep Brar, Senior Partner, McKinsey, India. Welcome, sir. I also welcome all the other distinguished speakers who have so kindly agreed to join us today and share their perspectives during the plenary session, the 3 special sessions, and the valedictory session. MMA's theme-based annual convention is a high point in the calendar of management events in the country, which has gained a reputation for high quality and excellence over the years and attracts large number of delegates from all over India, who are the cream of industry and business. I'm happy to note that we have over 500-600 people, participants already in this venue, and a few thousand viewers who have joined us online from all over the globe. As part of its endeavor in propagating the management movement in this part of the country, MMA is closely associated with the like-minded professionals in bringing high-quality management programs. Purposeful engagement has been the driving force for all the meaningful conversations we had at MMA throughout this year. At more than 108 events, that's at least 2 events every week at MMA this year, and more than 300 distinguished speakers who have shared their valuable inputs. This indeed has been an incredible year. And fun fact, if MMA put together a books to read this year's list, probably we're already close to 20 on that list, and at least 6 authors who have launched their books at MMA this year. This year's convention is conceptualized and designed with the support of our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company. Thanks to them. Mr. Mahalingam K, convention chairman, he was done a phenomenal job as a senior vice president of MMA, and he'll provide an overview of the convention as well. We started this year with the idea of the go-giver, working through stories of fighting for life without losing one's soul. We have covered a vast scape of topics, cutting across current affairs, India's growth story, career guidance for management graduates, entrepreneurial guidance, diversity, inclusion, and you name it. I think we have covered a lot of topics during this year. It truly sums up this year's theme, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable Inclusive Growth. Altogether a global, I should say global or local mindset, and all fun for the long haul. I think the theme has been chosen aptly, that considering that India has grown aggressively in the last few years with a lot of focus on economic growth, digitalization of services, inclusivity, and sustainability. Our nation has successfully overcome setbacks in the recent past in terms of the COVID or the Ukraine crisis and propelling itself into the top 5 club, aiming at being a $5 trillion economy by 2025. India historically has been a nation that operates with empathy. The World Economic Forum calls out polycrisis as a norm going forward. Failure to mitigate climate change, maladaptation to climate risks are cited as global risks and of immediate concern. Large-scale involuntary people migration too has made it to the top 10 risks. Interestingly, we too at MMA have addressed that interstate migration, demography and economy earlier this month. For India, the G20 presidency also marks the beginning of Amrit Kal, the 25-year period beginning from the 75th anniversary of its independence, 15th August 2022, leading up to the centenary of its independence, towards a futuristic, prosperous, inclusive, and developed society distinguished by a human-centric approach at its core. In the past few years, India has significantly ratcheted up its efforts to assist other nations in distress, continuing to build on its soft power, be it the distribution of vaccines to over 100 countries, or timely aid to Sri Lanka, or even the recent outreach to save hundreds of lives in Turkey and Syria, severely devastated by earthquake. This year's convention is a timely attempt to focus on the various aspects which are bound to propel not just India's linear growth, but how to drive sustainable inclusive growth. With a wealth of experience ranging from grassroots change mobilization and architecting growth transformation experience, we welcome Shri N.K. Premachandran and Jajit Brad to MMA. I'm sure the perspectives shared by experts in this convention would be extremely beneficial to all of us in this hall today. On behalf of MMA, I deem it a privilege to honor to welcome all the delegates, distinguished speakers, past presidents of MMA, invitees, media, and my colleagues in the MMA Management Committee. It's heartening to know that we expect online participation of over 10,000 delegates today, drawn from various corporates, management professionals across the country. My warm welcome to each one of them. Wishing you all a very enjoyable and enriching day of convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh Raman. Mr. Mahalingam is the Senior Vice President, MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. K. Mahalingam, Founder Director, Curious People, a C4D project and freelance advertising communication consultant. Mr. K. Mahalingam is a partner director at TSM Group of Companies, which has interest across automobiles, real estate advisory, and distribution of financial services. Mr. K. Mahalingam is also an active angel investor. Mahalingam is a regular speaker and guest lecturer in colleges and management institutes across Tamil Nadu and beyond. He is president of Children's Club, treasurer of Brahmagana Sabha, and executive committee member of Chennai Angels. He is the senior vice president of Madras Management Association.
May I request Mr. Mahalingam to present the overview of the convention?
Vanakkam, Namaste, warm welcome to the dignitaries, Mr. Premachandran, Mr. Joydeep, and all of you are attending here and online. It is indeed my honor and privilege to present an overview as convention chairman on the convention. Designing a convention of this type is a complex and challenging task. A wide range of attendees, students, corporate leaders, entrepreneurs, small and medium businesses, academics. After much deliberation and discussion, we arrived on the topic, India's century, how to drive it sustainably and inclusively. The objective of this kind of discussion is, it should appeal to a wide range of attendees. It should stir thoughts. People should have takeaways. And at the end of it, all of us should not only feel enriched in thought, but also stirred into action. Look at the title and look at what India is happening. All the headlines point towards one thing, India. Fastest growing economy, large economy, fifth largest economy in the world, third largest unicorn country, young population set to overtake China shortly. All this just points out to one thing. India is in a great place now and on a outstanding performer in a otherwise gloomy, doomy world. But there are challenges. If we have to make it India's century next, we have to make sure that the growth is both sustainable and inclusive. Simply because harmony with the environment and internal harmony economically and socially are critical for the growth to be sustainable. In terms of where we are on that as of now, on inclusiveness, thanks to years of economic growth, agricultural innovation revolutions, IT revolution, and now possibly on the cusp of a manufacturing revolution, millions have been lifted out of poverty. Government support and recently technologically leveraged transfer of direct benefits to citizens has helped accelerate the process of lifting people out of poverty and lifting them up in society. But a lot more needs to be done. On a side note, as Suresh mentioned, India doesn't think of inclusivity only in the local context. We've always believed in the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Our outreaches, starting with Bangladesh to Turkey to all other interventions and the vaccine which we supply to the world, point out to India's DNA of being inclusive. On the sustainability side, I think we have done a great job in transitioning to renewables over the last few years. Total energy demand is being met by significant portion by renewables. But still a long way to go. We have put together this convention today so that we can provoke thoughts and stir people into action. We have a galaxy of speakers, many of them thought leaders, but not just thought leaders, people who are actually leading the charge to make the next century India's. So we'll be hearing from corporate leaders, government, academia on how India can drive growth sustainably and inclusively and make the next century truly India's. I would also like to congratulate the winners of the Young Managers, 26 Young Managers competition, and thank the participants for participating in large numbers. I would like to say that at the end of this, hopefully all of you will go with a lot of takeaways, not just takeaways, actionable takeaways, and try doing our own bit to make the next century India's. Nandri, Vanakkam, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Malingam. Mr. Jayadit Brar is a senior partner, McKinsey India. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Jayadit Brar is a senior partner at McKinsey & Company and leads McKinsey's growth service line across Asia Pacific. He has extensive experience and track record in helping companies deliver market-beating growth and margins through end-to-end transformations, new products and business models, and innovative go-to-market strategies. He has served consumer durables, building materials, automotive, and energy companies to build cutting-edge D2C businesses, agile supply chains. Jayadit researches and writes on the topic of growth outperformance, and his recent research has focused on identifying the growth outperformers in Asia Pacific as well as their playbook.
May I now call upon Mr. Jayadit Brar to deliver the keynote address.
Hi, good morning. And thank you for inviting me today to give the keynote address. It's indeed a privilege to really set up this very exciting and relevant topic, which is the topic of how to deliver inclusive, sustainable growth. What I'm going to do is really draw upon heavily on the lessons learned on what does it take to become a growth outperformer. I will draw heavily upon the playbook they follow, and I will just really set up how growth and inclusive and sustainable growth are actually just all in the same thing if you have to do it in the right spirit. Which is next. See, we are all very fortunate and excited to be in India, because this is, amongst so many parts of the world, this is where there is a lot of excitement about the growth potential and opportunity, right? We could potentially double our GDP. I'm not saying that there are no challenges and not a lot of work needs to be done, but at least the trajectory and the platform for achieving that is clear. The focus today is not really to sort of discuss too much of the macro trends and what's happening. Instead, what I'm going to do is really talk about what each of you, each of us, as people who are leading businesses and institutions, can do to really enable and accelerate this overall potential. Within that, I think the first theme really is that how do you enable your own companies to become growth outperformers? The second theme really, and as you'll see as we sort of share some of our findings, is that being inclusive and sustainable is not only an obligation, but it is actually the only way to do it. If you don't follow any of those norms or rules, you are not going to achieve the type of growth potential which the country has. The first question, which therefore comes as I sort of set this up, is that I want all of you to think, as you think of the next 10 years, not for India, but for your own companies. What is your growth aspiration? Just take a minute in your minds to saying, what growth would you want to achieve in the next 10 years for you to actually feel that you have really, really enabled the growth of the country? Just take a few seconds. Is it you growing at GDP? Is it you growing at the historical track record of what you may have done as a company? Is it growing slightly more than GDP? Well, our research shows that if you take the top companies in the country, and we've looked at sort of around 1,000, and I'll share data from almost 700 plus companies where we were able to sort of dissect even where the growth came from. I think the interesting thing is that 1 in 5 company in the last 10 years, and this includes the COVID years, has actually grown at 2 to 3 times GDP, right? So this is the data you can see. 20% plus of these companies, right? So 1 in 5 are growing at more than 15%. By the way, if you look at the top decile companies, so the top 10% of the companies, so 70 companies amongst these, they're actually been growing for the last 10 years at 23% per annum. What does that mean? It means that if you are in this 1 in 5 club, in the next, and take this aspiration, in the next 10 years, you will become 4 times your current size. Of course, there's a lot of discussion around whether it's only the smaller companies which grow. Yeah, it's true. There are, we've also cut it by the size of company. So it was the smaller companies, 1/3 of those companies which managed to sort of do this type of growth. But the reality is even large companies, there are many of them who've actually been able to achieve this kind of growth. The other discussion, whenever we tee up the topic of growth, always is that why should we be aspiring to grow so much? And this is where I want to link it to the topic of the day, which is growth is the only oxygen which creates the virtuous cycle which a country like India needs. When you think about growth of the type we have to achieve, that first starts with a lot of capacity creation, right? So that's all the investments in new plants and equipment. It requires a lot of investments in supply chain and enabling infrastructure. So that's, I think, the first part of the virtual growth cycle, which needs to sort of happen through this. The second, and you all experience this in your day-to-day life, is that growth, when you have to grow at 2-3 times GDP, actually requires real innovation. Innovation in creating new products and services, in particular for underserved segments. Innovations in new business models, which fundamentally changes the cost structure and creates accessibility for what's typically been thought about underservable segments, right? So that's where real growth comes from. Many of you will also sort of say that, okay, if you have to invest so much, we're also answerable to our shareholders. What does this growth kind of really mean in terms of shareholder value? I think that research and the findings are also sort of reasonably clear and exciting. So what we did, we took the same companies, and this is now not data for 10 years. We said, when we're looking at, because the 10 years numbers were looking, they weren't fitting on this chart. So we just took 5-year numbers. And this really says that if you look at the companies which were able to deliver a 15% CAGR, they actually created almost 4x shareholders value in 5 years. So they doubled in 5 years if they were growing at rate on the top line, but they grew their market capitalization by 4 times. Now, if you then further look at these companies in terms of how many of them were able to achieve this kind of growth while also enhancing profitability, right? So half of these companies, so I said 1 in 5 companies were doing it. Half of these companies, so 1 in 10, was actually also in parallel able to expand their profit margin significantly. And those who were able to do so grew their market capitalization or value 5 times, right? Now, this is not a topic about market capitalization or value, right? This is about, that's what really creates a surplus for enterprises to really be bold, make big bets, invest significantly in all of the things which are needed in the country, and creating all the sort of enabling conditions. Now, we split it by profitability. And this is a question which, of course, a lot of our clients ask. And even as we did the research and talked to the growth outperformers, this one topic always comes up, saying that, in a market like India, if you have to grow, you have to really invest a lot. You have to compromise profitability. So there's always this dual discussion. And of course, we've always heard the famous lines about top line is vanity and cash flows are sanity, right? But interestingly, if you take the same companies and also see how they did on profitability in the same time frame, I think what's very clear is that growth and profitability actually go hand in hand. So this is a little bit of a busy chart because what we've done is we've plotted the same companies. The y-axis is the profit growth and the x-axis is the revenue growth. And if you look at the blue dots, the light blue dots, they are the outperformers, the growth outperformers. And as you'd see, a majority of them actually grew profits even faster than revenues, right? So that's actually an interesting finding. And as you go deeper into it, you realize that this mindset of profitability and growth actually becomes a big enabler. Why is that? I think step one is most of these companies that are thinking about growth and are looking to generate the surplus for growth are actually relentless on cost and value engineering mindset. Second, they are very, very focused on the quality of revenue, not just the revenue. So I'll give 2 examples, right? Take automotive or take building materials. There is actually a significant amount of premiumization which is happening in both these categories. And you'll find disproportionately it is the growth champions who are able to not just grow, but grow with the highest quality revenue. The third is that this is when companies are forced to fundamentally re-examine their business models, right? How do you go to market? Are you selling a product or are you selling now that product bundled into a service? And using that mindset, are you able to create frugal products? Using that mindset, really opening up new aspects of the market. I think we've all been very excited to read the news about how large aircraft orders are being placed from India. But look at the other side of that, right? In the last 10 years, how many Indians are now able to fly? How many Indians are now able to get personal mobility? Because all of that is because there are a set of companies who've really taken the growth mindset, but also the frugality which comes with it. I'm not going to talk about the scale benefits which come with it. Now, of course, you'll all say all this is fine. We can talk about all the research, but if you are driving businesses, how do you actually think about getting it, right? And there are so many challenges in achieving this growth. I'm not going to recap these challenges, but even in the last 2-3 years, challenges which came with supply chain shortages, inflation, COVID, has things recovered? By the way, talent shortages, all of you face that, right? So all of these, by the way, have created challenges, in addition to the challenge that India is a highly, highly competitive market, right? What we find is that the real opportunity actually comes on the other side of each of those challenges, on how people have been able to translate all of this into really an opportunity. Now, is this growth discussion only for companies who are already doing well and fine, right? This is again, lots of companies ask this question. I've not grown historically. I have very, very strong competitors. They are deep pocketed. Growth is not really for me. And therefore, we looked at what has been the track record of companies which were not growth outperformers, how easy or tough it is for them to actually change their trajectory. Again, some more data for you. And we'll only focus on slightly busy chart, but we'll just focus on the left column. What this does is it takes companies and their growth rates, on the x-axis, the growth rates in the last 5 years, and then on the y-axis, the growth rate in the last 5 years, and x-axis, the growth rate in the preceding 5 years, right? So in the preceding 5 years, if you're on the leftmost column, you are actually the slowest growing companies in your sectors, right? Now, what do you see? 30% of those slow growing companies have remained slow growing companies in the next 5 years also. But what is more exciting is 30% of those slow growing companies have actually become the fastest growing companies, right? Now, all this did not happen in a very easy manner, but it is possible. There are a lot of people who have done it, and there is a lot of learnings which come from it, right? So if you are a fast growth company, I think, 24% of the fast growth companies, which is the rightmost top right number. So you have reasonable odds, 1 in 4 chances that you can stay a fast growth company. But if you're but you have to put in a fair bit of effort. But if you're a slow growth company, there's 1 in 3 chances that you can actually turn around your growth trajectory dramatically, right? Now let's talk about what have been the lessons on, if you look at what these companies have done, right? I've distilled a few. I'm not going to go into all of them in detail. I think the first one, which is, I think people find the most vague and high level, but we always find that companies who've done this kind of a dramatic turnaround and delivered growth, they always start with actually what we say the mindset of growth, which is choosing growth. If you do not set a high aspiration to start with, so sitting today, as you're doing your business planning, I think this is also a great time, because at February, I'm sure you're thinking of your next year's plan, you're thinking about the next 5-year plan, 10-year plan, or all your investments, right? If you're not thinking about at this stage, how do you grow at 15 to 20%? It is very tough for that to actually happen, right? So you have to start by that mindset. I think the second one really then comes is that the choice of where you play. And I'm going to delve into this in the next few slides, but the choice of the sector you are in, and within the sector, how do you find the hidden opportunities and allocate your resources in a very thoughtful way, in a very sharp way, actually becomes a big one. In a market like India, just your core business will never support this kind of a growth. So how relentlessly do you look at adjacencies? And I'll also share some interesting insights on that one. And of course, there is a bunch of other learnings, which I'm not going to go through, because I'll just focus on some of the more exciting and relevant to all learnings, right? So the first thing I said is where you play. We've taken the same data and we've now looked at how does it look by industry segments. The top row, which is the industry growth rates, is what you see is what the underlying industry grew at. There are some industries like financial services and information technology, which actually the underlying industries have grown so dramatically, right? We all know the story of financial services. Significant amount of unbanked people have got banked. The underlying expansion of credit, all the technology which has come with it, essentially has meant that half of the financial services companies, just by the pure presence in the right sector, has allowed them to grow so much, right? But it's not only about sort of what's happened in the past. Given the amount of disruption which is happening in India, there is so much more opportunity. There are so many more breakout sectors which will come. We've only taken a few on the next page. So just think about manufacturing, what's happening with expansion of manufacturing base, all the supply chains which are getting created either on PLI or a bunch of other things. And interestingly, it's not the core opportunity. What we find is the tier 2, tier 3 opportunity which comes with it. So for example, it's not just what's happening in the hydrogen, right? It's the hydrogen value chain. There is so much opportunity. Not just people who are making electric vehicles. It's actually all the value chains which are getting created with that. The second is like another example which people don't talk about is water. And water is such an important part of inclusive growth. The underlying building materials sector is actually growing at only 6-7%. It's growing at GDP. Pipes, plumbing pipes, faucets, some segments there are growing at 15 to 20%. The reason they are growing so much faster than the underlying industry is just the penetration and the usage and the fact that there is a big opportunity in getting a lot more piped water, right? Now, on urban water itself, if you think about 100% of households, and that should be the aspiration, are actually going to get piped water or getting running water at home, what kind of opportunities does it open up? Not just for profit and growth, but for actually driving inclusive growth. And by the way, look at every sector, you'll find hidden opportunities in the disruptions in those sectors. Similarly, by the way, do not despair if you are in a sector like industrials or some other sector which you feel does not have that much opportunity, because the reality is we find that on every sector, there are hidden opportunities. So for example, take states. The top 5 states have grown at 1.52 times the average. Take the next 100 cities or the next 200 cities beyond that. Many of them are growing at 10-12%. Look at the amount of underserved segments which are there in the country, creating products and services for them. So even within your sectors, you can actually get a lot of opportunity to do that. I talked about adjacencies. This is just a breakup of the same data, and this is Asia Pacific level, with India looks very similar. What is very clear is that the white part of this chart is the growth which is coming from the core business. The light blue is where it's coming from adjacencies, and the dark blue is where it's coming from total breakout. And as you will see for Asia, that a third of the growth actually comes from adjacencies and breakouts, actually mostly adjacencies, right? So if you are allocating all your resources to your core business and not thinking hard enough about adjacencies, you will not find that it'll not be that easy to grow. But if you are active, if you're identifying those, then those itself give you a huge amount of white space and tailwinds. I think we talked about the growth part. I'm going to very quickly touch upon the 2 aspects which are equally important. The first is sustainability. And the most exciting thing about sustainability is that 80% of India, which will exist in 30 years from now, is yet to be built. And if you think about that, right, for us, it's not a challenge of retrofitting. For us, it's a challenge of building the future in a more smart way, right? So this just shows just the pathways we can take on per capita, how much of additional capacity we have to build in sectors which are traditionally thought of as polluting sectors, right? And each of this is an opportunity because new businesses are getting built, right? Look at this pathway. If we translate this pathway into overall carbon emission reduction, right? Every sector, renewable power is actually well known, but the amount of material circularity which is happening or will happen even more, huge opportunity. Sustainable agriculture and supply chains, significant opportunity. Everything associated with EV and green hydrogen, significant opportunity, right? Each of the sustainability elements is a business opportunity. It's an opportunity for value creation, and it's an opportunity for sort of really driving the underlying growth of the economy in a sustainable way. Finally comes the question of inclusion. And this, I think, even more than sustainability, I would say, is actually not really a choice. The reason it's not a choice, unless you think inclusive, where will you find the talent? Where will you find new markets to go? So as we've looked at all the research on this, what we find is people who are companies which are very inclusive in their growth journeys are really thinking about, either women in workforce or different types of people in workforce. And we've now seen the productivity of plants which have significant amount of women employees very high. If you think about talent and how after COVID in particular, people are sort of really leveraging gig workers, a lot of talented people who may not want to work full-time, making a huge difference to those companies. You think about so many of the underserved markets, which traditionally would have been markets or it's very difficult to serve. A lot of the adjacent opportunities I talked about are actually coming from underserved markets. So underserved markets, underserved regions where you can make those investments. So I will conclude now, I think, with just the message that please set very bold aspirations for your own companies on growth. It is possible, there is a playbook. Number two, think about resource allocations very hard, in particular resource allocation, which will come with all the sustainable opportunities. Number three, as you think about your own talent, your own workforce, and where you invest money in terms of regions, look at the underserved parts. They will actually become huge unlocks for your growth and make you more inclusive. I hope this gives you some thought-provoking ideas as you go through the rest of the day and look at various ideas and deliberate. Thank you so much again for having me here, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Jaidit. Yes, a lot of thought-provoking ideas in your presentation, and I think you've set the tone for the convention today. Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director, MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar retired. BSM is the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association since April 2007. He was awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India for distinguished service of very high order. Under his dynamic leadership, MMA has won the AIMA's Best Management Association in India for 13 times in a row, including the National Excellence Award for the year 2021-22.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My proud privilege to be here today and to talk about the MMA Business Mandate. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine, Business Mandate, which has a readership of over 90,000 who feature among the leading business groups in South India and are also made up of dynamic medium-scale companies as well as reputed professionals from all walks of industry. Other than MMA members, Business Mandate is circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational group heads, management students, and host of distinguished personalities. I'm indeed privileged to be associated with the Business Mandate as its editor for the last 16 years. MMA adapted to changing situation with a number of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-the-art digital magazine Business Mandate with embedded videos and much more. The digital magazine of MMA has a number of unique features. On the occasion of the MMA Annual Convention 2023, we have brought out a special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of members, which you would like to present in front of the dignitaries. May I request you for your attention to the screen to know more about the place, to know more about the mandate. May I have the AV, please? Thank you. We are indeed privileged to present it. A copy of the mandate has already been delivered to your inbox. You can scan the QR code indicated in the convention agenda, shared with you in the delegates kit, and download and enjoy reading. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Shri N.K. Premachandran is a member of the Parliament, Lok Sabha. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. N.K. Premachandran is the Member of Parliament from Kollam, Kerala. He was the former Minister for Water Resources in the Government of Kerala and was responsible for irrigation, groundwater development, water supply and sanitation. He has initiated a number of innovative steps in the management of the water sector and started the consultancy wing of Kerala Water Authority called WASCON.
It is indeed my privilege to invite Mr. Premachandran to deliver the inaugural address.
Distinguished guests and dear delegates, good morning to all. First of all, I take this opportunity to express my sincere and deep gratitude for having invited me for this annual convention of Madras Management Association 2023 and to inaugurate this session. Also having a theme of discussion regarding how to drive sustainable and inclusive growth in India's century. See, as far as I am concerned, it is the rarest of rare experience to address this corporate world, especially the management world. As a policy maker, I would like to highlight my views regarding this issue. Before addressing the issue, I would like to place it on record my appreciation. That is a remarkable achievement made by the Madras Management Association. As the best management association judged by the All India Management Association for a row of 13 years and having national achievement during the year 21-22 also. It is indeed an honor and privilege as far as I am concerned to address this gathering and to talk on the subject which has already been mentioned by the other learned friends regarding the sustainable and inclusive growth. See, we all know that regarding the management tactics in a competitive economic era or a competitive market economy, management plays a very important role. It is having significant role in building the nation, building the future of our country. Application of highly sophisticated management technology is able to resolve most of the issues, and if we in India is able to have the scientific systematic management policy so as to have the management of the resources in a planned manner, I as a policy maker have the strong belief that we will be able to resolve most of the contentious issues facing our country if we are having a proper scientific management of the resources in a planned manner. So Madras Management Association, as the leading management association in India, having a very high reputation throughout the country, not only throughout the country, across the globe, definitely the contributions which you are providing to the nation has to be appreciated. And the theme which we are discussing today, that is the annual convention of 2023, is how to drive sustainable and inclusive growth in India's century. The sustainable and inclusive growth, one of the most important subjects to be discussed in the light of structural economic reforms being pursued, aggressively pursued by our country during the last 3 decades. It is very significant to note that during the last budget session, the continuing budget session, Her Excellency, the President of India, in her presidential speech to the joint session of the Parliament, begins the speech with the issue of inclusive development. And further, you have seen that the Finance Minister, the Honorable Finance Minister, Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji, her speeches or the budget speeches beginning with the sentence of inclusive development. I would like to quote that sentence. The Finance Minister begins with the sentence, I quote, "We envision a prosperous and inclusive India in which the fruits of development reach all regions and citizens," unquote. And further, the Finance Minister has enlisted 7 priorities. And that has been described as the Saptashis, that is to drive the country in the future in the Amritakal, the next 25 years up to 2047. And out of the 7 priorities listed by the Honorable Prime Minister as Saptashis in the budget speech, the first priority is the inclusive development. And the government is of the firm opinion that Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, the philosophy of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas has facilitated the growth of the country and the inclusive development in our country. And I would like to critically examine in this background the sustainable and inclusive development which is being prevailing in our country and what would be the future if the situation follows in this tune and in this tenor. In the never-ending race for economic growth by all nations, unfortunately, we have forgotten about the term sustainability. The modern concept of sustainable development was defined in the year 1987 by the Berlin Report as, I quote, "Development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs," unquote. Thus, when we talk about India's century, sustainability needs to be the core of the discussion. There are 2 schools of thoughts. One is the socialistic point of view, and the other school of thought, we can very well say in the new era, that is a neoliberal economic reform so as to compete in the market economy. And in this case, I would like to put up a perspective that is a mix of both the socialistic approach in a competitive market economic field. How we are able to attain or how we are able to drive the sustainable, inclusive growth in a mix where both the socialistic approach in a competitive economic field. It is very difficult to comprehend it. I know it very well, but still we have to think of it. So in the case of India, we opened our doors to the outside world in mid-1980s and beginning of 1990s with our policies of liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Since then, the economic and social growth of the nation has been a rise. When we start thinking in the current world economic conditions, we are exposed to everything and anything in any part of the world, which was seen in 2008. World economic crisis and the later European economic crisis. In these crises, India was the least affected owing to the economic stability, which was mainly due to the strict economic policies, along with the support of its strong public sector presence, especially in the banking sector and in the insurance sector. See what the lesson we have learned out of these crises. That the lesson from these crises is clear. The future lies in controlled and monitored globalization. However, more focus to be placed on self-sustaining policies and supporting the domestic companies. That is why the government of India, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, is also talking about Made in India program. See, this does not mean, the point which I have earlier mentioned, which does not mean restricting the globalization such as FDIs, FPIs, portfolio investment, or barring trade relations and restriction on the inflow of service sectors. Rather, focus need to be on the domestic sector, such as public sector units as well as the private sector. This may seem like a socialistic ideology. However, this could be the biggest weapon in the new market or a capitalistic market by providing a competitive market space between the multinational companies and the local markets and the local companies. So in this scenario, both the public sector and the private sector could have market competitiveness in a way that benefits both the customer and the companies. However, such a competitive space can be created only if the public sector undertakings are well protected and well supported by the government initially in the domestic market, such as in the case of the insurance, which we have in India. When the whole world economy was shaken by in the year 2008 crisis, we strongly believe it was due to the presence of such industries. We never felt the shock of economic breakdown. Since the PSUs are supported by the government institutions, they would have a level of accountability toward the customers and the people. At the same time, due to the presence of strong private sector, I fully accept and recognize the role of private sectors, the corporate world, the role they have played in building the nation, in building the growth. We have to appreciate and accept it. At the same time, we have to keep it in mind, due to the presence of the strong private sector, it would also create a competitive feel. Because competitive economic feel, it has become a reality. It is being accepted globally. Even the so-called socialist countries have accepted the philosophy. We cannot evade from it, or we cannot withdraw from it. This all revolves around the different dimensions of sustainable development. The scenario mentioned above follows a macroscopic approach on economic term towards a sustainable future, but reviewing the possibility for the growth of the nation on a microscopic level. The future could depend on the term of self-subsistence. Self-subsistence or inclusive development. I'm using these two words synonymously because inclusive growth will lead to self-subsistence. During and after the period of pandemic, we saw an overnight shutdown of borders and boundaries. The same borders and boundaries we have opened in the year 1991, where we welcomed other world nations with open arms. What happened on those nights and what we had witnessed those nights on unprecedented disruption of supply chain, shortage of food, power failure, and even disruption in our whole economic markets. But on a micro scale, what we have witnessed was a lack of food in stores, rationing of food, salary cut, loss of job. All of this could be attributed to the fact that we were not self-sufficient, we were not self-subsistence, and we depend on other nations for access to our daily requirements. Therefore, the first step of inclusive growth that I believe is self-subsistence. And the second step is, as rightly regarding the growth, the McKinsey representative he has already cited regarding the GDP and the GVA and all these things. See, one point which I would like to highlight in this August conference, that is regarding the growth and the inclusive development. See, the basic principle of liberalism is that wealth creation leads to development and employment. But it is quite unfortunate to note that that is not happening in our country, that we have to, the corporate world, the management world, the business community has to think in a critical way. Because we are having the best growth in the world, 6.6% growth, GDP growth we have achieved, even after the pandemic. We are able to contain the revenue deficit as committed in the last budget. And India has become the fifth largest economy in the world. It has shifted from 11th position to 5th position. We are attempting to become the $5 trillion economy. But in such a scenario, if you examine the real ground realities, what is the poverty rate in India? What is the unemployment rate in India? What is the inflation? And what is the global stand? What is the position of India in global hunger index? In global hunger index, the position of India has shifted from 101 to 107. And as far as the Human Development Index, India is out of 142 countries, it is 132 or 133. And the unemployment, the post-independent India has never seen such an exponential growth of unemployment in the country. When we are having a big growth, when our country is having a very good development in the growth in the economy. And regarding as far as the poverty is concerned, the statistics would go to show that the multi-dimensional poverty index, the latest report which has come in the economic survey, it is very clear that 16.7% of the total population in the country is coming within the purview of this multi-dimensional poverty index. And 18.7% of the total population is vulnerable to the multi-dimensional poverty index. Even the Nidhi Aayog report that 25%, it is more than that of this study, it is 25%. That is the statistics, or that is the assessment made by the Nidhi Aayog. And if that be the situation, around 50 crores of the population is still in poverty, and exponential growth of unemployment, Human Development Index, Global Hunger Index, all these indices would go to show that in proportion to the growth of the country, or in proportion to the growth of the Indian economy, the inclusive development or these basic issues of the country is not being addressed in a proper manner. So my suggestion to this August conference is this point to be discussed in detail, threadbare, so as to have an equitable development of the country. That is what I'm saying, the sustainable and inclusive growth. That is the point to be considered in an elaborate manner by this August conference. From these aforesaid observations, see, when we talk about the future India, because all these statistics or all these assessments have come on the study on the basis of this undernourishment, child stunning, child wasting, child mortality, and all these things. If this is the position, what about the future of India? This undernourished or this children after 10 years or 15 years, they will become the future of the country. So what would be the future of our country if the position goes like this way? The marginalized, underprivileged sections of the society's basic human issues are not addressed. The future of the country, we can never say that it will be an equitable growth. It is not an equitable progress, so as to have a good sense of governance in the future. So from the aforesaid observation, it has become very clear that I've already cited the basic issues of sustainability and inclusive development are not being addressed. The basic principle, which I've already mentioned, that the wealth creation is in proportion, that it should create development and employment, but unfortunately it is not getting as we have expected when we have started the growth or when we have started the liberalization. Amid this pandemic also, the concept of globalization, trade, commerce, and even economic history of the world was at a standstill. To overcome these shortcomings and to maintain a state of sustainable development, both in the economic and the social development, Mahatma Gandhi proposed the future of India lies in villages. This was the idealism or foresight of Mahatma Gandhi. He explained that the real India lies in its 7 lakh villages. If Indian civilization is to make its full contribution to the growth of stable world order, it is this vast mass of humanity that has to be made to live again. The future forward for almost all nations would be self-sustenance. It could be implemented by utilizing the geographic specific traditional industrial rejuvenation. In hindsight, this might be seen as a concept of anti-globalization. Rather, this could also be seen as an opportunity for developing some of the lost traditional industries. If utilized it properly through value addition and proper marketing on a global level, the export potential of such products would be tapped. This would be pro-globalization and self-subsistent as they utilize local labor and local resources. These industries employ the indigenous people of that geographic location. As in the past, they used to depend on the utilization of the local resources available. In developing and third world countries, these industries are mainly labor intensive, which have a high employment potential and local resources of utilization. I represent a constituency on the southern tip of India, because the Kollam Lok Sabha constituency, which is being considered as the cashew capital of the country. In my constituency alone, more than 1.5 lakhs of cashew workers are there because of the international competition. After this structural economic reforms, 95% of all the cashew factories have been now closed. 1.5 lakh workers are now jobless. Only because of the Manrega, they are living in poverty, though it is Manrega only because of it, they are not committing any suicide. So if you are able to utilize the local resources and the geo-specific traditional industries in a competitive manner, in accordance with the norms of the globalization, we will be able to tap that situation also. That is why from the beginning, I'm saying that it is a mix of both these concepts so as to have a equitable development or a sustainable and inclusive growth in the country. The COVID-19 period has shed light to the importance of self-sufficiency, like in the case of US, in the requirement of the hydroxychloroquine from India, we have seen during the pandemic period. And also, I would like to suggest, in this world of globalization, we are all interconnected, no doubt about it, which from an economic point of view is necessary and unavoidable. However, this also forces us to choose a cheaper product or service from another country rather than producing it locally, such as the cashew industry, which I have already mentioned. In layman terms, less dependence on others and more dependence on us. The future in globalization is not buying better quality, rather making the better product for self-subsistence. Thus, on a macroeconomic level, the importance lies in creating a competitive environment between the private sector and the public sectors to maintain a balance of profits for the companies as well as the customers. Similarly, on a microeconomic level, the focus should be shifted towards rejuvenating the geographic specific traditional industries, which are highly labor intensive, depending on the indigenous people of the local sectors and proper utilization of their local geographic area. Thus, the future forward is the combination of both the concept, which I've already mentioned in my major parts of my speech. I would like to conclude, the islands of prosperity, however rich, however big, which is very laminating, those maybe will not be sustainable in any way. I am more confident that this August session, most of the delegates, distinguished delegates of the session, will seriously consider the points which I have already raised in my speech. The equitable development is the real development that can make the country stronger. And further, I would like to say Mahatma Gandhi has already made the observation, when we are having a large population in poverty and in unemployment and facing serious issues like price rise and the purchasing capacity and all, definitely we can never say it is an equitable growth. Equitable growth, the equitable development is the real development that can make the country more strong, more powerful in proportion to the economic growth. When we move to $5 trillion economy, even after the pandemic, we are able to have the 6% growth of the economy. Definitely, we have to address the basic issues which are being faced by the downtrodden people of this country, especially the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, other backward communities, economically weaker sections, and the people belonging to the northeastern states, Jammu, Kashmir. All these marginalized sections of the society, their issues have to be addressed. Then only the development and the growth, or as rightly the Madam Nirmala Sitharaman ji, in the beginning sentence of her budget speech, has said that the fruits or the benefits of the growth should reach to the last person, or to reach to all the citizens and all regions of the country. With these observations, once again, I take it as a pleasure, indeed it is an honor for attending this August session and to inaugurate session. With these observations, these are all my personal observation. You may differ, I know it very well, but I want to highlight my views in respect of this issue. It's one of the most important and significant subject to be discussed, because after 30 years of the liberalization period, we have to critically evaluate and examine whether we are able to have the growth. If we are able to have the growth, in proportion to the growth, we are able to have the inclusive, sustainable development of the country. With these observations, I declare that the annual convention 2023 of Madras Management Association is inaugurated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. A lot of valuable points for all the delegates to take back. A very, very insightful and thought-provoking address indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a time for us to honor the guests of the day. My request, President MMA, Mr. Suresh Raman, to honor the guests with a token of appreciation, a memento. My request the other dignitaries to join him on the stage, please. Mr. Jaideep.
Mr. B. Shankar, founder CAMS and director Axis Investments Private Limited. B. Shankar, an IITM IIMC graduate who worked briefly, then went on to found CAMS, Computer Age Management Services Private Limited, in 1988 to provide a platform and services to the Indian mutual fund industry. CAMS was recently listed. He is involved with several organizations that promote entrepreneurship as well as with both his alma mater.
May I invite Mr. Shankar to propose the formal word of thanks.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning. You know, there is a written script where I thank Mr. Premchandran, but I must tell you that it's not only on behalf of MMA, it's on my own behalf. I was deeply touched and moved by what you said. I think we as society need to listen to this and recognize the fact that all the great growth we've seen in the economy has not necessarily really filtered down to where it needs to be. And if we recognize that, that will be the first step in correcting the situation. So as he has so eloquently said, I think in this session, I'm sure we will focus on the inclusive part of growth rather than the growth part of inclusive growth. I also took away from him the important point that he made about promoting traditional craft. Here and there in pockets that happens, but I think a focus on traditional craft, which is by definition labor intensive, will lead to that inclusive growth by definition again. And since craft is highly valued outside the country, more so than inside the country perhaps, it will lead to globalization and export opportunity. So two things I took away from him. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. It was truly an inspiring address. Jaideep, of course, very, very data driven. I think some of the data that he opened my eyes really. I have always believed that a profitable company starts to focus on growth. It will necessarily impact profits, but he has said that it's not necessarily so, and he has done so with data. He has also pointed out that growth comes not necessarily only from you. In fact, it must come from adjacencies and from breaking out. In that context, I must say that MMA in the 2 years of COVID has broken out. It has switched so massively into the online space that today, if we have, I don't know, 500 people here, 600 people here, we have 10 times that money, not only from India, not only from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India, but all over the world, time zone permitting. And you will see a lot of people watching this video after the fact. So breakout, we've taken the lesson from you, and we hope that everybody else takes the lesson. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your address. You know, a convention like this requires a lot of moving parts to work together. And many of them work out of a sense of passion, not because of any commercial considerations. So I would really like to thank them from the bottom of my heart. McKinsey has been supporting us as the knowledge partner for over a decade now. Year after year, they come, they deliver a sterling team, and they plan the, as you will see in the rest of the session, they plan the session so well that there are enough takeaways for all of us who attend here. Thank you. Thank you, Uni. I thank the eminent invitees, past presidents, senior executives, corporates, management students. Your coming here today on a Saturday indicates your sense of commitment towards the topic of today, which is creating inclusive growth for this country. I particularly wish to thank the convention sponsors, without whom perhaps this event would have been less elaborate than it is today. I appreciate their financial contributions. It is not necessarily the best of years for everybody, but you have been kind enough to support us. Thank you. We have many distinguished speakers to come. In anticipation of their great addresses, I thank them. I'm sure they will also be thanked at the end of the day, but I thank them in advance for sparing the time and for taking the effort to create the address for us. We are thankful to members of the media, for the Hindu Business Line, for being the media partner, and the management of IIT Research Park for this wonderful venue. 2 years ago, I am also associated with the Research Park, so I know that 2 years ago we were struggling to find audiences for this place. Now we are turning them away. So it's a wonderful job by the Research Park that they have created this great environment for conventions like ours. Finally, I would like to thank, not finally, I think the MMA Secretariat needs a great vote of thanks. The Secretariat works day and night in the days prior to this to make all this happen. Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, Secretariat team. Padmaja, what would we do without your wonderful invocation? It's only one of our many skills. Thank you for kicking off the convention on a great note. Thank you for all the corporates who sponsored their delegates to take benefit of what we have to say at this convention. And with that, I thank you for listening to me and have a great convention ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of the inaugural session of the convention. We'll commence the plenary session at 11:15. Tea is served for all of us on the one floor below, that's 6th floor. Let's enjoy the tea and refreshments and be back in time to listen to not a missable session. We have in the plenary session an address by Mr. Parameswaran Raya, IAS, who is the CEO of Niti Aayog. So let's be in time to listen to him. Let's break for tea now. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Parmesh. Good morning, Chidu. So good to see you. How are you, sir?
Okay, long time. You have my presentation, right, Vijay?
Yes, you want us to operate or you would like to do?
If you can operate it, that's great.
Yeah, all the time you have to say, prompt us next one, then my
Yeah.
guy will.
Yeah,
Okay.
will do.
Vinod, you got it? Keep his presentation open. Another 2 minutes, we'll start.
Yeah.
How are you, Chidu? All set to move to Washington?
Yeah, absolutely. I was playing some good golf this morning.
Yeah, I know. So good to see you. And I really appreciate your joining in spite of, I know how busy you are when the sudden movement has happened. And it's really, really lovely having you with us this morning. Another minute we'll start. The people are just getting in after their IT. Another minute we'll start because we scheduled to start at
Sure.
Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly settle down. The distinguished speaker for the plenary session has already joined us online from New Delhi, and we'll be starting the session in few seconds more. Presentation open. Chidu, you may have to adjust your laptop a little bit more so that you come to the center of the screen. You are little down. Maybe you come up a little bit, it will be in the center of the screen. Is it okay? If it's convenient for you, do it, otherwise fine.
1 sec. So like this?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, now it's
Like
fine.
this?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Perfect. Yeah, now it's perfect actually. Okay. Okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome to our preliminary session of the convention. This is one of the special sessions which we organized because Mr. Parmesh Nair from Delhi has kindly agreed to speak to us. I know you were not able to travel from Delhi. Would have loved to have him in person. And he's talking to us on a subject which is very, very widely discussed today. Azad Ki Amrit Kal, India at 100. And nobody could be better than Mr. Parmesh Nair to speak to us. You all know Mr. Parmesh Nair is the CEO of Niti Aayog at the moment, and he's moving to World Bank shortly. And may I have the AV of Mr. Parmesh Nair, please.
Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer is the Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog. With an illustrious career spanning over 4 decades, Mr. Iyer worked in various capacities with both the government and the World Bank. During 2016-20, he served as the Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation and led the implementation of India's flagship $20 billion Swachh Bharat mission, which delivered access to safe sanitation to 550 million people. He led the innovative community-led Swajal project in Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand in the 1990s. The Swajal project became one of the world's leading rural water projects, pioneering decentralized service delivery, and key lessons were scaled up at the national level in India.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to present to you Mr. Parameshwaran Iyer, CEO Niti Aayog. Talk to us and Azadi Ka Amrit Kal India at 100. Over to you, Mr. Iyer. Looking forward to your thought-provoking address.
Thank you very much, Vijay, and good morning to all of you. I have to confess, though, that I handed over charge as CEO of Niti Aayog last evening. So I'm the former CEO of Niti Aayog, but looking forward to taking up my next assignment as Executive Director in the World Bank. Pleasure to be here today. And this is a very, very important topic. The Prime Minister, this is the first time that any Prime Minister has spoken about India becoming a developed country, a developed nation, a Viksit Bharat by 2047, the 100th anniversary of our independence. So what is that, the pathway, the strategy in the next 25 years? What are those building blocks which are going to take us towards that goal? I'm going to talk a little bit about that to tell you what has happened so far and how do we see the roadmap going forward. So Vijay, can I have the presentation? Can you put it up?
Yes. You tell me the next slide. You have to take him on Zoom and show one slide on one of the screens. Go ahead. Do that. Otherwise, you won't be able to tell him. You got it?
So that's the sort of the big topic today, Azadi Ka Amrit Kal and India at 100. And so I'm going to sort of take you through how I see the scenario unfolding in keeping with the Prime Minister's vision. Can we have the next slide, please? If you can, yes. Now, again, so if you look at the Prime Minister's independence speech of 2021, where he explicitly laid out his vision of the goal of Amrit Kal. And Amrit Kal is, these next 25 years, is really to ascend to the new heights of prosperity. A tremendous amount of work has been done so far, but now the idea is to take it to another level. And again, in the Amrit Kal, we're really not looking at too much of an artificial distinction between rural and urban. India is rapidly urbanizing, we know that. And in fact, by 2047, it is expected that more than 50% of the country will be in urban areas. In many ways, cities are the engines of growth, but equally important is how do you make sure that both rural and urban are growing towards prosperity. And again, the third point we want to mention is where, this is what the Prime Minister has been saying, minimum government, maximum governance. And therefore, how do we improve the quality of life? Not just ease of doing business, but ease of living. And again, the role of a government, how can it move towards a facilitator and enabler and not an implementer, which has traditionally been the role of government. And then again, how can we develop the most modern infrastructure? And when we talk of infrastructure, typically we think of physical infrastructure, but in fact, we're talking of three kinds of infrastructure at least: physical, social, which includes schools, hospitals, human capital, and the third kind of infrastructure which we talk about is digital infrastructure, where India is in many ways leading the world. So modern infrastructure is all kinds of infrastructure. Next, please. Now, as you all know, despite the global headwinds and the tough situation coming out of the COVID pandemic, the Ukraine situation, so it's a tough economic situation around the world, with supply chains being affected, food, fuel, fertilizer chains being disrupted. Despite all that, as the managing director of the IMF said, a couple of months ago, India is one of the global bright spots. If you see, we are the fastest growing large economy in the world. That's number one. And these are just some numbers we wanted to put out. Smartphone data consumer. We have more than 800 million internet and smartphone users. We are number one in terms of global fintech. We are above 80%, at least 15 to 20 points above any other country. If you look at the retail development index, we are number two. Internet users probably just behind China. Mobile manufacturers, again, it's increasing by leaps and bounds. Ecosystem is fascinating. Till 8 or 9 years ago, the startup ecosystem was pretty flat. And today we have about 90,000 startups, about 90 startups every single day. And in fact, Niti Aayog has played an important role in that with our Atal Innovation Mission. We are the third largest energy consumer in the world. And if you look at our economy in terms of purchasing power parity, PPP, we're number 3. So in many ways, we have got all the ingredients of becoming a high income country, a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Next, please. I don't want to go over this in detail. I've gone over most of these, but I just wanted to mention our macroeconomic fundamentals are quite sound. Inflation is less than 6%. The RBI has been taking a lot of measures to maintain that. If you look at our public finances, they're robust. Fiscal consolidation has been taken forward in this budget. And you saw also that more than 10 lakh crores have been committed to capital expenditure. The 50-year interest-free capital grant to states has been extended, so 1.3 lakh crores there. So in many ways, this budget is looking ahead. It's not looking at the immediate. And so fairly robust public finances, strong manufacturing and exports. Despite the global downturn, which could affect some of our exports, the services is growing and markets are being diversified, and a very strong manufacturing base, particularly triggered by the the production linked incentive, the PLI program, which is, really pushing global manufacturing champions in India and sunrise sectors and trying to make us, one of the global value chain hub of the world. It's also increasingly a top FDI destination. I was at the World Economic Forum in Davos last month. Tremendous interest in India. You can see how global companies want to come in for obvious reasons. Many of them want to diversify away from China. In climate again, if you look at our climate commitments, India's nationally determined contributions, NDCs, we are really walking the talk on climate. So even if you look at, the commitment to reach by 2030 to have at least 50% of our electricity capacity to come from non-fossil fuels. We're already at about 42%. So we are ahead of the curve. The Prime Minister has also introduced the concept of lifestyle for the environment, which is about how individuals and communities can really walk the talk on climate and how individually and collectively we can all act to saving the planet. So in many ways on climate, and again, all this will figure largely in the G20 presidency of India, which is ongoing. On climate, on environment, I think we are recognized as global leaders as well. Next, please. So I was talking about the G20 presidency, and I think it's important to understand how important this is for India, not just to sort of lead on many of these important topics which I'm coming to, but also to provide South-South leadership. In many ways, all our successes on sustainable development goals, on basic services, whether it's sanitation, bank accounts, water supply, housing, all that, these are a kind of lighthouse effect for the world. So the G20 presidency, it's quite important to try and shape the global development agenda, but also to provide support to other countries in the world. These are some of the important topics or priorities for the G20 presidency. The first and foremost is the technological transformation and the digital public infrastructure of India, which is completely unique. And again, whether you talk of building on Aadhaar or CoWIN, our vaccination program, 2 billion people in the world, but and our digital identity, data and payment through ULIP. Today in India, ULIP has completely transformed the way payments are made. All of us use, whether it's Google Pay, and 200 banks are linked. And therefore, the digital story of India, how it's gone right down from urban areas down to villages, has been phenomenal. The Prime Minister mentioned just a couple of days ago how through direct benefit transfer, building on our digital backbones, something or close to 30 lakh crores have been transferred directly into beneficiary accounts, which has completely cut out all the rent seeking and the middlemen and the corruption which used to take place 30, 40 years ago. So the digital transformation and the technology transformation is to a large extent going to drive the economy, and that's one of the major topics of the G20, and we're going to share those lessons with the world. Accelerating progress on the sustainable development goals, particularly health and education, an important agenda on the G20, and many lessons from India to share with others. Life is lifestyle for the environment, green development, whether it's electric mobility, whether it's green hydrogen. Again, recently the 20,000 crore green hydrogen mission was announced, and this is really going to push clean energy and green energy forward. Climate finance, a major issue. The northern countries have made big commitments in Paris, and India, along with other developing countries, we're going to hold these northern countries to their promises of providing more concessional finance, both for mitigation as well as adaptation. Women-led development. There's been tremendous progress on women empowerment in India, even through providing basic services, whether it's sanitation, water, bank accounts. There's been a tremendous amount of women empowerment programs. And if you remember in the Prime Minister's 15th August speech of 2022, he spoke about how women empowerment has been done and needs to continue. And he spoke about Nari Ka Samman. Then we talk of accelerated, inclusive, and resilient growth. So therefore, this is something which, despite the global headwinds, as I mentioned, how we have taken forward both on the macroeconomic front, both in terms of inflation, but also in terms of growth. And if you saw how the finance minister committed to for deficit financing to keep the deficit below 6% next year, and actually bring it down even further by 25-26. And that's the role of the fiscal consolidation program. And then lastly, you'll see below is multilateral institutions for the 21st century. There's a big agenda. In fact, that's one of the areas which I will be expected to focus on in my upcoming job as India's executive director of the World Bank, is how can these institutions be reformed? Yesterday, the Prime Minister addressing the finance ministers of the G20 made it very clear that much more needs to be done by the multilateral institutions, which include the World Bank, the UN system, the Asian Development Bank, how they need to get their act going, and they need to become 21st century multilateral institutions to deal with 21st century problems and issues. And he highlighted two specific areas which they need to prioritize. One was climate action, climate financing, and the second one was related to continuing to eradicate poverty from across the globe. And of course, the focusing on the 3 Fs will be critical, not just by them, but by all these countries together. Because those are some critical areas which obviously with our import bill, fuel is critical, which is why we're trying to move away from fossil fuels. But again, it's going to take about 30-40 years before we finally are setting ourselves a 2070 net zero target. But what is the roadmap towards that? That's something which currently is being prepared. Next, please. Now, I thought that I would focus, one can go on and on, but I wanted to sort of keep it relatively brief. These are some key areas of importance in the Amrit Kal, which we'll be working on as milestones as we move towards a 2047 milestone. The one key area which all of us are increasingly recognizing, sometimes taken for granted, is how through the digital revolution, through Digital India 1.0 and 2.0, increasingly we have become going paperless, cashless, presence-less, and trust-based, making it much easier for our rapidly emerging middle class. Now today we have anywhere from 400 to 500 million in the middle class because of the huge poverty reduction programs. Less than 15% of our population is now in the poverty category, and we had more than 30% at one stage. But I think in the last 8 or 9 years, the middle class, the focus on an aspirational driven India for the middle class is really driving some of these major reform agendas. Reaching the last mile, there'll still be people who are vulnerable, like tribal groups, other marginalized groups. So we need to have growth, but we need to have inclusive growth. And then, of course, we need to take everyone along, which is Sabka Saath, Sabka Prayas. Next, please. So I'm sure all of you are familiar with this, but it's good to sort of remind ourselves again how our very, very powerful DPI, digital public infrastructure, the India stack story. So here is how, building on 2 or 3 digital platforms. One is Aadhaar. You've got the Jam Trinity, right? Aadhaar, mobiles, and bank accounts. Then you've got payments through UPI, Unified Payment Interface. And then we've got our CoWIN, digital platform for vaccinations. And I keep telling people that I've lived many years in America, and I got my vaccine shots for COVID in the US. I still carry a tattered CVS paper card, whereas everyone in India has got a digital vaccination, identity. So we are much more advanced in India than they are on that front. Then, of course, we have got how you pay utilities. I mean, we take many of these things for granted, but actually all this has happened only in the last few years, whether it's taxation, online education, health, e-governance. And therefore, today, in the old days, for KYC, you had to go to a bank. But now if you give your consent to use Aadhaar, you don't have to go anywhere. And then for people who actually want to talk to someone, you've got banking correspondents, sakhis, typically women So even if there's no bank branch in a very remote area, you still have access to banking, either online or through a local banking correspondent, typically a woman. So the whole digital revolution now through BharatNet, every panchayat will be connected, is being connected through high-speed cable. That is now being pushed down to our 6 lakh villages. And finally, at the household level, a private operator will provide internet through Wi-Fi. So it's a public-private partnership. But the whole digital story at scale in India has really transformed in many ways the economy. Next, please. We spoke about startups. So as I mentioned, that 80,000 is now close to 90,000 startups. We have more than 100 unicorns. I'm sure many of them are in Chennai and Bangalore. These are the places which have produced the most innovations in our startups. You can see the valuation of the unicorns is more than 340 billion. And we knew this all along, whether it's Karnataka, whether it's Tamil Nadu, whether it's Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, there's a huge tech revolution going on. And I think the northern states are also catching up. And despite COVID, we saw massive investments in the tech ecosystem, which is continuing to grow very, very rapidly. So again, as we are talking of employment, because jobs obviously are key, the whole idea is to take down this ecosystem into rural, into villages. In the most recent budget, an agriculture accelerator for startups was announced. So agri-business, there's an increasing number of startups in the agri space again. So how can we take this all the way down, and how can we talk of rural youth and peri-urban youth becoming job creators rather than job seekers? And that's going to be a very important agenda in the path in Amrit Kaal towards a Viksit Bharat. Next, please. Now, again, I spoke a little bit about this. What are these more recent government initiatives in promoting emerging technologies and ecosystems? So I spoke about the Agriculture Accelerator Fund, which was announced in the recent budget speech by the Finance Minister. This is really looking to transform agricultural practices, increase productivity and profitability through an accelerator fund to encourage startups in the rural space and really take agriculture from kind of low value to high value, up the value chain. The Green Hydrogen Mission, a critical part of India's sort of decarbonization strategy, 20,000 crores, 4,000 crores going to promote, to incentivize the production of electrolyzers, and the remaining for the production of hydrogen. So it's an incentive-based program. You produce and you get reimbursed. And this will really drive the greening of our economy and the whole decarbonization strategy. Of course, you need a lot of renewable energy for this, and that is already on the job. And you can see it's exploding across India, whether you look at solar or you look at wind, whether you look at hydro and even nuclear. And I was recently, on Saturday, I visited Gujarat and I went to the first fully solar powered village in India, in Modera. It's a phenomenal example of how every single one of the 1,300 households have rooftop solar. And then there's 12 hectares of 23,000 solar panels. So they are generating electricity through solar during the day. They're storing through batteries for consumption in the evening. And about 2/3 of the energy they produce is going into the grid. So they're also earning an income. So this is really the model for the future. So rooftop solar can actually, if every household in India would, you can generate income from the sun. And again, that's a big agenda going forward in Amrit Kaal, on the climate agenda, but also on the energy agenda. E-mobility, Niti has done a lot of work on this over the last several years. And again, the plan is that by 2030, hopefully there will be no internal combustion engine produced in India. And that's a massive revolution is going on in e-mobility. Today, it's mainly two-wheelers and three-wheelers, but increasingly four-wheelers moving up, and of course, buses. So the plan is to move from 5,000 buses to 50,000 buses. There's huge demand again. And so e-mobility is going to be key. Digital India I spoke about, and as well as Startup India and BharatNet already. And then again, the centers for excellence. So a big thrust in this budget on research, particularly in frontier technology areas, So whether you're looking at artificial intelligence, the pharma, we are already in many ways the pharma capital of the world, but much more needs to be done, particularly on the API front, so that we become self-reliant and Atmanirbhar, and we don't have to depend like we did in the initial part of COVID on just one country. So there's a big thrust on research. We are piggybacking on our top technological institutions. And I think this will be a major agenda in Amrit Kal, pushing the research agenda so that we can become our centers of excellence can push us towards technological self-reliance. Next, please. And I thought I would come back to this because this is really important. Sometimes we take this for granted, but the first 5 years of the NDA government, from 14 to 19, it really focused on providing basic services, particularly in rural areas, but to the poor. And delivery was done at scale on the ground with results, with verifiable results. The Swachh Bharat mission, of course, I was personally involved with that. It was less about building toilets and more about changing behavior. 550 million people moved out of open defecation and started using toilets. It's quite difficult to get that sort of mindset change. And of course, in 2019, 2nd October, open defecation free. It's an ongoing program. There will be gaps, but those are being addressed. Then if you look at electrification, this is just one example which happened within a 1,000-day program. But today we have electricity in all our villages. Again, and solar is complementing some of the more remote areas. Jan Dhan, 400 million bank accounts opened in the first 5 years of this government, particularly of women. So again, this is something which India can contribute to the world. Today, globally, there are still 4 billion people who have no digital identity. Remember, we take our Aadhaar for granted. There are 2 billion people who don't have access to bank accounts, many in Africa, and there are more than 130 countries which still deal in cash. So huge lessons from us, and in our own country, Jan Dhan means every family has got a bank account, more or less. Jal Jeevan Mission, which is going on in full steam. This was started when I was secretary in the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. Look at the scale, 190 million functioning household tap connections to be built. And we're already at close to 60%. Phenomenal performance is going on at rapid speed. How can you become a developed country if you don't have tap water supply in every house? How can you become a developed country if you don't have toilets in every house which are being used? Banks. So I think Ayushman Bharat, this is the largest health insurance scheme in the world for 10 crore Indian households. How can you become a developed country if you don't have a strong safety net, so that if you have illness at home, you're not going into catastrophic expenditure to meet with those emergent health needs. So these were major programs done at scale by this government in the first 5 years. Some of them are continuing. And these programs looking at multidimensional poverty really help push up the middle class to lead to an aspirational India for better services, whether you look at infrastructure in cities, metros, air travel has mushroomed, tourism has mushroomed. So I think we have an aspirational middle class now with cash in their hands. And that is in many ways, we have a huge domestic market, which is not only attracting FDI, but also propelling, becoming a serious growth driver for our economy. Next, please. So I'm just going to, I have a couple more slides. Let's look at the highlights of this budget, which is really the first budget of the Amrit Kal. Now, as I mentioned, world-class infrastructure is being created, whether it's highways, buildings, ports, airports, 10 lakh crores of capex allocated, which is really looking in the medium to long term. So it's not a short-term budget, and that expenditure is a 1/3 increase over the previous year. But at the same time, if you look at some of the more vulnerable segments of our population and society, how there's a targeted approach. So for the first time, the Pradhan Mantri PVTG stands for particularly vulnerable tribal groups. There are about 28 lakh of this population. It's at the bottom rung of the tribal community, which is itself, marginalized. and backward in the sense of being in different parts of the country, in scattered remote parts. So 15,000 crores have been allocated to this, and this will be done in just 3 years. 28 lakh people, they'll be saturated with basic services. So that's a very important announcement made. And in NITI, we work very closely with the Ministry of Tribal Affairs to put together this program. I had gone along with the Secretary of Tribal Affairs to visit some of the most backward areas, in fact, where the Honorable President comes from, which is Mayurbhanj and Keonjhar in Orissa. So we learned about that and we helped Tribal Affairs to put together this program. Then if you look at the skilling program, now it's Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0. Why 4.0? Because now it's looking at skills for the future. We're looking at AI. We're looking at areas which are going to be required, whether it's in pharmacy, whether it's going to be in technology. These are skills not for today, but for tomorrow. And not only that, the payment now for the stipend to be paid to our apprentices will be done through DBT. So they'll get it directly in their bank accounts. So they don't have to depend on their employers who may or may not cut some of it out of their hands. Dekho Apna Desh, this is again focusing on the services tourism sector. And again, this is another program which is going to give a huge fillip to tourism. Now, we may have only 11 million tourists visiting India, and that is going to grow post-COVID. But yesterday I was at the India Today Tourism Awards, where we found that domestic tourism is mushrooming in India. And actually, that's going to be a huge growth driver. It's also an employment creator, particularly for the youth. So whether it's an entrepreneurship through startups in the tourism sector, or whether it's jobs, Dekho Apna Desh, another major initiative, and PM Vikas for artisans. So all our blacksmiths, goldsmiths, carpenters, that's a program targeted at them. How can we promote skilling, entrepreneurship, and leadership training in these typically minority and artisan communities across the country? Another very targeted approach for communities which traditionally have been neglected. Next, please. Now, these are some of the initiatives which NITI Aayog has been championing. The first was the Aspiration Districts program, something which the Prime Minister has been repeatedly referring to, which he ideated and led 4 years ago, taking the most lagging districts in India. There were 112 identified, and they were jump-started through convergence, collaboration, competition. There's a ranking going on, and these 112 districts, more than half of them have already reached the national average. So you can imagine, typically there are, many of they're across the country, but they're more in the northern belt, in UP, in Jharkhand, in Bihar, in Madhya Pradesh, in Orissa. And now, how do you take them? Because in the end, we've got 700 districts in India. In Amrit Kal, and for a developed India, you can't have, 1/5 of our districts which are way behind. And therefore, how do we get these towards more of the southern states where districts are much more and states are more prosperous? So this is a major program which has succeeded very well. But now the Prime Minister decided to decentralize it to another level. So now 500 blocks have been taken up. Again, some of the most lagging blocks in India. Now jump-starting blocks to the state average. And this was announced again in the Finance Minister's speech. So NITI Aayog is working with other ministries and states to push this forward. So all these are core elements of the strategy in Amrit Kal to jumpstart and bring up these lagging blocks across the country to the state average. So as the rest of the country is progressing rapidly, the more lagging blocks and districts are also trying to keep pace. The Atal Innovation Mission in NITI, which is incubation of startups in Atal Innovation Labs. In addition to that, how do we get youngsters into tinkering and innovation? ATL is Atal Tinkering Labs, and these are across the country. They're in Tamil Nadu, they're in Kerala, they're in Karnataka, they're everywhere. 10,000 of these tinkering labs have already been created. And now the idea is over the next 5 years to scale them up to maybe close to 70,000 Atal Tinkering Labs, so that all our schools have been exposed to tinkering, to innovation, to technology, to digital. And so how our youth can jumpstart, because don't forget, 25 years from now, it's going to be the 10-year-olds and the 15-year-olds who are going to be leading, who are going to be 35, 40, 50 at that stage. And that's going to be, they are the people who are going to be leading the country in different spheres, whether it's in the government or the private sector. So I think the whole idea is how do we get our youth ready to sort of move across rapidly in Amrit Kal towards that Viksit Bharat. NDAP, a National Data Analytics Platform led by Niti, which brings together more than 200 databases in a public platform to improve access to Indian government's data, both rural, urban. This is a very important tool. There was an op-ed which the chief economic advisor and I put out a couple of days ago, saying how data is leading to better governance. And so this is an open platform which can be used by anyone. I'm not sure if there are any more slides, but can we go to the next, please? And finally, I think this is the last slide. So look, this is a joint endeavor. You can talk of public-private partnerships, you can talk of government and the citizens. So the PM is very clear that it's first of all, not individual ministries, but whole of government. But in our federal system, it's center and states. So it's a question of cooperative, competitive federalism. Niti Aayog has started the state support mission, again announced in the budget, where we are reaching out to all states on a tailor-made approach to see how can they focus and achieve their inclusive goals. So if India has to become a $5 trillion economy in a few years and a $30 trillion economy by 2047, it's a critical role of the states. So if UP has to become 1 trillion or Tamil Nadu has to become $1 trillion, how can we support the states in achieving that inclusive goal? And in the end, it's about all citizens and government and communities coming together. So I think this collaboration of everyone has a stake in it. And I think Sabka Prayas is going to be critical finally for the journey towards Amrit Kal. I think that's my last slide. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parmesh Nair, for your insightful address. And we are going to have 5 minutes. I'll try and take 2-3 questions quickly for you to respond. There's so much of achievements shown by you all over. And this morning, the chief guest for the inaugural session was Mr. Premachandran, Member of Parliament. He observed that that in spite of the GDP growth and become the 5th largest economy in the world and many growth benefits, which has record, I think, to showcase in the world, but it's not really inclusive, not reached the common man at the right bottom. Still, many are still suffering. What's your views on this, and how do you think the future moving forward initiative which should be implemented by the government to cover an inclusive growth and cover the entire segment of the population in all-round development of what you have been achieving so far?
Sure, Vijay, I have to sort of respectfully disagree with the Honorable Member of Parliament because, as I mentioned in my presentation, the focus, inclusive growth has been the top priority of this government. If you look at the programs which have delivered at scale but on the ground, whether it's, targeted women and girls benefiting from toilets in their houses instead of having to go out in the dark. And for 70 years, the increase in sanitation coverage was only 30%, 35% over 70 years. And then in just 5 years, it went from that to close to 100. So that's just one example. Jal Jeevan Mission, women and girls no longer have to walk long distances to fetch water. Bank accounts, 400 million. Now the tribal focus. So this government has focused tremendously on the most vulnerable. And unlike previous governments, when our previous Prime Minister famously said that only 15 paisa of every rupee reaches the beneficiary. And here it's going through direct benefit transfer. So there are many challenges ahead, no question about that. But the focused effort on delivery of basic services to the vulnerable at scale, I think is unmatched. That's one part. And then, of course, there's the growth part, right? Of course, look, we are the fastest growing large economy, 5th largest economy in the world. I think there's been a concerted effort on the macroeconomic front to stabilize the economy. Globally, there are many challenges. It's not going to be easy, but I think we have put ourselves on a sound footing to manage the next couple of years well, and then, move into a kind of takeoff phase. So I think that's my response to that. But of course, it's open to opinion.
Yes, another question from one of our members is, how can we ensure that the skills and competencies of Indian workforce are aligned with the needs of the rapidly evolving economy? What is the yes?
It's a very good question, right? And the whole skill development program, which has been going on for the last 7 or 8 years, has now reached, I think, a takeoff point, because now the ecosystem has been tremendously strengthened. Now, urban, rural, the key thing, of course, is to the collaboration with industry, right? And that's now being put on a firm footing. Unless industry is closely involved and the whole skilling program is not demand based, because in the end, industry is going to, private sector is going to employ the skilled youth in particular. And in this budget, you saw now skilling 4.0. So we're also looking ahead. We're looking at the present, but we're looking ahead. What are the skills which are going to be required in the future? What are the skills which are going to be required for the world? Now, today, there's a huge demand for medical tourism in India, but globally, as the global population is living longer, in India, we live globally, there's a huge requirement for the care economy globally. So whether it's nurses from India or providing medical services both in India and abroad, that's a critical area of skilling again. So I think it's important to respond to the demand from industry, but also globally.
You implemented successfully the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and which is really, really very well known around, not only around India, around the world. When you look back, you can recall what you could have done some little better, that Swachh Bharat Abhiyan could have been much more implemented to be a showcase project of the India around the world.
Yeah, look, hindsight, Vijay, is always 2020. So I'm trying to look back. I'm sure there were lots of things we could have done. I think one of the things we started focusing partly on the first challenge was how do you scale up access to sanitation? How do you change behavior? And we focused on that in two ways, through mass media, but we had at least one village motivator in every village. We call them Swachhagrahis. So I think the training, the retraining of Swachhagrahis to sustain behavior change, we could have started earlier. So for example, the behavior was changed, but sustaining change behavior is very challenging, right? Because there could be a tendency to go back to the old habit. So we started the sustainability, the sustaining the change behavior, about a year and a half before the program, in the first phase of the program. But I think we should have started a bit earlier. So what is the capacity of the village motivators? How do you retrain them? What are the incentives and mechanisms to sustain change behavior? In retrospect, we could have started a little earlier. That was one thing I would have changed. The second also was the need to change the behavior also of government officials, at all levels, whether it's in the center or the state or the district. We were focusing on directly of the beneficiaries. How do you change behavior moving from open defecation to using toilets at home? So that was critical because they were the targeted 550 million people. We started change, but there were still many skeptics. So it was important for everyone to understand what are the economic benefits of sanitation. If you invest in sanitation, there's a health return, there's an environmental return. So I think that also we could have started in the beginning, but we had to focus more on getting people out of open defecation. But I think we soon realized that you also need to change the behavior of government officials, of panchayats, etc. Those were a couple of things. I'm sure there are many more, but these are the two I can think of.
Thank you, Vijay. One last question before we let you go is, you are moving to the World Bank, Executive Director representing India. Now, there are two Indians at the head of World Bank. So what's your view? Do you think the Indian clout in the World Bank will do a lot of good to India, or what's your passing thoughts on this?
No, absolutely. We are all very excited. Ajay Banga was a year junior to me in college. I'm also a professor of management practice at IIM Ahmedabad. Hopefully that nomination process will get confirmed. One of the roles of the executive board to which I've been nominated is actually to confirm the selection of the nominee. Now, again, but this process is still right now open. He's the nominee of the US government. There could be other nominees. And, we'll see how this process unfolds. But it's an exciting time for me to go back to Washington to represent India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka on the executive board. And given the window of opportunity for India, it's a sweet spot for India and the world. The Prime Minister is standing. Globally, our role as a sort of global player, increasingly of importance, both economically and politically. So I think India's clout is quite high, and hopefully the World Bank, will respond to those, the demands of all developing countries. But I think India can play an important role in shaping that global development agenda at the World Bank.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parmesh Nair, for sharing your insights, thought-provoking. We wish you all the very best in your new endeavor as Executive Director of the World Bank. Thank you so much, and please join me in conveying our sincere appreciation, Mr. Iyer, for sharing his thing in spite of his busy commitment. You are separated by distance, you are here, you are allowed to think, and since you are separated by the distance, as a token of our appreciation, this is what we do. We do a lot of CSR work at many schools. What we want to do it on your behalf, we would like to feed couple of hundreds of children who are very poor children in the school, so that it'll only add, because of people like you come and speak at MMA, it's inspired to do a lot of many things. Thank you so much, and once again, very all the very best in your endeavor at the World Bank at Washington. And I'm quite sure when you're going to be there, we're going to request you again. We will speak to the members of MMA on another important subject on another important occasion. Thank you. Bye-bye till we meet again.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Thanks for feeding the kids, and look forward to being in touch, Vijay. Good to see you again. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this session. Please await for the next session, which will be commencing in a few seconds. Next.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are commencing special session 1 now on the theme Sustainable Growth with Energy Independence. May I request the panelists to take their place on the dais. Mr. Naveen Unni. Joining him in this conversation are Ms. Ulka Kelkar and Ms. Mridula Ramesh. May I request all the panelists to take their place on the dais. So may I just remind you that you can scan the QR code and send us the questions for all 3 special sessions. And there are some volunteers of ours who are available in this hall. In case you're not able to, connectivity issues are there, you could ask for the question slips. Please send in your questions if there are any. Please. Yeah, please take it. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Yeah. Session is on energy, so I think let's show them some energy from the audience. Great. Before we commence this special session, it's my privilege to announce that a book titled Watershed: How We Destroyed India's Water and How We Can Save It has been authored by Ms. Mridula Ramesh. It's available for your reading pleasure outside the hall. Kindly procure, and she has kindly agreed to autograph your personal copy of the book as well. Thank you, Ms. Mridula. And yeah, I think she deserves a round of applause because such a kind of a subject, a very complicated subject, a very complex subject that she's authored a book on. Now, it's also a pleasure to announce that Ms. Mridula will present a copy of the book to her co-panelists in this session. May I have the books, please? So this is the book. I think all 3 of you could stand with a copy of the book. I'll take a photo. Now you can also take a copy and for the photograph. Yeah. Yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. A fantastic book. I think all of us should take a copy and go through it. A very, very interesting subject. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. Naveen Unni is the managing partner of McKinsey's Chennai office. He has extensive experience in large-scale organizational transformation for utility companies, companies in the core sector, and the agri-cooperative sector. Mr. Unni has co-authored several articles and publications and regularly speaks at public forums. He is an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad and BTech in Civil Engineering from the IIT Madras. Ms. Ulka Kelkar is a director at World Resources Institute, India. She is an economist with more than 2 decades of work in climate policy. She assesses low-carbon development pathways for India and supports climate action in Indian states and cities. Ms. Kelkar previously worked as a consultant climate assessment specialist for the Asian Development Bank (ADB) and as a research fellow with the Energy and Resources Institute (TERI). She is a co-chair of the Think 20 Task Force, an official engagement group of G20. Ms. Mridula Ramesh is the award-winning author of the critically acclaimed The Climate Solution and Watershed and the founder of Sundaram Climate Institute, which focuses on waste and water solutions. She is an active clean tech angel investor with a portfolio of over 20 startups and is involved with several initiatives to spur climate tech entrepreneurship. A graduate with distinction from Cornell University and an MBA from the Kellogg School of Management, Mridula worked at McKinsey in Silicon Valley and is the executive director of Sundaram Textiles, the company that was among the first textile companies globally to win the coveted TPM Excellence Award.
Now, may I request Mr. Naveen to take the discussion forward?
Good afternoon. Great. Before I make my opening remarks, I just want to say a couple of things. I think the first, I'm just looking to see Group Captain. I met Vijay Kumar first, I think in 2009, when we had a discussion about supporting this event, the MMA annual convention. And so 13 years partnership that has almost continued through COVID, through every up and down. So I just wanted to say thank you for the friendship and the partnership we've had over these years. It's been a real privilege to support the annual convention as we are doing this year. I'm sure for many more years to come. So I think that's great. The second thing I want to say is this book. I've already spoken about Watershed before, and I've said good things about it. At some point, I'm sure Mridula consider giving it all. Do it once more. If you do have the chance to read one book on water and the broader, both the challenges, but the evolution of how kind of water has been in this country, I don't think you should look further than Watershed. It's a fantastic book. It's well researched. It's well written. It's provocative. I think every Indian, I think, should get it and read it. I think it's a real privilege to read it. Thank you, Mridula, for writing it. So today's session, my last comment before I get into my opening remarks. Today's session is about an hour. So what I'm going to do is just give you a few opening remarks just to frame today's conversation on energy independence and the connection to sustainable inclusive growth. And then we'll hear from both our esteemed panelists, after which we will have a few questions that I'll start with, but I'm also looking forward to some great questions from the audience. The way it's going to happen is we're going to have little sheets of paper that are going around. Please write your name, the institution you represent, and the question. The reason we do that, of course, is in the past, we've had lots of people who have risen to ask a question and then made a speech. And so we're going to get some questions, hopefully, from the audience. And we're really looking forward to that. I do intend to make this a discussion, not just a panel of speakers. So we will look forward to a provocative and thought-provoking session, especially given all the conversations that have happened to this point. So let me start with this idea of a sustainable inclusive growth and where does energy independence come in? The reality is India as a country is highly dependent. And if we were to create self-sufficiency and a true sustainable inclusive growth paradigm, energy independence is a core part of that. Right? If you look at our forex that goes towards importing some form of the energy or the other, the reality is we are still quite dependent in many ways. And therefore, to break out of this sufficiency or break out of this dependence, I think energy independence is a must. And therefore, today's session, the special session, the first special session we're going to do is quite important in that context. When I look at the movement towards energy independence, I'd say the first thing is a lot of optimism, right? Because there's several things that are driving the trends. You heard some of this from our panelists earlier today. Jayadit, my colleague from McKinsey, talked about sustainability and the ideas driving that. You heard from Param Iyer about the fact that India is leading on climate action. Now, whether India is leading on climate action or not, we can debate that. But the reality is there are several trends that are heading in the right direction. So let me call out 4 trends that I think are hugely positive and are helping us. And then I'll come to some of the challenges and what we should probably talk about and address in the subsequent discussion. The first is our geographic advantage. Given where we are, the solar radiation that we get, in spite of the fact that over the last couple of years, solar radiation has gone down a little bit, the reality is the solar radiation is quite good. But we just don't have only solar radiation. We have great onshore, offshore wind factors. We have excellent hydro. And so if you look at the overall energy portfolio that we have from a renewable standpoint, it is fantastic. And we're truly privileged to have this level of renewable energy options around us. That's the first. The second, and you heard this from Paramaya, we have strong government support, whether it's in the NDCs, but what I really took out of the Honorable Prime Minister's Panchamrit when he announced this in COP26 about 15 months ago was not the longer term agenda of net zero by 2070, but the nearer term agenda of what we want to achieve by 2030, right? Including going to 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by then. We're currently at about 160 to 170 gigawatts. The challenge is quite significant, but even setting an ambition of this nature was pretty good. Reducing our overall energy intensity by 45%, etc. So there's some very significant goals that the government has taken, and there's really strong support, whether it's the National Hydrogen Mission, the new Circularity Mission that will come in, regulation supporting, whether it's through extended producer responsibility, etc. There's a lot of regulation support and including some of the climate infrastructure support announced in the recent budget. So clearly there is strong government support to this. The third dimension is the net zero commitments by leading corporates. And this is also quite interesting, given the kind of ESG push and the ESG drive, several leading corporates, and I could name in the top 1,000 companies, many companies that have made very strong net zero goals. Not net zero by 2070, but closer, net zero by 2050, 40, 30. I have some clients who even have net zero goals by 2025. Truly ambitious, really trying to make a difference in terms of decarbonization. And the last is growth in green financing. Over the last I would say over the last 5 years, every couple of years, the amount of money available for green finance has doubled and will double over the next few years as well. So as you look at all the green finance that's coming in, again, Paramaya talked about some of the global north to south climate financing. For example, the GFANZ, the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero, had committed something to the tune of 130 trillion to actually transition, right, money from the global north to the global south. And over this period, hopefully we should expect to start seeing some of that money coming in. G20, of which obviously India is the host nation, has a significant discussion around how do we actually start facilitating more of that. What we heard from Mr. Iyer today as he's going to the World Bank and reforming multilateral institutions to start making some of those transfers possible is a big part of that. So clearly a lot of great momentum and, a lot of drive towards this. But the reality is there are some significant challenges that face us. And hopefully as we talk about today, we want to talk about both the optimism that we should have from these momentum drivers, but also how we overcome some of these challenges. The first very real challenge that faces us is practical reality on the ground, right? Whether it is land issues for renewable energy. Recently, we did a piece of work on India decarbonization pathways. We published a report in November. And one of the big surprises for us was, given all the things that have to happen in India, whether it's regenerative agriculture, growing renewable energy, urbanization, etc., we might be short of land by about 15%. So we have significant land mass, but we might need another 15% to do all of the things that we need to do and support the population that we have and support our renewable energy goals. So we have some real challenges around land, but land is only one of the challenges. We have critical infrastructure gaps. We have many issues, which are, even though renewable energy is in the money, making renewable energy practical at the scale that we want to is quite hard. For example, we don't manufacture any of the solar panels that we need. A large part of that manufacturing comes out of China. And while there have been announcements made to get to the 40 to 50 gigawatts a year that we need to build to achieve a 500 gigawatt by 2030 challenge is quite a significant issue. The second is, how do we start reliably integrating large-scale renewable energy? And one of the challenges around that is batteries. Now, batteries have obviously two roles to play. One is in electric vehicles. Again, I'll refer to what Mr. Iyer talked about, that by 2030, the ambition is to not have any internal combustion engines manufactured, and therefore transitioning not just two-wheelers and three-wheelers, but also four-wheelers, buses, and trucks to electric vehicles. The batteries required for those. But the second requirement for batteries is to integrate into the grid. You can imagine that renewable energy has a very intermittent profile, right? The sun shines during the day, we get a lot of energy, and during night we don't. So the way to manage that in a large grid is through grid scale storage, energy storage or batteries. And one of the challenges that we have for both electric vehicles and for this grid scale batteries is the fact that we don't have many of the materials that are going into these batteries, right? Lithium, other rare earths, nickel, cobalt, many of these materials. And the challenge for us as a nation, and one of the questions that we've got to ask ourselves is, are we trading one form of energy insecurity, which is through oil and gas import, for another form of energy insecurity, which is lithium and other rare earths? So how do we actually supplement our energy security on this new dimension? So that is a second big challenge I'd like to put forward for us. The third is, how do we improve the financial viability, given the state of several of the public discoms, right? If you look at distribution companies in this country, there's about 71 discoms. The state of finances is not very healthy. And how do you actually improve that? Because if you don't have the financial viability, you don't have the strong and stable grids that will support renewable energy at scale, which is required for energy independence. So how do you actually improve the financial viability of these discoms? And finally, if you look between the state, center, between the different government departments, it has improved, but we don't have the necessary cohesion and a roadmap that will actually outline the path going forward. And so you have people operating at cross purposes. For example, a state will suddenly say, listen, from today onwards, we will not wheel any renewable energy power out of our state into another state. It's very hard to operate a long-term plant of any sort or put long-term capital when the policy uncertainty is as high as it is now, and when you can have last-minute changes. So how do you actually improve the cohesion between these departments and also improve the policy certainty that allows long-term capital to come into these opportunities? So those are the four challenges. We'll talk about some of these, and hopefully as we hear from our speakers, we'll have the opportunity to discuss some of these in great detail. But having said that, as we kick this off, I just want to say that I'm hugely optimistic. When we did this decarbonization pathways report, one of the pleasant surprises was that India has a very unique opportunity of building 3/4 of this country over the next 30 years, which Jayadit also mentioned in his speech. The reality is, as we build a lot of this, we have a unique opportunity to build it first time right and first time green, which pretty much any large nation of our size does not have. And I include China in this. How we use this opportunity over the next decade and a half, over the next 15 to 20 years, will really determine our role in the climate future and whether we can create a sustainable, inclusive growth future for ourselves. With that, let me close my opening remarks, and I'd like to invite Ulka to say a few words to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to MMA for the invitation. I don't know if you can see me over the flowers, but could I have that? Yeah. So for me, this topic is extremely difficult. Energy independent, sustainable, inclusive, and growth. All four to have at the same time, to me, does not sound very simple. And I think that's what you've heard from the various speakers today. In Western countries, for example, economists have spoken about an environmental Kuznets curve, that first you grow, then you take care of the environment after you become rich enough. In Scandinavian countries, for example, Norway, they were set up on oil wealth. They created a sovereign fund, and now they are very strong on welfare schemes and also on international development aid. So the inclusion comes after the growth. Energy independence, we are seeing, of course, wars being fought over oil and gas, the security of the supply over the last several decades. So in India, as Naveen very rightly said, our growth lies ahead of us. And can we do what no country has done before? which is to grow in a way that is sustainable, inclusive, and also independent. So to me, energy independence also means freedom from dirty, polluting fossil fuels. To me, energy independence means reliable energy access so that you can have vibrant, diversified livelihoods. But each of these elements, the sustainable, the inclusive, will require special attention and deliberate policies. So with that kind of context, I wanted to show you a dashboard that WRI has. We believe in open access data, so a lot of this research is available publicly. So a lot of the back of the hall is very young people. And you heard people talk about Amrit Kal, right? The next 25, 30 years of India's growth. From 2020 to 2050, say over the next 30 years, do you know how much India's emissions are going to increase? India's CO2 emissions? Any guesses? You can see the line, but I don't know if your eyes are sharp enough to read the numbers. So do you think it's going to be double, triple, 10 times? Huh? Double. Huh? You'll have to speak louder. 3x. Yeah, that's correct. That is correct. So it's not a huge challenge. It's not, when we keep saying exponential or we keep imagining, it's always good to identify what is the scale of the challenge that we're dealing with. So right now we're somewhere around 2-3 million tons of CO2 per year, billion tons of CO2. And that's going to become 6 billion tons of CO2 in 30 years. So somewhere between double, triple, depends on how optimistic you are about growth. And just to give you a sense of the world as a whole, it's about 50 billion tons. So 50 billion tons, about 3 is ours. What do you think is going to happen to energy sector emissions over the same period? This is total emissions for the country. What do you think is going to happen to the electricity, the energy supply? Is it also going to go by 2 times, 3 times? Yes or no? Let's see. How many people think that energy sector emissions will also grow 2 times, 3 times? Some people are putting up their hands. You'll be surprised to know it's almost going to be flat. And this is business as usual. This is current trends continue. No additional policies, no net zero and all of that yet. So as our current electricity system is developing, more renewables are coming in. We see that even in this decade already, we see emissions from the energy sector flattening out. What happens to industry? Do you think industry sector will also see the same kind of flattening out? Yeah, you think so? We have an optimist over here. Oh, it's a little worse, in fact, than the national average. So it's going from around 1,000 to around 3,000. And that's really the challenge, the harder to abate sectors. Because industry uses fossil fuels for energy, but it also uses them in feedstock, and there are process emissions that are also generated in the steel sector, in the cement sector. That's why they're called the harder to abate sectors. Now, if India were to go from this business as usual, 2 times, 3 times growth, to the net zero that we are hoping to do, we need to be on a completely different pathway. This is just one scenario, right? This is something that researchers like me have imagined. You could have different assumptions and you can play with this simulator. It's there on the internet. And you could maybe have a scenario where like the Western countries, our emissions first grow up very rapidly and then come down, maybe hopefully very rapidly. But either way, there will need to be a significant deviation from the business as usual trajectory. And that's not going to be easy. Let's just have a look at. This is the business as usual, right? So remember, we saw energy sector emissions already flattening out because we see a lot of solar already coming in just on cost factors. But you also see the coal, the gray line, the gray band down there, the coal staying in the business as usual scenario. The yellow, the solar is going up, the light blue, the wind is going up. But unless coal, is phased down, emissions will continue to grow. In order to be aligned with a net zero future for India, net zero 2070, we need the solar to go up even more, which means all of the challenges of battery storage that Naveen spoke about. And we need coal to slowly phase down, to slowly taper down. Otherwise, the emissions are not going to be aligned with our net zero 2070 pathway. That's just in the power sector. Let's just see, for example, what else needs to happen. And you see that to go from that black line that was going up to the green line that's going down, you need actions to happen in almost every sector, almost every sector. The different colors are just telling you the different sectors, yeah? So there is no single silver bullet. However, if I were to take all those actions, all those options, and arrange them by cost, from the least cost to the highest cost, we find that there are some actions which are actually negative cost. What does that mean to have something that's negative cost? It means that what you save in the energy, in the fuel, in the efficiency, it pays for itself. The challenge, of course, is that the investment cost is upfront, and the savings, for example, the import bill that Naveen spoke about, they take time to come. Let's just see what happens in terms of jobs. Is it good for jobs? And we see that indeed there are positive effects on jobs, both in the utility sector with the construction of new solar plants and also in the manufacturing sector. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing this dashboard. You can take it off and just end with a few remarks about the inclusive aspect and the jobs aspects, and particularly because we're in Chennai with reference to Tamil Nadu, which is a very big economy. And in 8 of the top 10 most energy intensive sectors in India, in 8 of those, Tamil Nadu is in the top 3 ranks. So all of the energy intensive sectors are very important for Tamil Nadu. Naveen spoke about the energy transition. Other panelists also spoke. Some of our work with the MSME sector in Tamil Nadu with the FAME Facilitating MSME Agency has shown that there will be specific elements, specific parts of the supply chain as we transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles that may be at more risk. Perhaps there will be need for skilling. One example is that of the foundry sector. So what happens is that as we move from internal combustion engine to electric vehicles, there is a reduction in the demand for ferrous casting and an increase in the demand for aluminum casting from the auto industry. And in Coimbatore cluster where we're working, there are 700 foundries and 500 of those are ferrous. So there will be special attention that will be required for specific MSME clusters. They'll have to be nimble. They might have to pivot to other industries and so on. For women in particular, we find, do you know that in the southern states in India, how many of India's total women factory workers are in the southern states? Any guesses? So if there were 100 factory workers who are women in India, how many of those would be in the south? 70, 75, exactly. So that's pretty amazing, right? And in fact, we find that in Tamil Nadu is the second highest state in terms of women-owned enterprises. So there's obviously things that are going well here that we need to replicate, learn from. We can't change social norms that fast, but we can put into place many of the initiatives that are being done, for example, with providing safe transport for women, training programs where they're able to attend them, childcare and creches in the facility where women are working. And one example I want to give you is from Karnataka. So I've come here from Bangalore. In Karnataka, for example, in every village panchayat, there are initiatives being made for better management, better collection of municipal solid waste. But also women from that village are being trained to drive those waste collection vehicles, the auto tippers. So definitely on this side, there'll be a lot that will need to be done on inclusion. I'll just end with one last point, which is, Naveen also spoke about land, and that's going to be crucially important. Again, if you see a study that my colleagues have done, we find that 70% of the utility scale solar parks in India recently have come up on cropped land, not on arid desert land or grassland, but on agricultural land. And that's because, if, for example, in the Pavagada solar park in Karnataka, if there is a leasing of land possible, a lease income, then this is something that is a good option for farmers, for landholding farmers. It's better than being subject to the vagaries of the weather. But for the landless or the pastoralists, they don't benefit from the lease income. They don't really get too many jobs on the solar park itself. And then they have no alternative but to migrate to the city because they no longer have access to their previous livelihoods. Mridula has written about water. One of the interesting things that the MNRE, the Ministry for New and Renewable Energy, did was that when it found that solar panels were extracting water for cleaning, the ministry issued a technical order saying you must use robotic dry cleaning. And so you don't need to use the precious water where the solar park has come up. So there's a lot that the government can do. There's a lot that industry can do voluntarily and in terms of the regulation to make sure that all of the actions that are being done from a sustainability perspective are also inclusive in nature. So with that, thank you very much for your patience and thanks.
Great. Good afternoon. First, thank you, MMA and all the friends I see here, and for a very warm launch to the paperback edition. It's very gratifying, and I'm very grateful. Thanks, Naveen, again. We'll talk about royalty separately, but thanks for the shout out. So, when you look at the title, sustainable growth, it tells us how far this conversation has moved in the last 8 years, right? And I'll come to that in the end. But today, when I just want to frame opening remarks, it's a question of finding a path. And the analogy I want you to think of, and I want you to keep in your mind, is of a boat that is crossing a river, right? The first part is in the title of this event is growth, right? Because that half are all students. If India doesn't grow, you don't have jobs, right? And it's fair to say if India doesn't grow, most of us here will be unemployed. So that's the first constraint. It's a non-negotiable. We need to grow. The second is the boat itself, right? So we've heard repeatedly about carbon, and just taking a step back and putting on my teacher's hat, the reason we're all in this climate change mess is because we emit carbon and that warms the planet, and therefore we have to stop emitting carbon dioxide, methane, and all the different forms of carbon that warm the planet, and try to reverse some of the warming that's happening. Fair enough. But what is less spoken about, and what we all need to understand, and I think people from Madras really understand, is India is probably one of the most vulnerable countries to the climate, and the climate has already changed, right? I think the Chennai floods of 2015, many of you will have interesting stories to say about how you escaped. I have one too, we can talk about it later. And then the Chennai water crisis of 2019, where you see the way India is affected. You're going to, in the next 10 to 20 years, you're going to see agricultural yields fall, right? We'll come to independence in a moment, but the seas are going to rise. I'm sure many of you in the last week have read about a report that talked about climate vulnerabilities of several Indian states, Assam, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, all there. And all those vulnerabilities come in one language, which is the language of water. So people will be saying, Mridula writes about water. Mridula actually writes about climate. And to me, climate is water, right? So coming back to this analogy of the boat crossing the river, what I'm trying to say is India is a rickety boat. We're a great country. We've done great things. But I think we need to recognize this constraint that we have a rickety boat simply because we are vulnerable. And because I see people in manufacturing who are embedded in global supply chains, that vulnerability is going to come and pinch. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Today, many of you would have heard of this China plus one. I'm in textiles. We are seeing some of the impacts of China plus one and global supply chains resculpting. And that doesn't happen very often because it's a pain in the neck to change supply chains. Once you do it, you don't want to change it. So think of a guy or a woman sitting in Europe and America trying to decide where to buy their fabric from. Will you locate your factory in a place which is saying, I'm going to say it in Tamil and then I'll translate. Thanniye illa factory is shut. Okay, or you see headlines with your factory being flooded. Would you locate your supply chain hub there? That node there? No, you are not going to do it. So that's a constraint that India has to deal with. The fact that we are vulnerable. That makes our boat a little rickety and we have to figure out how to deal with that. The third constraint, and I'm going to the title of our panel, which is independence. We are getting into a decidedly unsettled world. Okay, we don't get along very well with our neighbors. The Ukraine war has shown that energy independence is pretty important. Naveen did allude to this. Are we sort of, by going from oil to electric mobility, are we exchanging oil independence for mineral dependence? To put it more bluntly, are we replacing Saudi Arabia with China? Right? Because you really don't want China with their hand on your neck. So that's the third constraint that we have. So again, in your analogy of the boat crossing the river, you have a river, you have a boat, the boat's a little rickety. And now this changing climate is making the waters a little more volatile, okay? And the rapids are coming up. And then this whole independence and the Ukraine war and this minerals and all that is adding rapids, little hidden rocks that you have to navigate. You get the idea of the constraints that we have to go to. The last constraint, and it was alluded to, we are a democracy, right? I'm not China where I can say, today we shall outlaw everything and we shall do this and expect things to be followed. We're not going to do it. There'll be some 15 people who will tell you you're an idiot in the first front page of the news. There are another 3 people who will say you're corrupt. Then there'll be 4 people who will question your parentage. We're a raucous democracy. Most important, we won't get votes. You lose the election, you can't do anything. So with all these, so any policy that you come up with has to be democratically salient. And in my book, I've actually looked at every suggestion that I go through the democratic lens. And it's a little depressing, but you can do it. So the question is, can we get this boat across this river? This slightly rickety boat in a very, surging, turbulent river with rapids in the middle. That's our challenge. And that's sustainable growth with all these constraints. Can we do it? I would say yes, we can. It's a small window, it's a tiny window of opportunity, but I think you can. And I'm going to give 2 examples, okay, very personal examples. There's a lot of data coming from my fellow panelists, so I'll keep it more personal. The first example is the startups that I see exploding. When I started investing in 2015, and I came out and I said, look, I'm only going to do climate startups and I'm only going to do adaptation. People thought I was completely mad. And every 3 months, if I got a startup, I would think it was a good quarter. I'm seeing several a week. I know many of us were here. This has become a kshetradanam, but many of us were here a couple of months ago, and this entire hall was packed full of clean tech startups. That's how far and fast we have come. There is a wall of money coming towards how to do clean tech startups, and you just have to wander around this campus to find out how far and fast we have come. And I see a lot of my startup founders in their mid-40s, some in their 50s. That shows, especially for the students there, this is a very real possibility. I mean, this is going to be I've heard say that climate tech is the next digital. So, 20 years ago, Google was your place to work in. In the next 20 years, it's going to be a climate tech startup that's going to become the next Google. So that really gives me hope. The second part that gives me hope is actually MMA. And I'm going to talk about group captain who I met several years ago. And the first time I spoke on climate was in, I think, mid-afternoon. Dr. Bala was chairing it and I spoke about climate and people said, oh, really? And I know in my family, when I started writing about climate and started getting into it, they thought it was a midlife crisis gone badly wrong. Right? And now I get less of that. Today, the whole leadership conclave has sustainability as its title itself. That shows how far this conversation has moved. I was actually surprised on the industrial emissions, because I am my day job in textiles, I am an SME, very squarely in the small and medium enterprise. We are 60% renewable. We're going renewable not because we want, conscience or not because their, executive director is having a midlife crisis. We're going because, renewable energy is the cheapest thing out there. So it gives me hope. Yes, it's a rickety boat. Yes, there are rapids in the water, but I think we can get across. Thank you.
Volume.
Maybe just volume. Okay.
Yeah. Is it okay
Back
now?
in here. It's cutting in and out. Okay, not anymore. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Ulka. Thank you, Pritula, for that. Very different ends of the spectrum, right? So let me ask a couple of questions to warm us up. And then you can see I've got a whole sheaf that we'll get. So, Pritula, maybe I'll go to you. And we talked a little bit about energy independence and that challenge. This hard mic is really testing my ability to ask a question. So I guess a question for you is, you're also leading a business. You talked about 60% of renewable and so on, right? How do you see corporates should be doing more on this topic of energy independence? Because obviously for your business, for example, energy will be a big part of your input cost. And you've moved 60% renewable. But when I speak to some of my clients, they, for example, say things like it's hard to find the right 24/7 power source. There are a lot of issues they talk about. In your own experience and your advice to other corporate leaders, right? How should you start thinking about energy independence?
Are we talking energy independence at the company
level
or
level.
the country
At
level?
a company level. Hopefully that many companies like that will do this and eventually lead to, because you said you were surprised when you saw Ulka's chart of.
No, I was really surprised. Okay. And there's a, okay, so here's the thing, right? I think you will care about anything that you pay for. So sort of underlying theme there. We're a textile company. We don't make a lot of money. I think Thiago is somewhere there. So I think energy is probably our second biggest cost after raw material. And every unit we save is goes into the bottom line. So I think as sectors get more competitive, you will have a pressure to cut costs. So, I mean, there I really have nothing to say. What I would advise fellow corporates here is that, look, net zero is coming. I'm hearing 2070, 2030. I'm telling you what I'm seeing with brands that are buying from us. We are talking 2030, 2025. Okay. I think already people are going in for certifications. if it's not today, I think the sooner you do it, the better, because it's coming, every Gap, H&M, everybody's saying, they're saying some really unrealistic stuff, but, Europe is talking about a carbon border tax. So for those of you who don't know this, what Europe is contemplating is if you export to Europe, they will put a carbon tax if your country is deemed to be a major emitter, right? Which they're saying it's a trade barrier. But I think this is something that every person here has to wrap their head around. That is, it's coming. So it's a source of competitive advantage. And the good thing is it's a competitive advantage that can also cut costs. Now, where Naveen is coming from is how do you deal with intermittency? Okay, because solar, the sun only shines in the day. So in the nighttime, it doesn't, you have to figure out something else. The second thing is wind is, there are 3 months where the wind season is. And then after that, what do you do? How geeky do you want me to get? Okay, not very geeky. So I will go into like tangent cone, the slot adjustment, etc. So I will stay away from that. But what I'm saying to my corporate leaders is, it's when you get geeky that you get the advances, because the slots and how you adjust and etc. You can do it in a way that it starts making sense. And today we're in the midst of discussions on how to secure, start going from 60 to 90%, right? And the biggest obstacle for me is not the commercials of it. The commercials are extraordinarily compelling. I pay back within 15 months, right, to go from 60 to 90 renewable. Where I'm concerned about is, I think energy costs may fall faster than what they're offering. So if I have a long-term contract, do I have an out clause? Is what I'm thinking, right? So I think for those of you who are not thinking, I think the discussion for many of us have moved forward, right? It's no longer intermittency, etc. There are people willing to offer round the clock and the slot adjustment, etc., to make things happen. The only other thing, I mean, apart from the fact that we're all leaders and students, etc., we're all voters. Okay, when we all shape the narrative as much as we're informed by it. Look, intermittency is a problem with renewables, and you have to wrap your head around it. So you need something that provides stable power. So do give nuclear a chance, because I think if you say no to everything, you're never going to have a solution. So, either there are only 3 ways you can store. You can do batteries, which means minerals, and I'll go into it when we talk of innovation. But battery, minerals, China. Okay, or you have hydropower, then you will have to start looking at stuff like Joshimath happening, right? Or you have coal, or you have nuclear. It's like saying, when you have your child, there's some trade-off in everything. So I think we have to be realistic about it.
Thank you, Mridula. That was quite a good, comprehensive, non-geeky answer. Thank you, appreciate it. I might ask Ulka, you put up the marginal abatement cost curve, and you showed that a lot of things that we can do are actually kind of in the money, right? Meaning you do them and it's actually beneficial. It costs you less to do it. So what's getting in the way? What are the kind of challenges that you see? Well, it should be done. I mean, looking at that from an economist perspective, you should say, boss, go do it tomorrow. But it's not happening. What are you seeing as real challenges in the way?
Well, some of the challenges you identified, right? The regulatory issues, the land issues, all of that. I think my interest also is, when you see those curves, they pick up after 2030. So the pre-2030 is actually the easy part. And then you get into what we call deep decarbonization. And that's where things like offshore wind will become important. And you need viability gap financing for that. Or for example, you might need hydrogen electrolyzers to be scaled up. Because that industry emissions curve, the reason why it's surprising is because you can't electrify everything in industry. So you can't have renewable energy for everything. You finally need green hydrogen and other sort of process changes. And that's why for the steel industry in particular, this carbon border adjustment tax is such an important thing to deal with. It's not just the carbon border adjustment tax. The same competitiveness issues are coming in other ways. For example, in the US, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, there were a bunch of things. One of them is that consumers get a tax rebate if they buy an electric vehicle, but only if that electric vehicle was manufactured in North America, and only if the minerals for the batteries of that electric vehicle were either mined in North America or were recycled in North America. So Canada, US, Mexico. So I think for us also this issue that has been, coming up again and again, which is the dependence on China and all that for the critical minerals. And this also links to the issue of job creation. Circular economy in a way that creates jobs and is more than just a slogan, because material efficiency is a very powerful lever when you see our model compared to energy-related stuff. Can we think of some ways of urban mining or some ways of refining or processing the lithium in a way that creates jobs? I think I'll end with one more point, which is, you said sort of putting a price on things. You referred to not caring for things that don't have value. So we've been working a lot with companies on having an internal price on carbon. And that has become like a precursor also for thinking of a carbon market. Now India, the government of India has plans to have a carbon market. And we conducted a little mock carbon trading experiment with 21 big Indian companies. And we found that over 3 rounds of trading, the cost of meeting their emissions commitments, so these were pretty robust science-based targets, the cost was reduced by 28%. So that was pretty substantial, right? I mean, the flexibility that it gives you, and this was just 21 companies. Imagine how much better it would be if you had more diversity in the market. And if you were to extrapolate this, even with existing voluntary corporate commitments plus trading, India could save 1 billion tons of CO2 cumulatively between now and 2030. So there's a lot that can happen. We need various financing, regulatory, and skilling actions to happen.
It's great, thank you. And maybe on that note, if I can ask Mridula another question, and then I've got this chief at which I'm going to go through now. But let me ask this question. You talked about startups that you're investing in. You said a few months ago you were here, this room was full. What is the role of technology innovation that you're seeing live right now in energy independence? How are you seeing it playing out?
So, okay, so I'll go back to the event that happened 2 months ago. So one of the things, energy independence, the biggest form of energy we import is oil today, right? And the clearest way to get independent of that is either use less oil. My pick would be public transportation, but I think the world's imagination is now caught up on electric mobility, right? Electric mobility is changing so fast. Like many of us have missed the boat, even people like me who do climate tech and all that. There was this young man, okay, he's not much older than many of you in the back. He had like a PowerPoint slide 2 months ago, okay, and he said, I'm not really taking money. That's how valued he was. He comes and tells an investor, I'm not really taking money, because he's got people fighting to give him money. And I'm not joking. There's a electric mobility startup that I put some money in 2 years ago. They're growing like this. They're a unicorn. So they're going to be a unicorn, I think, sometime next year. It's just ridiculous how fast people are growing. So that's one. Urban mining is like a huge, urban mining, for those of, just to sort of think, your phones, your TVs, etc., right? Once you get, you throw them away, people can collect them, take them apart, and inside them, there are a lot of the minerals that become very useful for, making batteries and things like that. Rather than get cobalt and lithium from elsewhere, you can get it from electric waste. So that's urban mining, and that's going to be a very hot topic going forward. The innovation is just exploding. So let me give you one example of a company I've invested in. One of the things that we, I do this, and I'm sorry, it's not a great character trait, but it's a useful character trait. when you're eating in lunch, I want you to go and look at the dustbin and see how much food you wasted there. Or not you, we have wasted there. Now that food has calorific value, right? So at home, what we do is we take that, and I have a small biogas plant at home, and we use it and we save about a cylinder a month from the food waste at home. Now there is a startup that has taken this idea and put it on steroids, right? One of the things India desperately needs is natural gas. But what this startup does is it takes food waste from Bangalore, from Tirupati, from various places, makes it into compressed natural gases, which it then sells to restaurants. This is a big thing coming up in India. And I think it's a very exciting thing. It's a great way of energy independence, and I'll stop there.
It's wonderful. Thank you for those very practical examples. And I'm hoping that people here are inspired by some of that to go do their own startup, right? That could be MMA's contribution to energy independence as well. Yeah, so you know who to tap also. This is all the first row. I'm going to ask some questions from what the audience has given. Let me start with this. This is from Dharmender, the deputy manager at NTPC Limited. Dharmender, are you still in the audience? We can just see who you are. Thank you. Thank you, Dharmender. I'm going to read out your question. This is to you, Ulka. It's a somewhat technical question, but it'll be good, right? And it's a question that's often asked, which is, in the electricity carbon emissions graph that you have shown, does it include the carbon emissions responsible for production of infrastructure in the renewable sector? So are we counting carbon produced? I could even extend this, by the way, to lithium-ion batteries and so on. Right? Are we, in your estimation, are you also taking into account what it takes to produce life cycle emissions?
To some extent, yes. So what we have, what I showed you is something called a systems dynamics model. And the whole point of it is to incorporate these feedback effects, these interactive effects. So yes, for example, if more green hydrogen is to be produced, and more the renewable energy required for that also. I think I'll keep it short. If it was that specific an answer.
No, that it was a very specific question, a very specific answer. The short answer was yes, it's included. I will, because that last question was not a question. It was a speed up message, which I will take. Okay, so there's been two questions that have come from Vignesh, who's an MBA student at DG Vaishnav College, and Abdul Rahman, who's a student at Madras University. Vignesh and Abdul Rahman, if you're here, you could just show us who you are. Thank you. Thanks for these questions. These both come to the recent discovery of 5.8 or 5.9 million tons of lithium in Jammu and Kashmir. Do you think this will help the battery demand, help meet the battery demand of EVs and bring more foreign investors to the country? To anyone, I can also answer it, but okay, thank you. It was very quick, why don't you? So the short answer is yes, but it's not sufficient. I mean, we need a lot more, but it's a good start. Right? It's a good start. I think a lot more needs to be done. So I used to live in Australia, in Western Australia, which has among the purest or the best deposits of lithium anywhere in the world. It's called rock lithium versus lithium that's actually mined from sand or from, it's more granular. The reality is the given increasing demand for purity of lithium carbonate or lithium hydroxide in batteries, you need purer and purer forms of lithium. So the cost of not just mining, but actually extracting and making that lithium usable in batteries that are now in the Teslas and other EVs going forward have to be at a certain level. I think it's a great find. I think a lot more needs to be done to see how economic it is and how it can be used. But what this is telling us is we need to be exploring a lot more for these minerals, right? The reality is that we have not done this for many, many years. And now is the time to be actually looking for these, because like we talked about earlier, and Mridula also alluded to, that energy security issue is quite real. So great start, but very far away from making this to production. Time to production is quite significant. I've seen this firsthand. It takes quite a time to prove the resources, to then make it mineable, and then to find the downsides. I'm not meaning to be pessimistic about it, but I think we have to be realistic that this is a time away, but a good start to invest in more mining exploration. So that's, and I'll probably ask one more question. And this is to both of you, which is from B. Rajesh from Sundaram Clayton Limited. Rajesh, you're here. I don't know how I've done this, but I've only got the backbenches. Somehow I've been lucky to get backbenches. Thank you. What is the target that industries and MSMEs should take for the country's carbon net zero journey? Yeah, please go for it, Nadila.
See, I like talking about MSMEs because they're largely ignored in the whole thing. Everybody talks big industry, and it's a very different reality for small and medium enterprises. There are two things that will really help MSMEs help. One is, I think the hand-holding by associations cannot be overstated. Okay, large companies have like sustainability, CXO positions. You've got all the capability within your company. Small companies cannot afford to have that, right? So I think the hand-holding by associations is very important. Secondly, I think large companies buy from MSMEs, right? So I think needs to be some understanding. Like you said, one of the big problems for all the extreme right side of your graph was things which were negative. The payback was very quick, but they had high upfront investment costs. Small companies don't have balance sheets and have a very high cost of capital. That is something that, I'm seeing some OPEX model kind of solutions coming where, you just pay on a per use basis for energy, etc., which makes it easier for smaller companies to adopt. But I'll leave it with, just 3 points. One, associations need to, educate, handhold, all of that. Second is models either by buyers or by other intermediaries in terms of making energy efficient, going for renewables cheaper for small and medium companies. And yeah, third thing is just, banks being a little.
Could I add a third, if that's okay? So one of the things that I'm quite fascinated by is the role of ecosystems. So for example, a couple of the companies we're talking to are thinking of how to make their suppliers and the broader ecosystem, especially in the auto space, right? But equally in pharma. So I've got a company that I work with in the pharma space that's thinking about not scope 1, scope 2, which is what you can kind of in your shop or the power you buy, but scope 3, which is all the materials coming in, the logistics costs, etc. And what we have found increasingly is these companies are now looking at how do I shape the ecosystem? This has happened before, by the way. So if you think about quality of our products that we used to buy, whether it is a car, whether it's a cell phone, whatever it is, you can think of, I don't know, I mean, some of you are reasonably young, but if you think 20 years ago, the quality of what we used to buy and the reliability of that quality versus now. So many sectors have gone through a quality journey where they have not had to do just what they had to do, but they had to work with a whole range of MSMEs to change it. So I do think that that type of a journey will happen. And so it is also incumbent upon the large companies to bring their supply ecosystems along with them.
But Naveen, I'm just going to add something here. Okay. In the beginning, I said how textile value chains are shaping and everybody's saying net zero and all of that, all the compliances. I think, Ulka also said there's an upfront cost. I think large companies have to recognize it, that you have to pay for the upfront cost and then we can share the cost cutting down the line. I was in the,
absolutely.
I'm an unpopular speaker in the sustainability global textile panel because I'm like, sustainability sometimes is expensive, pay for it.
So when I say working,
like, no.
when sectors are working, that's what working means, right? Meaning you have to invest in the re-education, you have to invest in not just the re-education, but also in the capital required to make some of those shifts, right? And figure out how to do that. So I fully agree. I think that's the responsibility that larger companies have.
Yeah,
Excellent. With that, I apologize to the other questions. They were all excellent, but we had to pick only a few and we've done that. With that, I will declare the session closed and hand it back to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Naveen. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. As he said, a lot of questions, many of them we received online as well, but sorry, we could not take all of them. We have taken first come, first serve. May now request to Mr. Srikanth, past President MMA, and Mr. Mahalingam to join us on the stage to present mementos to the dignitaries. Please come. First, memento to Mr. Naveen Uni for so well moderating the entire session. Ms. Ulka, may I request you to come and receive a memento, please? And Ms. Mridula. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the conclusion of the special session 1, and now time for us to break for lunch. Once again, lunch on the 6th floor. So grab your lunch and try and be back by 1:55 p.m. We start the next session, a very, very interesting session on Atmanirbhar Bharat at 2 p.m. sharp. Have a great lunch.
Good, thanks. Good story. You know, I have 2 copies of it. I can give my. I know, I'll give my girl from IIT, she bought the book she wanted. Naveen, I told you about, she comes, I want to see you. Hi. Anna, yeah. Is that right? Yes. Nice. Brilliant after Indian Army service. So then we must meet, I said, if you pick up my call and message response, then I will tell you. Some part of the world is very busy. Come. I will report you, then I will catch up with you. I'm going to give this back. எவ்வளவு எனக்கு அந்த 4 காப்பி இந்த 3 காப்பி அது நான்
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
அவங்க எல்லாம் கீழே இருக்காங்க.
ஏன் கீழே என்ன பண்றானுங்க எல்லாம்?
ஃபுட்டு ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு.
சேர் ஒண்ணு போடணும்ல, யாராவது இருக்கணும்.
எனக்கு மெசேஜ் போட்டேன்.
check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Test, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Test, test. Check, 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 check. Test, check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. This, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. annual convention is the sought-after event for all management practitioners for its content and quality. They also get to interact with eminent speakers from leading industrial houses and outstanding personalities. As always, the convention will bring together think tanks of Indian industry who have played a pivotal role in making India shine in the world of business. As we complete 66 years of serving Indian industry, this year's annual convention is bigger and better than ever before. This year's theme, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable, Inclusive Growth, focuses on sustainable growth with energy independence. We hope that the insights from this convention will catalyze the business environment in the country and that MMA will continue to shine as the fountainhead of excellence.
Good afternoon. I hope all of you had lunch. I understand this must be the most difficult session for many of us, but don't worry, we have some of the best speakers in this session coming up. So ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are about to commence our special session 2 on the theme, Atmanirbhar Bharat, to accelerate frontier growth in key sectors, defense and aerospace manufacturing, electronics manufacturing, and gig economy. So to chair the session, may I invite Mr. Varun Prakash, partner McKinsey, and to join him in this conversation, we have Mr. Jayant Patil, Mr. Josh Fogler, and Rear Admiral S. Venkatraman, Mrs. Seva Medal. May I request all the panelists to join me on the stage, please? Please come.
How are you?
So let's welcome them with a round of applause. Yeah, that's great. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. Varun Prakash, Partner, India, leader in McKinsey's technology practice. He is the global leader for alliance and ecosystem-led growth for the technology services industry and works with clients on shaping digital-led transformations across sectors. He is passionate about initiatives to scale up India's capabilities by leveraging technology and innovation. He is part of the leadership team of the India Century Initiative, a collaboration between McKinsey and FICCI to drive industry-backed initiatives to drive sustainable and inclusive growth across sectors. Mr. J.D. Patel is a member of the Executive Council at L&T and advisor to the CEO, MD for L&T's defense and new age smart technology businesses. He is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai, having pursued MTech Mechanical Engineering in 1978. Mr. Patel guided the growth of smart cities, safe cities, and communication businesses with a focus on making our cities smart and safe. Today, L&T is the largest Indian player in this sector with a series of success stories such as the Prayagraj Kumbh Mela, Odisha Coastal Storm Warning System, and transformation of 26 major Indian cities into smart cities. Mr. Josh Folger, Managing Director of Bharat FIH Limited, he is responsible for architecting the company's strategy, business development, and transformation. Mr. Folger is a postgraduate in industrial engineering, specializing in robotics from the University of Texas, Arlington, USA. He has over 27 years of experience in electronics manufacturing operations and supply chain management. Rear Admiral S. Venkatraman assumed charge as Fortna on 20th May 2022. Rear Admiral S. Venkatraman was commissioned into the Indian Navy on 1st January 1990. He is an alumni of the National Defence Academy Kadakwasla Defence Services Staff College, Wellington, and the College of Defence Management, Hyderabad. The flag officer is a specialist in communications and electronic warfare and has tenanted various appointments on frontline warships of the Indian Navy. His sea tenures include command of the stealth frigate INS Tabar and second in command of the aircraft carrier INS Virat. His significant staff appointments include a tenure as the Fleet Communications Officer, Western Fleet, and as the head of the Directorate of Naval Intelligence at the Naval Headquarters.
May I now request Mr. Varun Prakash to take it forward.
Thank you. Thanks to MMA for organizing today's discussion, and thanks to the esteemed panel here for what I think is a very, very fascinating topic. So I look forward to hearing all of your thoughts. I want to start off by maybe providing two bits of data before we get into the discussion, right? The first is that global supply chains are changing rapidly. We think there's about $1 trillion of opportunity for India to build manufacturing and supply chain related capabilities. So the opportunity is large. The other data point is we're also one of the fastest growing working age population nations in the world. Over the next 25 years, we need to develop 220 million new jobs. 90 million of these are people moving from agriculture towards manufacturing and services. So again, not just a huge opportunity, a huge imperative as well that we build these industries and become more but in the process, right? So there's a range of topics that we'd like to cover, but I want to start with the opportunity first, right? And let's start with defense and smart world, smart cities, etc. So JD, what do you see as some of the emerging areas where you see opportunities in this space, where we can build capabilities, we can build economic value? Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. And I must say, thanks to MMA for calling me to Chennai for this. When we talk of defense sector, this is one sector which today is making enormous amount of difference. Just about 10 years back, when the 12th plan was getting discussed, up to 12th plan, we know that defense used to be never even counted as a part of the planning process. And from that to 2022-23, we have seen a sea change. This was an era when India was importing, became the largest importer gradually over that period. And this was also an era in which we used to import 70% of what our defense forces needed. About 30% used to happen here. The scenario has dramatically changed over one decade. What I'll capture through is some of this journey, because till 2001, that's precisely one decade after the economic liberalization, the defense sector was opened up. Till 2002, no industry could produce anything for defense. It was licensed in 2002, and 2005 onwards, we actually have seen the real opportunities in the form of, they call it RFP, simpler words, the tenders through which the industry can participate. So this is essentially a journey of what you see of an industry, which is exactly 20 years as of now, 2002 to 2022. And there's enormous amount of change we can see that has happened in this sector. As I mentioned, the 30% was the indigenous part. Fast forward today, there are 365 private companies who are licensed, and the individual number of licenses are roughly about 600. And they are the ones who are truly producing. What you see on the slides, battle tanks being produced and things like that. Warships, submarines, battle tanks today happening indigenous. Obviously, this has been a journey of nearly about 3 to 4 decades, because DRDO in a very big way, after Dr. Kalam moved into DRDO, actually started making enormous amount of focus on what needs to be done within the country. And this is in a way the competence that the industry gradually built from entire dependence for knowledge technologies from on DRDO to then emerge in its own abilities to be able to work directly with abstract requirements which would be captured in the form of what the user would put with the Ministry of Defense. Huge amount of changes from this 2001 to 2022 we have seen in terms of policies. There have been at least nearly about a dozen major policy changes which have come in over this period. And now the policy has certain amount of stability. We see the policy stability of 5 years at any given point in time. And today it's very close to being level playing for private sector. It used to be, as I said, till 2001, reserved for the state. So only public enterprise could produce defense goods. Today, almost anything the industry is allowed to produce. Of course, wherever opportunities are, industry has built those capabilities as we have seen. Why is it important when we talk of Atmanirbhar? It's just captured on this one single slide. Rising budgets, we have seen from 2014, 70,000 crores of acquisition. Now is 162,000 crores of acquisition per year. So there's a substantial change. And this change, if we start seeing on the backdrop of today, roughly 2% of GDP that gets spent, we actually produce a GDP contribution more than what we put in. And I think that's a way of looking at it, simply because once it goes into a tierized industry, there's a multiplier. So the Atmanirbhar journey is not mere a slogan. It's something which delivers you back more than what you put in. And this is what used to physically go out of the country. And now the target is to keep it in. It produces more than what it takes. The indigenous defense production, the current targets that they exist, out of this 162,000 crore, about 120 roughly happens within the country. And from this 120, the target is to take it to 170. This 120 is split roughly in 100,000 crores in the form of what the industry produces for itself, for within the country.
but 20,000 crores is soon going to be the exports. Last year's actual numbers were 12,000 crores. That number is just about to be crossed within the first 10 months of this financial year. So we probably will see somewhere around 15, 16,000 crores in 22-23. And in the budget year, where the 162,000 crores is actually allocated, number would be that much higher and will reach somewhere close to that. By 25-26 is the target to reach 170. Budgets today are, as a result, preferentially being placed on Indian industries. 82% of future acquisition of roughly 5 lakh crores has been today put into the Indian industry basket. And that's where the Atmanirbhar no longer remains a slogan. It's a reality in terms of future opportunities. The idea of government telling you this ahead and actually putting it into these categories of indigenous production is to tell you to get ready. And if you're agile, you get yourself ready. You only have that pot of gold at the end of that period. Now, this is essentially where the industry today is moving. The public sector, as we all know, is range bound in terms of growth. So the real growth is coming in the form of what the private sector will do. 92% of current exports are coming from private sector. So this is where the private sector today roughly does about 1/3 of what the government buys. In addition to that, about 90% of exports are coming through the private sector industry. And that's where the Atmanirbhar becomes extremely relevant. Now, obviously, for the private industry, there are 3 models by which technologies can come. The organic, homegrown, there's obviously inorganic in the form of varieties of relationships, and of course, the startups looking at those capabilities. The slides here onwards is just to tell you how over this 20, 25, 30 years, the industry actually matured. And I'm just going to flash certain number of slides without much of a talking. Idea essentially is it all began with DRDO talking of prototyping and development of multiple equipment and systems indigenously. From there into the limited series, and then the large scale production started happening in the country. Earliest of the days, 40 years back when Dr. Kalam started approaching industry, it was all built to print. DRDO designed everything, industry just produced. DRDO said, I give you detailed specification, you can design. From that, to I just issue you the specification, you do right from concept design to design, detailed design, and of course, production. And from there, multiple examples of very, very complex systems that you actually see having been created within the country. Now, this gives us confidence that if these large budgets, and that typically 4 lakh crores have to happen through an indigenous acquisition, there's capabilities that the industry already has built. Today, warships are designed and built in the country. Submarines, the same thing is just about to begin. No weapon system. Today, truly, India needs to buy a design from somewhere else. And that's essentially where we are. These are futuristic battle tanks. Very major investments government of India will make over next 15 years. All of it is in the indigenous basket, and they have been designed and supposed to be produced right within this country without any transfer of technology, which is precisely what kept on happening till 2005. We only have seen TOTs coming to India. State-of-the-art surveillance equipment, radars, complete command control systems, secure communication systems, various opportunities what the government has not yet asked, but industry is capable, and industry today is allowed to make some of these proposals to government saying that I can do this, and I believe you will have a need for this. And this is what is captured in that one word called suo moto. Now, nobody tells you this is what is needed, but you can stretch your mind in future and start creating a roadmap, start creating products on unmanned. I talked about a submarine today, and indigenous submarine design exists being marketed all over the world. Enormous amount of unmanned systems and equipment, which is what the war of future is not going to be fought by men. Men will certainly be needed to acquire and hold the land, but the basic battle would have happened from remote locations. And that's essentially where we are seeing the recent wars actually creating that. Varieties of equipment, as I mentioned, obviously is happening. Huge amount of success stories of indigenization. We are seeing weapon systems that are 92 to 96% indigenous content. And this is a change of era. Just about a decade back, if somebody had talked about it, he would be mentioned or he would be told you're talking fiction, that the fiction has turned into reality. And of course, the many segments and sectors of the defense today, which are 100% indigenization. Now, this is what is changing the country in a very big way. And that's essentially where, when I start looking at technology, which actually gets adopted, today you find absolutely cutting edge, call it additive manufacturing, call it 3D ways of doing things, call it industry 4.0. You see it factories after factories in the private sector. Now, this is essentially where the private sector builds that edge. You see a picture of a warship on screen as designed, and the next picture is a real picture while she is at sea. Now, this is a capability by which you can produce fast, you can produce precise, you can produce something which you intended, and it precisely functions the way you would want to see. You see how warships are built. Monocoque used to be the method by which it is built in the history. You start seeing block by block. You start seeing fitting out at the block level. So you are able to control the build periods, which are substantially below what used to happen in the past. And this is where the maturity of industry to take this Atmanirbhar journey, major enablers, as I said, by policy, the government has made sure it actually will become this way. Second, commitment of money, commitment that we will buy. Third, the level playing field, which I always keep saying, it's nearly there, if not exactly fully level playing, still there for the private sector. So if we start looking at defense sector in a nutshell, it's a sunshine that began some years back. It's today, the early afternoon kind of times, and there's time to grow. And this is a sector which will start producing, as I mentioned, about 2% of the entire GDP that gets committed in the form of what goes in the overall defense, but produces far more than that in the form of GDP creation. I'll take the questions as a part of what will come later. Thank you.
For that fascinating insight into the opportunities in defense. Maybe switching gears to electronics and chips. I'm sure all of you have felt some of the pain of the shortages we've seen over the last 2 years, whether it's the prices of white goods going up or timelines for cars going from 1 to 2 months to 1 to 2 years. So, Josh, if I could invite you to provide a little bit of an overview of the electronics semiconductor industry, and then we'll take it over.
This must be my friends in the front bench. Usually they're on the back benches. So hopefully I'll keep you awake after your heavy lunch, which Molly and team have provided here. So, sir, it's a pleasure to see you, Mr. Arun Mehra. It's usually you're here, I'm there. So it's an honor to present in front of you. Distinguished panelists, friends, it's a pleasure to speak about the electronics industry. And once I find my presentation. No. Okay, so here we are. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time very quickly. Of course, it's kind of hard to compete with a presentation before me. Had a lot of awesome, sophisticated systems. But wanted to give you a very quick backdrop of what is happening in the world of global supply chains, especially the electronic supply chain, and what could be some potential opportunities, which is being conceived by the policymakers in Delhi, in government of Tamil Nadu, and beyond. So India will become a 5 trillion economy soon. And part of that is by 2026, the electronics manufacturing piece in India is targeted to be 300 billion. And I think that's, I think you can clap for it. So it's because it's today, it's about 75 billion is what the number is. So very short duration, a lot of global supply chains coming here can make this. And one of the things which excites me about this is very design intensive. This is very skill intensive. It is also very tech intensive, right? And these are multiple categories and multiple subsystems, which go into making this successful, along with very heavy integrated design element. Globally, in fact, coming into this meeting, I had a call with one of my customers about how global supply chains are realigning to the new dynamic around the world. Globalization was the norm for 20 years. Now there is a large element of deglobalization. And today, in supply chain, this is the challenge: is where do you move the materials? And everybody is looking for supply chain resilience. And if anything we have learned the last 3 years is we got to move from, do we plan and pray, or do we create a supply chain which is resilient and is able to execute depending on the demand. Now, India, I think, and on the right side, you see what I call downstream, and then it's upstream. Of course, everybody is very excited about semiconductor. Yes, semiconductor is a very important part. A lot of semiconductor design happens in India. Manufacturing does not. But along with semiconductor, you have multiple other upstream industries: display, battery cell production, PCB manufacturing, and all those things. I have a picture later to show you. But today, India has started the journey on the downstream today. Make in India started this, and I'll tell you where Atmanirbhar Bharat is going to take us towards the end. And hopefully you can read between the lines and look for opportunities on how you want to play a part as a startup, as a medium-sized company, or a large-sized company. So I'm going to probably, there's too much text, I'm going to skip through this, but see, India is not a very large market, but India is a good starter market. It's about anywhere from 3 to 5% of the global market in electronics across all categories, and definitely, according to, I think this is a Morgan Stanley study, it's definitely positive. There's definitely it's a good starter market across all categories, especially electronics. India also has a proximal advantage of being a nearshore supply for Middle East and Africa. And this is something I did in my previous employer, Nokia, where we started to export to Middle East and Africa because it is cheaper, quicker than the current existing supply basis. There is also geopolitics, friendshoring, and the countries listed there. I think you can guess what they are. These are all opportunities, which we will be looking at as target markets. Thanks to people like my friend Suresh Raman, we have already established a trusted supply, in these locations. And I think as we look at global export markets, this is going to be very, very essential. I'm going to skip this. one thing I do want to say is Indian wages are still competitive. When you look at neighboring countries in Southeast Asia, the wage escalation is quicker. About 10 years ago, I spent a couple of years in Vietnam. Vietnam's wage level was at the time with India. Now it has eclipsed past India. And so India's wage level is competitive. India is definitely continues to have, if you're able to get the right talent at the right place, and deploy them to be successful as individuals. Make in India is actually working. A lot of people had doubts. I can tell you it is at least working in the mobile phone space. You can see what happened between Make in India was launched September 2014. And you can see the upward trend in mobile phones produced in India. So today, 98% of all the phones made in India, or sold in India are made in India, and we are doing some export as well. And that's just one category. And we're going to be looking at categories going forward, to do this happen. So India has been seen as a low-end market, not necessarily as the wealth is going to increase. I think you're going to see, more consumption of say mid and higher end products as well, and you can see that in the cars, which people are buying. And India's demographic dividend is continue to play a big part, at least the next 25 years. We don't know what happens after that, but I think I'm good with 25 years because our Prime Minister's Amrit Kal journey is the next 25 years. So, and I think we will have the largest population growth and availability, in the coming years. This is a challenge. I see this as an opportunity. That's why I put this an opportunity. This women's participation in the workforce across India is less than 20%. In Tamil Nadu, it's a lot higher. And, some of my friends have visited our factory. We are almost 100% women in our factory. So we are about 87% women, but it's, again, a small drop in the ocean of opportunity, I think, which we have. Like I said, India's electronics journey will go from, about 75 billion to about 300 billion in the next couple of fiscal years. And I think it's definitely going to happen across multiple segments. You're going to see that growth, and we just need to invest in the right technology, the right capabilities, and the right scale, to support that. Now, this is one slide I wanted to share with you. These are the 5 broad subsystems, which constitute any electronic product. When you look at the bill of materials stack of electronics, everybody gets very excited about semiconductors. That's how the countries today are. These are our estimates, from my group, and clearly, yeah, you can see the colors as well. So clearly you can see India is not there. Yes, we have designers, but the manufacturing is non existent. That means there's an opportunity here. PCB, we have very, I think it's like 0.2% or something like that. We have capability up to doing 4-layer PCBs. Again, a massive opportunity, for India. Display, is down to advanced AMOLED displays. The world has gone so much ahead, and India, we've not even started, in this process. Even though back before India signed the ITA-1 agreement in 1997, we used to be, our TV industry used to be fully vertically integrated. We used to make CRTs in India, and then here we are drawn a blank here. Batteries, a lot of opportunities, and this number is not, this is lithium ion batteries, not packaging. This is cell production. So Again, massive opportunity. The government of India has a fantastic policy under Atmanirbhar Bharat, and hopefully that we will start to see some numbers getting posted here. Electromechanical, mechanical, these are advanced high precision technologies, and not easy, but easy enough to sort of get on. India has some level of capability already, and then we're going to build on that. But again, it's a big opportunity for us. Now, all of these things have to come together, to really give you the supply chain strength, which is needed to be a global supply hub. So as I told you, this is the 300 million goal. We have. We in our company, Bharat FIH, Foxconn Technology Group company, have been doing things in our way and style. Our parent group, the Foxconn Group, is a fairly large company, headquartered in Taiwan, and we came to India a little before Make in India. It just so happened that it coincided with the Make in India journey, and our commitment to Make in India and Digital India has been I'd say pretty okay, and I think strengthening, and I think now with Atmanirbhar Bharat, our commitment is strengthening here. So what we do in Bharat FIH is multiple products and design. So in fact, we started our design center right across in the B block, and we've designed some products. We've not yet launched them to the market, but that is our idea of getting this process of integrated design started in India. So 3 very quick things which we have recommended to the government on how to take this forward. One is a differentiated policy, and I say that we need to have a differentiated policy for whatever is being sold in India. I think we need to really be conducive. Yes, it's not a very large market, but it is large enough as a starter market that we need to have a separate policy for that. We've made our recommendations for friendshoring and things like that. I think the PLI scheme has been extremely supportive, but we have to explore more opportunities there. So the second is having mega hubs. So today in Tamil Nadu, there are already 2 what I call mega hubs. One is in Sriperumbudur. We are part of that. Many other illustrious companies are also part of that. The second one is evolving in Hosur, and a lot of the EV play is happening there, and of course the Tata Electronics Group is also there, and then comes the NCR region, mainly centered around Noida, Greater Noida, but there's room for more. We think that clearly there's room for at least 20 more clusters. And when you look at any scale country in electronics, these clusters are very, very important. The last but not the least is our journey in Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think at least this is my personal definition of Atmanirbhar Bharat, is we have to design in India, and it's not design services. I think design services are great, but you got to design, and then there is a productization, which you have to do. You have to make sure that you choose the right components, you do the right tooling, and ensure that that product is going to meet spec and scale, right? And that is what I call integrated design. Then, of course, is Make in India, multiple tiers, just like what we do in the automotive industry. I think it's very, very important. And of course, last but not the least, a lot of people don't think too much is Indian machines and instrumentation. If you don't build machines, build instruments which are capable of manufacturing or measuring these things, you're not going to be able to design the right product. So I think this competency is going to be very, very important as we go forward. So I think all these elements are getting into play. The government is quite committed to this. I see industry, both multinationals and domestic companies are getting on board. I will encourage you to also jump into this bandwagon, whether you're a startup who wants to take advantage of beautiful infrastructure coming from the 5G framework, or the geopolitical opportunities which are coming out, or you're a medium scale company transitioning into another area like electronics. I would encourage you to look into this space. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll be open for questions with our own data. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh. Very, very exciting opportunity and quite a lot of interesting ideas that we should cover as we do the discussion. I think we heard from two leaders of firms that are shaping the space, the industry view, right? I think Admiral Venkat, you will have a unique vantage point as both someone who invests and someone who consumes the products that are coming out in this space. So, and there were a lot of interesting things that you were mentioning as we were chatting around how much of this is actually value addition that's going back into the GDP, etc. Would love to hear some opening thoughts from you before we get into the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my distinguished panelists. Most of what I was to speak, my eminent panelist, Mr. Jayant Pat, has already covered. But I would be speaking to you in French today and not in English, because in 1784, if Admiral Suffren had not withdrawn from his campaign against the British fleet, right here off the Coromandel coast, and gone back to his base at Mauritius. Come to think of it, I could be speaking in Tamil today, had the great Chola Empire not declared in the 13th century. Thank you. So I'll be giving a national security and geostrategic perspective as to why Atmanirbharta is important, why it is important for an inclusive and sustainable economic growth. But before that, if I were to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to picturize or visualize India's map, this is what probably you'll see. Am I right? But that's just half the map. This is what India should look like, all of us. The reason why I'm speaking English today is because with the decline of the Cholas, India lost the command of the seas. And the next power which got the command of the seas was the British, because the French withdrew. So to have the command of the seas, because the Indian Ocean is very, very critical for India's economy, India's growth, India's destiny. And that is why we need to have the command of the seas. And from a naval perspective, this is how we see India. It's an ocean of opportunities there. Just to give a short brief on the India's maritime geography. You see the yellow lines away from the coast at 200 nautical miles. That's 370 kilometers from the coast. Across India and the island territories, it's almost 70% of the national landmass, 2.3 million square kilometers. Of course, there are a number of other issues, but the most critical thing is for the economy to run. The lifeblood of the economy is our petroleum imports, the crude oil imports especially. More than 95% of India's trade by volume and 60% by value is through the seas. There is an entire undersea activity which happens. India is the third largest fish producing market, 8% of the global production. 99%, more than that, of all the internet communication through undersea cables. Of course, deep sea minerals, rare earth minerals. $1.3 billion per day will be the loss to the economy if there is a maritime security situation in the Indian Ocean region today. Up to $1.3 billion. This is for the breakdown of table. Most important, we got 32 million global diaspora of Indians. And the Indian presence in the seas is a great reassurance for them. In 2006, I was involved in an evacuation from Lebanon. We are deployed in the Mediterranean and between the conflict between the Israelis and Hezbollahs. And we evacuated about 3,000 Indian, Sri Lankan, Nepalese, Americans from Beirut in Lebanon. This is the inward remittance of the Indian diaspora, almost 2.7% of our GDP. So considering the criticality of the Indian Ocean region and the necessity to have the command of the seas for freedom of navigation for our trade and commerce to progress, at the turn of independence, the Indian naval planners, the Indian naval leadership in 1947-48 came with a concept paper that envisioned a navy that would be a blue water force, a force centered on aircraft carrier groups with a balanced mix of ships and submarines. Secondly, our planners decided to be a builder's navy. We would design and build our own ships in India. And today I'm proud to say, in the 60-year journey, the last 6 decades, we started with the first ship in 1960s, a small patrol craft built by the Garden shipbuilders. And today, as Mr. Patil has already brought out, we are building aircraft carriers and submarines. Not only that, across the last 25 years, from 1997, when the first major destroyer, the INS Delhi, was built, it had 42% indigenous content. Today, in 25 years, we're almost doubled to 82% in the aircraft carrier, the Vikrant. Mr. Patil has already brought that out, and it's all it's a flowback effect into the economy. In the last 60 years, the Indian Navy has built in India 132 platforms. And I'm very proud to say that of the 45 platforms on order currently under construction, 43 are being built in India. 55 platforms, 49 ships, and 6 submarines are in various stages of contract conclusions, and each one of them is being designed and built in India. Just the naval shipbuilding has a multiplier effect. One shipyard job creates 6.4 in the ancillary industries. Well, I'm not a management or a finance person, but you understand what I'm saying. This is important because unless we control, we have the entire design and production with us, we will be dependent on somebody else, and that entity may not support us when we require it. The entire supply chain gets disrupted. This is what Mr. Patil mentioned about reinvesting back into the economy, the budget. The Navy typically has a 68 to 32% capital to revenue ratio of the defense budget, what comes to the Navy. Since 2014, we have invested almost 1.67 lakh crores, 67%. And it's our aim this financial year to make it to 91% into the indigenous industries of all the Navy's capital procurement budget. Do remember that even when the ship gets commissioned, a typical large platform from design to decommissioning, that is when the ship finally pays off, is almost a 40 to 45 years life cycle. Major platform generally remains in commission for 35 to 40 years. An aircraft carrier goes on to 50 years. Virat was within the Indian Navy for 50 years. We have the oldest destroyer, the INS Rana, for 41 years. So what happens is ships and submarines get mid-life upgrades. Well, the hull form remains the same. Equipment, machinery, weapon systems get upgraded every 15 to 20 years. Plus, the original equipment manufacturers continue to remain engaged with the ships because of the supply chain for refits and repairs and maintenance. So it's a lifetime investment. And the last thing which the Navy decided was, apart from making everything indigenous, also to innovate. Navy is a highly tech-intensive organization, and we need to remain ahead of the curve. So we in 2021 created a Naval Innovation and Indigenous Organization. In a short span of 1.5 years, we have had 36 patents in these are niche technologies. In smart technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum communications, drones, unmanned weapons, unmanned platforms, including undersea platforms. There's an entire domain of warfare which happens undersea, where it's less light and more sound. So sonars, In fact, the father of the modern Indian sonar is Commodore Paul Raj. You can Google his name up and you can thank him for the Vimo technology that provides that for all of us to Google him up. So keeping this in view, I'll keep my brief short. This is our commander's guidance, my chief's guidance. India is inherently a maritime nation. And being the primary manifestation of India's sea power, the Indian Navy has a mandate to protect, preserve, and promote the nation's maritime interests. As we embark on the journey towards Vision India at 2047, guided by Atmanirbharta, it is my firm belief that we must remain focused on being fully Atmanirbhar. Force that is combat ready, credible, cohesive, and future-proof, capable of meeting present and future challenges. The term future-proof requires us to challenge the status quo, embrace technology, innovation, and indigenization, and on the way to becoming a complete Atmanirbhar Navy, we must be able to fight the future battles alongside other services in an integrated manner. That is our vision. So for 60 years, for the last 7 decades rather, the Navy has stayed steadfast focus on Atmanirbharta, and we are proud to say today that bulk of our platforms, weapon systems, and thanks to our industry partners, like Mr. Patil's organization, L&T, and also many, many small MSME players, we are on track of being Atmanirbhar. And the proof of that Atmanirbharta is this. So the historic day this month on 6th of February, when the Indian designed and Indian built light combat aircraft Navy landed on an Indian designed, Indian built aircraft carrier. This is as of this month on 6th of Feb. That's our commitment to Atmanirbharta. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Admiral Venkat. Very, very inspiring. I think the why of Atmanirbharta is very clear, especially over the course of these 3 presentations, we heard that loud and clear, right? So maybe the discussion, we can focus a little bit more on what do we need to do and how do we what can we focus on and how do we make this happen, right? I want to start off, JT, with the interesting factoid that you mentioned, which is in defense, our private sector needs to grow to about 55,000 crores in terms of in size, value creation. Second is there are about 600 licenses that are issued, but 130 companies that are actually manufacturing. So what would it take for us to get there? You know, what are some of the opportunity specific areas and what would it take for us to get there?
To my mind, bulk of the industry is today operating suboptimal despite the numbers that I talked. Now, obviously, wherever there's opportunity, beauty of private sector, it is able to find its own funds and invest and be ready ahead. Fortunately, this is a peculiar sector wherein you know about an opportunity far too ahead. It's not like today something happens and tomorrow there's a policy implication which gets into act. And this is where the facilities or the requirements in terms of investment keeps getting created ahead of time when it is needed. The industry, as I see, is far beyond the numbers that I showed. Roughly 350 companies, 599 licenses, but there's 12,000 MSMEs today in India that actually engage in defense manufacture. So the tierization is so deep, and it is this 12,000 organizations. If I now average it out, take 35,000 crores of defense output divided by 12,000, it is only 3 crore a company. So this is something which is a way of monitoring that this, we believe, will keep growing. And out of that 170,000 crore opportunity, typically I believe that by the turn of 25-26, the private industry share would have grown from the current 33, or let's say 30, somewhere between 33-40. If I include the exports, 1/3 of domestic is in private. And of course, as I said, 90% of export is in private. If I put together about 44,000 crores, will actually double in next 3 years to about 85,000 crores. Now, this is one of those measures by which one starts seeing whether it's getting, because if only few big companies we build, it's not going to be able to deliver this. And I think the good part of what the policies today are actually ensuring small tenders, no big ones are allowed to bid. So there's specific reservations which are created to essentially make sure that the whole ecosystem of what is happening in the industry gets built. And towards that, there's more and more of liberalization. I remember of an era where government used to decide its own policies. Defense policies, I would say about 8 years back, completely changed through a full-fledged debate and discussion. To give an example, the last policy called DAP 2020, 105 interactions with industry happened. So here's a customer, including whether we call bureaucrats, the armed forces, have that kind of an openness to say, I'm thinking this way, what do you think? Do you have a better way? Please suggest me a better way and we'll carry it forward. So this is essentially where it has become. Despite all the secrecy and whatever we keep talking, there's enormous amount of openness. And I think the success that we see over this last 1 decade has far much more to do with that opening of the minds. I think that's what will take us forward.
Just maybe picking on that, you'd mentioned that a lot of the defense products are very specialized in nature, one, and two, they're not repeat manufactured items. It's one large project where you do it one time, right? So given the specialized nature, I guess the question is, how ready is our indigenous private sector to be able to cater to the full demand of the defense? And what do you see as the mix of, indigenous manufactured products versus best of breed globally?
Thing is this economics of scale. So typically, highly specialized niche equipment for defense would mean less numbers. But to that, many of the technology now are dual-use technologies. So other than very highly specialized weapon and sensor system, most could be put to commercial productions also. That is because the fundamentals remain the same, whether it's IT or ICT or semiconductors, etc. It's only which are highly specialized weapon systems, and that, of course, can also be profit generating if it's the export market for that. And that's what we're currently looking at. So it's not really as it was earlier, that making for defense would mean huge investment with little profits out of that. Plus, as Mr. Patil mentioned, and the number of these niche technologies come from smaller players and MSME sectors. And over the years, the government, and I'm speaking specifically with the Navy, we have also realigned our priorities and requirements and the processes to do a lot of hand-holding. So the initial investment, especially of a new startup or a new player in the field, there are mechanisms like the IDEX, the IDF. IDF is the TDF, the Technology Fund. So specific in the budget itself, there is earmarking of funds for helping and hand-holding of the industry. So it's a mix and match of both the export market, also bring out dual use purposes, and hand-holding of the initial stuff.
Great. Very interesting. Maybe Josh, if we can switch gears to electronics manufacturing. Again, a lot of fascinating numbers you had stated. Right? To start off, it's a very broad industry. There's upstream, downstream. There are multiple product lines. How do you see this evolving for a country like India, where do we go wide across categories, or do you think it makes sense to take a few categories, go really, really deep and become globally dominant in terms of IP, etc.?
This question was asked by somebody I respect and admire a lot. And my answer is, sir, we are 1.4 billion strong. So we need all of them. Maybe we roadmap them, maybe there's a roadmap on what you achieve 0 to 18 months, 0 to 36 months, 10 years, 20 years, and so on and so forth. So, but I think we've reached a point, I don't think we have a choice. I think we need everything. However, what we did under Make in India was we started with the higher volume mobile phones as a category. And we put a phased manufacturing program. And the government was driving this very sincerely, and the results are there to be seen. And now with PLI, it is scaling back. So we are going category by category, where you start with what is sort of a good mover in India, or what is of strategic importance to India, and then sort of look at. So you start with India market, indigenize that. Then you get into sort of the export space, right? So that's for the end products. In terms of subsystems, this is where things get very capital intensive. So we started with mechanicals, we started with accessories, and those were capital intensive, but not as capital intensive, let's say like a semiconductor. So, and some of them have very long, gestation periods, like 5 to 10 years return on investment. So, and again, going subsystem by subsystem, because as I showed in my information there, we have a long way to go to catch up on all these things, and some of them are quite fundamental, to electronics. And electronics subsystem is today in anything both the gentlemen are using or are putting together. Electronics is a big part, and a circuit board is as important as a semiconductor which goes there, and you need to have that capability, or at least a roadmap for that capability there. So I think the government is quite calibrated in its approach, and the industry has been consulted. Very happy to see that that even the defense side, there is a lot of consultations. But I can definitely tell you the last 7 years, the consultation with the government and the industry bodies has been fabulous. And so very much in sync. So I think it's a 25-year journey. As I said, designing is going to be a very big part, where companies like us will do joint R&D programs or original design programs. We will do multi-tier manufacturing of end products and things, and of course building machines, tooling machines, instruments for making all of these things to really show that this country is 1.4 billion people strong. So
fantastic. Just staying on that thought, right? A few things you mentioned that were very interesting. One, it's capital intensive with long gestation periods. And during your presentation as well, you spoke about how we used to be vertically integrated in televisions. We don't do as much on displays now, right? And there are decades that have passed between where other parts of the world built know-how, built capabilities, maturity. How do you go up the maturity curve very rapidly so we can become a competitive manufacturer, competitive designer in these areas?
I think it's using the example of defense. Defense use offsets as a mechanism. It's been very successfully done over the last decades, and I think joint ventures are another mechanism. But clearly, multinationals have a lot of expertise, and the ability to quickly ramp up is going to be very, very important. And having the right environment for these companies to be, to participate, very, very cleverly in this journey, I think is going to be a big game changer. And one of the things people always ask me is the skill level in India a challenge, and I completely disagree. Because I think when you look at all levels of skill, PhD down to associate level, we have a lot of skill, and the quality is also good. And the key is how you get them ready quickly. And so a combination of the right companies, having the right framework to be a part of India, and with the right skill availability and the right provisions for them, I think we can make it happen.
Absolutely. And the fact that we have 22% of the working age population puts us in a great position to do that. Same question for you, JD, as well. How are you seeing the private sector getting ready in some of these areas where we are still building capabilities? What are some of the interesting things that you're doing for people to drive innovation, build capabilities, scale up manufacturing economies, etc.?
I think bulk of the journey in India, if I really track, it has not so much leveraged the foreign relationships, or for that matter, the JVs. And I tell you, there's a very specific reason for it. One reason is any development in cutting edge always happens at the cost of that government, wherever it happened. And as a result, transfer of know-how is very seriously controlled by each nation, and nothing they would like to give if it was anything which is meaningful. So what you truly can buy, and this is exactly what was happening to India, what you can buy is always the obsolete. So if you didn't want to be stuck into the obsolescence, you had to do it yourself. Some of the extremely major revelations was, and this happened to us during the Kargil times, and Venkatraman will hold my hand on this. This is a period we could not do simple and basic operations of our own fleets because some spare somewhere remains stuck. Fast forward to Ukraine, and we see that if your lot of electronics was built outside and you did not check the electronics in terms of its sanitized version of the hardware as well as the software, you having a machine will do nothing for you. You can't even start it. You want to push a trigger for firing, it will never fire. Now, this is exactly what we notice, that these are strategic issues, and for the strategic issues, there's nothing like, कहते हैं ना, मरोगे तो स्वर्ग दिखेगा. तो आप खुद मरो, उसके बाद you can look at the heaven. And this is precisely why the Atmanirbhar became a very serious journey as far as the Ministry of Defense is concerned. If you don't do those capabilities here, nobody is going to give you capability. If you take capability, you're going to get into obsolescence. If you buy that obsolescence, it anyway doesn't do anything for you. And any day it can be switched off, denying you a use. Now, this is precisely what has actually made sure that enormous investments today, earlier days, primarily through defense research, today industry is spending money. Wherever they see opportunity, they spend money. So R&D as a part of a culture has begun in a very, very big way. And other aspect is government last financial year budget, rather 22-23 budget, made an amazing announcement that the R&D budget of Government of India should be 25% farmed out now to private industry, startups and academia. Now, this is something which is completely earth-shaking because earlier days, all R&D spending of government used to be only through government departments. Call it CSIR, call it Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, for that matter, the DRDO. Now, once you start physically putting money into the hands of people, you will start seeing this would leverage far more futuristic work actually happening in the industry. And to do anything of that kind, the earlier question that you asked, Admil, what do you do if you're producing it only once? Fact is, it is not going to be bought next. And that's essentially where you decide as a strategy in terms of the top levels in the government as to what capability I can give to my friendly nations. One, for industry, it builds sustenance to be able to do what you did and spent in terms of R&D, in terms of investments in industrializing, to giving it to your armed forces, sustenance through exports. Second aspect, we then decide our own independence, the entire external affairs relationships and the strategic aspect of our independence starts actually coming in because we decide by strategy who I should give what capability. I think to sit in that position and decide what I will want to give is extremely important to any nation to remain completely independent. And today you actually see India being actually able to do it. We have friends everywhere, but what policy or what kind of position India will take, nobody can predict. We don't have to be with Russia, we don't have to be with the US, we don't have to be with China, and we can decide being friend to everybody, but I'm still independent. I think this level of strategic independence comes when you start doing things yourself, and that's where it's extremely relevant that on strategic side, nobody will give you. On strategic sectors, 25 years India remained in the regime of what is called sanctions. And I think what created in the strategic sector by India is simply because the world denied it to you. If you deny it to me, I agree with what my colleague said. We have 140 crore of us, we'll create it.
Absolutely. I mean, it stands out that one, this is a necessity, not a choice, right? And two, that anyway, we're very, very well positioned to do this. So just picking on the point of the focus on engaging with institutions, academic institutions, industries, etc. How are you changing the way in which you drive innovation? You spoke about the 36 patents that you've launched, right? But how do you engage with external parties, the private sector in this entire R&D and innovation process?
As I mentioned, we had set up this Naval Innovation and Indigenization Organization, precisely meant to interface both with the academia and with the private industry. And it's a small organization in terms of number of people, but they have full freedom to function. And they regularly interact with the academia, with both the big industries and with also the small players, also with the IITs and other technical institutions, so that we'll keep looking forward and look at all the niche technologies. And that is thereafter supported by the various funds the government has earmarked for R&D purposes, as Mr. Patil brought. Our philosophy for the last 70 years has been that it should absolutely, for the purposes, again, Mr. Patil brought out strategic reasons, we will have to be Atmanirbhar, we have to be ourselves, do everything from scratch ourselves. The government already decides as to how the economic scales work out through various mechanisms. So this organization of the NIIO is what is fundamentally meant to interface with academia, with the industry, to look at future technologies. In fact, one of the products we produced was the Navrakshak PPE suite in the COVID times. The doctor part of this team, he's the one who produced that. That's become a patented item now for all of the country. It came in handy during the peak of the pandemic. So similarly, the other organization, the Ministry of Defense, itself got the IDEX model and the technology development funds. So there is a regular engagement, and now, as both my eminent colleagues have brought out from the industry voice, that for the past decade, the government interfaces regularly with the industry, getting suggestions, getting consultations, etc., to move forward. So the aim remains that we need to be Atmanirbhar. We can't be dependent on somebody else's products to fight our battles. And the naval philosophy, especially in the for the innovation sector, for the small startups, I can only quote Tirukural on it. Kana muleda ambinil yanai, yanai pirathal enduminindu. Hail the spear that missed the elephant rather than the arrow that killed the rabbit. We are a combat force. Risk taking is inherent in our DNA. So we factor all our prospective plans and our operational plans with setbacks in mind. So our plans are robust enough to handle setbacks and dynamic enough to realign to the new realities. So we don't mind setbacks, and every new project, niche technologies will have some setbacks, but we do the handholding. And the end result is, like I showed you, an aircraft carrier designed and built in India, an aircraft designed and built in India.
Thank you. Josh, there are about 5 questions on the 98% of smartphone manufacturing is in India today, right? So just 2 parts, 2 themes that are coming through from the audience. One is, how much of this is assembly versus how much of it is the components that go into the smartphone, right? How much of the value add is sitting out of India? But more importantly, how to see this evolving moving forward? What next after 5G?
I think, so I've been making mobile phones for 25 years now. So 18 years with Nokia and the last almost 8 years with Bharat FIH. And most electronic products are circuit board population, which you can say it's assembly, but if you come to my factory floor, like some of my friends, it's a little bit more than assembly. And then you have your assembly of your product. And a lot of the components, as I explained to you, the semiconductor, memory, the PCB, the battery, the display, all of these different subsystems are there. Now, in India, typically what happens is you start with assembly, and that's where you start everywhere. And you test it, you tune it, you calibrate it, set it up, and then you start to do the circuit board assembly. So that's the second step. So when you typically say a phone is made in India. These are the two processes which are considered manufactured. Okay. You can call it assembled, but I would disagree with you. That's actually called manufacturing a phone or any device or any sort of device. Now, mobile phone production in the last 7-8 years, a lot of the mechanics, the housings, some of the internal metals are also getting localized now. A lot of the accessories are done here, almost near 100%. Some of the batteries, I'll say almost 100% of the batteries is done, or at least packed, today in India. I will say possibly displays have started to come in. Probably 20-30% of the displays are being made, at least assembled in India. So now, when you look at a feature phone, smartphone, anywhere from 25 to 40% of the product cost is localized. Now, that said, electronics is a very global industry. So these supply chains are quite distributed. And so there are certain countries where there is a huge concentration. Advanced semiconductor comes out of Taiwan, Korea, a little bit in Japan, and displays, a lot of that comes from Korea, Taiwan, China, and so on and so forth. So now, of course, the goal in India is to do everything over the next, 3 years, 5 years, and so on and so forth. But this is really, what I mean is localization, and the progress is good. And what happens is once you do a certain manufacturing, especially a mobile phone is very dense. You try to pack 1,500 to 2,000 components in a fairly small footprint, both sides of a board. All other products become a lot easier. And so we are seeing that expansion now happening. And I clearly see this being a trend, where we are able to design, build all of these things in India. Definitely in the right track, but we got to keep up the momentum.
Absolutely. And it's not that different. Even if you look at China and iPhone manufacturing as an example, 35 to 40% of the value add will be in China. But beyond that, it's really a global industry. So I think it is a global industry, and it's not a bad thing that it's a global industry. But to the point you made right up front, which is let's identify what is strategically important to us and the 140 crore people in this country and focus our efforts on going up the maturity curve on those fronts. We have time for one final question. So maybe some parting thoughts. We have an audience full of future leaders, future entrepreneurs, current entrepreneurs. Any parting thoughts for them as they think about the Atmanirbharta opportunity?
User first.
Thank you, sir. Well, I just have to say, just reiterate what my distinguished colleagues have mentioned. 140 crore population. I was just thinking to myself, the rest of all the other major defense manufacturers, except China, that is, the United States, the European Union, Israel, Russia, Turkey, Britain, all put together don't add up to 140 crores. So obviously we can be better than them. So there's enough of power in 140 crores, and I think that's what is required. We put our heads together, think through things, and nothing is impossible. It can be done here. Thank you.
The game in strategic sectors, and defense is included in that, is it keeps disrupting itself. So what you all are hearing, believe me, next 20 years, you are going to see completely something different. And as future leaders, your focus has to be what is that is going to be. I'll just give an example. What all we see in terms of battlefield transparency when we say, whether we talk of naval, whether we talk of army or air force scenarios, the methods and mechanisms by which we know where is enemy, to identify the enemy and then decide whether he is hostile or not hostile, and then if he is hostile, target him. This entire process, I believe, is in for a complete change. And the more and more we start seeing the confluence between the space and defense, we'll actually start seeing this all happening right from space in real time. Now you have no limit of what you can see. You have no limit in terms of what resolutions you can achieve, which in ground, especially because the terrains, is just not possible. Admiral had mentioned about Dr. Paul Raj and sonars, but I can tell you a sonar which functions in India in Indian waters, Indian conditions of sea, would function infinitely superior in any other sea because of the tropics, because of the kind of layers it actually produces, because of the heat, because of the turbidity of our seas and the salinity. The poorest performance of equipment truly because of our terrains or kind of fighting conditions is in India. If an equipment functions here, blindly you can take that equipment anywhere and it would do superlatively different. And this is reality. And this is exactly what is today getting captured in the form of what India is doing as experts. And these exports, I believe, in terms of times to come, with the kind of technologies, it's a matter of leverage. I can only give a little background while communicating this message. Till 2015, India did not allow defense goods to be exported. Now, whatever you keep hearing the numbers, they are meager. For an economy size, what is 20,000 crore? Nothing. But the 20,000 crore becomes extremely important because this is something which has happened in exactly 6 years' time. We used to send a peacekeeping force outside, and the cost of the peacekeeping force used to be treated as our exports. This is a scenario of 2014. From 300 crores of 2012-13 to 700-750 crore of 2014-15 to the 12,000 crore of last year, and much larger targets for this and the budget year as we are seeing, is a journey which obviously only industry can take it forward. And to that extent, the future leadership obviously needs to look at what is that will be done, new stuff that would be done, how to reach globally. Probably our generation fought and made it happen in this country. The next generation has to truly see it go global. And as I said, if you build it for India, it will work anywhere else.
I think it's in my mind, electronics is going to be essential for most sort of end products. And I think so, even though I'm a mechanical engineer, my wife sometimes says that jokes that you tripped and you got into electronics manufacturing because you like the air-conditioned work environment. And some truth in that. But over the last 25 years I've been in this space, it has been incredible to see what this can do. The clock speed of this industry, the velocity of change which this industry brings about is just incredible. And it's going to disrupt multiple spaces. So I think it's India's time to get on this. If in my simple Atmanirbhar Bharat framework, Indian design, make in India, or Indian machines, please pick one of them. And I think you can contribute in this journey. I think it's going to be a huge industry. It already is a 3 trillion industry. It's in convergence with automotive industry, which is another 3 trillion industry. And it's going to disrupt many other spaces as we go forward. And so the opportunities are quite abound, not just in India, but beyond. So please do join in. There is a lot of software also. People get very, India is a software country. Yes, and this is embedded software, firmware, a lot of sort of things which you work at a kernel level, which I think is going to be very, very important. So look forward for your participation in this journey. Thank you.
Mr. Patel, Mr. Folger, thank you for what's been a really, really insightful discussion, and more importantly, an inspiring discussion. I'm personally walking away with two things. Right? Number one, the opportunity is endless. We've made giant strides forward, and the foundations are there for us to become self-reliant. That's number one. Second, I walked into this discussion thinking it was going to be about Atmanirbharta, self-reliance. I'm walking away with the message that this is about becoming an integral part of the global supply chain and export powerhouse, many, many opportunities. So don't then just think India market, think global.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Varun, for so nicely moderating the session. A lot of insights there. So time for us to honor the panelists on the stage. May I invite Mr. Giridhar Gopal, the CEO of Addison, Mr. Mahalingam, Convention Chairman, and Mr. Shankar of Axis Investments to come onto the stage, please. Hello, sir. So first, Mr. Varun. Mr. Giridhar, please. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, let's give them a round of applause. A very fascinating topic and a lot of takeaways from here. Atmanirbhar Bharat is the way forward and great opportunity there. And to the Rear Admiral. So with this, we come to the close of the second business session, and now we are getting into the third business session. It's a very, very interesting theme. Getting it done, what challenges lie ahead to execute a multi-point strategy? How can India mobilize human resources, financial resources, and technology to achieve aspirations? So may now invite to the stage Mr. Alphonse Matthew, who will be moderating the session. Alphonse from McKinsey. And to join him in this discussion, we have Mr. Raja Parthasarathi, Mr. Pratik Pal, and Dr. Prashant Deshpande. May I request all of you to come onto the dais, please.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. The set of panelists for the business session number 3. Yeah. I will remind them. Otherwise, support up to 4:30, no? 4:15 now. May I have the AV for the panelists for this session, please?
Mr. Alphonse Matthew is an expert associate partner with McKinsey & Company based out of the Chennai office. He is a product development and operations practitioner with plus 10 years of experience of serving clients on margin transformation programs. His areas of expertise include design to value, modularity and configurability, consumer insights, product development capex, and manufacturing excellence. His clients include marquee names in the Indian and global automotive space and has also served clients in the industrial and energy space across Asia. Mr. Raja Parthasarathi is the Managing Director and co-head of Morgan Stanley India Infrastructure. Earlier, he was a partner at IDFC Private Equity and had worked with Jet Airways, UBS, Goldman Sachs, and Lehman Brothers. Mr. Parthasarathi has an MBA from INSEAD, MA in Economics from Tufts University, and a BA from Hamilton College. Mr. Pratik Pal is the CEO of Tata Digital, a future-ready company that focuses on creating consumer-centric, high engagement digital products. Mr. Pal has strong domain knowledge of consumer-centric businesses and a deep understanding of how new digital technologies are disrupting industries. He holds an engineering degree in electronics and telecommunications from Jadavpur University and an MTech in computer science from the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He serves on many boards and also holds a fellowship in the Indian National Academy of Engineering. Dr. Prashant Deshpande is the Senior Vice President of HR Strategy and Planning at Reliance Retail Limited. He oversees talent strategy, organization design, and organization building for multiple digital and consumer businesses within the Reliance Group. Earlier, he was Vice President, HR Strategy and Planning at Reliance Jio Infocom Limited. Dr. Deshpande is a chemical engineer from the Institute of Chemical Technology, ICT, Mumbai. He holds a master's in personal management and industrial relations from Tata Institute of Social Sciences.
May now request Mr. Alphonse to take it forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, distinguished speakers. Let me first start off by thanking MMA and especially Captain Vijay for giving me the opportunity to collaborate. Last week I was part of a judge panel where we went through a few presentations. Some of you are already part of the team here. And one of the presentations that really stood out for me was on inclusive growth, and it talked about what the specific company was doing, and they had set up a full glass manufacturing plant which was completely driven by women, right from the plant head to the security, right? So wonderful presentations, and thanks for the opportunity. I think we heard from the earlier speakers about the India resilience and growth story. And we also heard from Jaideep Brar in his keynote address. And he talked about how corporations need to take transformative aspirations, right, to be part of the nation building effort. And inclusivity is not an option, right? It's a mandate going forward. But my mind keeps going back to the thought that one of the speakers earlier had talked about, right, which is there is a dissonance between the economic growth and some of the national indicators, especially around the Human Development Index. And that leads me to think about, is there a challenge in execution of some of the strategies that we have, put down over the past few decades? And I'm reminded of a famous quote by Mr. Morris Chang. He's a Taiwanese-American entrepreneur. Strategy without execution is aimless, and execution without strategy is useless. Being a management professional and having served clients on margin transformation programs for the past many years, I understand the importance of having a good balance between both these dimensions, right? Today, we'll be hearing from speakers from diverse background and about the specific challenges, and also what is their perspective on how India should progress in order to be a $5 trillion economy by 2025 and potentially a $7 trillion economy by 2027, right? While infrastructure continues to be the bedrock of GDP, I think contributions from other sectors are also going to be equally important, right? And I'll very briefly talk about 2 or 3 sectors which I believe should significantly move the needle when it comes to economic growth. We all heard from the last session the importance of manufacturing, and specifically semicon manufacturing, and the strides that India has made, especially with Make in India. Manufacturing, especially in the context of global supply chains being shifting, and India taking a more pivotal role, especially in semicon manufacturing, is going to be critical, and we've already started taking steps towards that direction. I think the second sector which will play an important role is agriculture, and not just focus on domestic but also export oriented. And linked to agriculture is also the logistics and cold chain, right? Given that there is a lot of wastage that happens, after the produce. The third sector, which I believe will play a critical role, is tourism, right? We've now started seeing a lot of so-called revenge tourism that is happening. So not just attracting international tourists, but also domestic travel and domestic tourists will play a significant role, right? While all of these are some of the sectors that will drive growth, technology is going to play a pivotal role, right? And last but not the least, we have a young productive population. Globally, we've seen economies like Japan, have already started showing aging population. Economies like China will soon see a decline in the productive population, given the policies that were implemented a few decades back to control population. Right? That puts India in a very strong position, not just for now, but 25 years, for the next 25 years, right? And I think it'll also be important to look at what do we do to ensure that we keep this productive population, as part of driving growth for the country, right? So let me just pause there and then invite Mr. Raja Parthasarathy to talk about different sectors and specifically on the infrastructure space and what are his thoughts on this.
Thank you, Alphonse. So I start out by saying that the view at Morgan Stanley is that from $3.3 trillion, which is the size of our economy roughly today, we expect that by 2031, we will be a roughly $7.5 trillion economy. So more than doubling over the next roughly 9 years. And that is based on the foundation of three things. One, that we are increasingly living in a multipolar world. I'll talk about that and specifically what that means in a moment. Two, our commitment to the Paris Climate Accords in terms of targets we will reach as a nation. And three, the high investments we're making in infrastructure, particularly public digital infrastructure, which in our view will drive much of the growth that we will see. So those are the three foundational aspects of our thesis. The pillars that sit above them are, one, that if you look at much of the last 30 years after the fall of the Soviet Union, the assumption has been driven by a Washington consensus that we are living in a world that is increasingly converging economically and politically. I think the last 2 or 3 years have shown us that is not the case. So we are living in a world that is becoming multipolar, that is in a sense deglobalizing, at the same time as we have high aspirations in terms of our own objectives of exporting more. We have, I think, credibly become an office to the world over the last roughly 20, 25 years since our IT revolution started. I think there's credible cause to believe that we can become the factory to the world over the next 10 years or so. But that is going to happen in the context of a world that is deglobalizing and that is increasingly moving away from a consensus that we are all converging economically and politically. The US and China will increasingly vie for competition, particularly in areas of technology and financial services and security. There are players around the side, Europe, Japan, India, that will vie for influence and opportunity. But the reality is that it is going to be a complex environment, far more complex environment in which to operate than what we've been used to over the last 20 years. The second pillar that I talked about is commitment to the Paris Climate Accords. If you think about what we have committed to become a net zero nation by 2070 and all of the intermediate targets we've set for ourselves, there's no doubt to us that decarbonization remains one of the largest opportunities in front of us. It's not just a carbon intensity of our economy, but everything from electric mobility to how we produce and energy efficiency and so on. So decarbonization to us creates jobs, millions of jobs if you think about the value chain involved in decarbonization. Decarbonization creates opportunity in terms of what companies can make, export, and produce. And decarbonization has the added benefit of doing good for our planet. So decarbonization to us is a critical component, a critical foundation on which the house over the next 20 years or so will be built. And the third is digitization. Many of you would be familiar with India Stack, but India Stack is one of the most revolutionary aspects of public digital infrastructure that's been developed anywhere in the world over the last 30, 40, 50 years. Beginning with the foundational aspect of Aadhaar, we have transformed the way India or Indians buy, lend, invest, and save documents. And we will increasingly transform the way that we will lend, insure, and engage in other financial products. So India Stack to us, it's a low-cost, transaction-led system, open system that in our view has enormous potential to unlock growth over the next 10 years and even beyond. Specifically to infrastructure was the area that I look most closely at. If you just look at the history of infrastructure over the last 20 years, and really beginning in 2000, until the year 2000, the government installed, owned, maintained, operated almost all of our public infrastructure. And starting in 2001, 2002, private entrepreneurs started to play a role in infrastructure development. Today, you look at the largest airports in the country, and they're all owned by private operators. You look at the largest ports in the country, they're all owned by private operators. You look at the largest telecom companies in the country, they're all owned by private operators. So the privatization of infrastructure ownership, I believe, has transformed the way that we experience traveling or mobile services or anything else we consume. We remain very positive on the outlook for private ownership of infrastructure and development infrastructure over the next 20, 30 years. Renewable energy, I think, is the best example. Today, almost all of the renewable energy growth in our country in terms of installed renewable energy capacity is driven by the private sector. That is an amazing statistic when you think about it. Today, we have over 100 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity. Almost all of that is owned by the private sector. There are other sectors we invest in today, but in the interest of time, I'll pause here and invite the other speakers to come on. I think Prateek covers digital for Tata Digital, so we'll be positioned to talk about that in a different context. But I just wanted to offer a few insights into how we think about the next 10 years from our perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all distinguished guests, my fellow speakers. See, I know today a lot has been spoken about India's growth and numbers. I come from a very unique background. I spent 27 years in TCS serving global clients, looking at application of technologies for customers across the globe. Last 3 years, we are developing the consumer-facing platform for India, for India's consumers. So last 3 years has been a great realization for me personally of what technology can do elsewhere, can also do here, what are our challenges, but more importantly, what we need to do. When AI works for US, AI may not work for us in the same way. And I will give examples and perspectives of what it means for India. First, I think few numbers which are important to describe India, right? And I will talk from a consumer standpoint, right? We all know that the second largest internet users in the world. 97% of PIN codes have got one delivery in the last 1 year. So 97% of PIN codes of India, people can reach a good or a service. You have a great payment infrastructure. But more importantly, by 2025-26, 70% of the transactions that happen will happen from tier 2, 3, 4 cities. Only 30% will happen from the top 8 to 10 cities of India. And that means a lot, because that's the change that India will see. And that means there's a change in how we have to also see how technology can drive that, because it is about rural towns, cities, tier 2, tier 3, and not Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, 70%. Now, there are 2-3 classes of the, I think, challenges of India, but also I'll tell how technology can solve it. At one hand, there's a big digitization at scale happening. Every industry is transforming. Manufacturing, retail, utilities, banks, everybody is using technologies like IoT, blockchain, some amount of AI to transform their industries. Each one of them. Banks have become neobank, digital banks. Everything you can access through a loan you can take today digitally. The question is, who are the consumers of these products and services? And what do they have? The consumers of these products and services, if they are the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 rural towns and cities, that's what their market is, because that is where the unmet needs will be solved. But what do they have? They only have a phone. Their only interface to these products and services is the phone. And unlike US, it is not a smartphone yet. Yes, by 2027, 28, maybe 1 billion people will have phones, 800 million will have some form of smartphone, network connectivity will be better, all of that will happen. But we have to understand that the actual consumers will be people whose only interface is one phone. You will check your BP in a phone. You will order you will talk to a doctor over phone. That's what will happen. You will file an FIR in a village through a phone. That's your interface. So, first of all, your phone then becomes your super app. If there's one super app that will truly transform everything, is a phone. But then it has to have all of these applications in the consumer phone to take advantage of so much of transformation that's happening across the world, across India. A bank can become digital. There's no problem with that. But end of the day, the consumer of that bank is a person in a village. He has only a phone to access that bank. His personal loan, he can only apply to that phone. Now, what are the problems with that? And then there comes classes of people. So there are some class of people who are literate. There are some classes of people who don't understand English. There are classes of people who are senior citizens, which will increase greater than 60 years after some time, who will need convenience and simplicity. This is very simple. Technology, a lot of people say technology should not make things complicated. It has to be simple, convenient. So what are the technologies that can make this happen for India? Everything should have it has to be regional language. Everything I should be able to speak in my local language. It has to be voice. It has to be regional. 3, it has to be fast. You're talking about still a 3G phone that can make a personal loan in a remote connectivity fast. 4, it has to be secure. Because what will happen is, with the explosion of digital, fraud will increase. So then security has to be very important, which we call cyber security. So all this, if it has to be fast, reliant, secure in terms of accessing this goods and services, and then It has to be regional, voice. Now, are these technologies there today? They are there. But the problem is not about the presence of these technologies. The challenge that technology should solve for India is scale. None of these technologies has scaled. None. Nobody can say that I have a voice-enabled interface anywhere at scale. Nowhere. Nowhere. Google, Microsoft has been working on it. They have not yet been able to crack it. More than 7 regional languages. Maximum 7. So the real challenge in front of us, if we have to transform and it is true that the entire digital revolution is going to happen, and all these people, 70% of those people are going to be from this, then we have to apply our technology to solve this biggest problem not at a scale of 1 million, 10 million, 20 million, at a scale of 1 billion people. And to me, it's a huge technology challenge that is in front of us. Can India do it? Absolutely, we're the only country who can do it. This is a problem that people should love to solve it. Google and Microsoft are waiting to solve this problem, waiting, because they believe there's the only problem in the world that excites them, nowhere else. So that's that's one part. I truly believe that technology, all of us should spend, and being obviously from experience, developing this platform for last 3 years, we have, and I said that is the learning that we had for India and elsewhere. That's number one. Number two, it is not about consuming this product and service. It's about delivering it. In metro cities today, you get a Swiggy Instamart delivering in 10 minutes. You get electronics delivered. We did it for Chroma to a town, tier 4 town. It took us 15 days to deliver it. 15 days, because in supply chain infrastructure is still not there. Will people wait for 15 days? No, that's not the thing that can happen in the future. So what we have to do is also build, and I think that the global supply chain, there is an infrastructure part, there is an investment part, but more importantly, technology with AI and automation and robotics can do a sea change in revolutionizing supply chain for delivering these goods and services to tier 4 towns within a reasonable amount of time that customers can expect. So I think there are two large things at scale that technology should absolutely solve. They are getting solved today. The biggest research for Google and Microsoft is about extending the 7 languages to 14 languages. Is about recognizing voice in every possible, it will take time. It's not easy because scale is the most thing that is preventing it. Then I said there are two challenges of India. That's the second is there are some complex problems of India, which are unique to India, which is on climate, which is on healthcare, and other areas. Here, I feel between the startup ecosystem, between educational institutes and industries have to collaborate to really drive thought leadership and positioning for India. Why can't a drug get discovered here? Because we did go in. It's highly possible, and we should. It's the second class of problem. There are deep tech problems that can be solved in India. We should really take pole position there. We should not have some other country solving those problems. It can be solved here, and it has been solved before. I mean, Coin was the biggest example within 1 year how we solved it at scale, collaborating around so many people, and that's the second class that technology should solve. So I think, in essence, if you ask me, India's problems are unique. But if there is one thing that can truly be solved, it is technology. Only technology can solve these problems of 1 billion consumers to have a very simple, secured, convenient life. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my sincere thanks to Madras Management Association and Captain Vijay Kumar for giving me opportunity to speak here. So we are now from strategy to execution. The strategic imperative for India's century is very clear from our demographic advantage. There is no doubt about it. But the execution really will decide whether we will be able to really seize this opportunity. Because there are examples of countries who have had opportunities and have not been able to seize also. And this opportunity, which is in the form of largely our talent advantage because of our young workforce, how to tap during the execution, project by project, organization by organization, will decide whether we will be able to really unlock the economic potential that we have as a country. Surely it can be done. Now, how to actually get it done? We have learned in the management in economics 101, land, labor, capital, and organization. 4 factors of production are there. Labor is a very, very peculiar form of production, a peculiar factor of production. There is a quote by one of the eminent economists, Nobel laureate Paul Samuelson, that the market for labor is different from market for dead fish. The humans, when they are put at work, all the complexity that is there in a human being, they bring to the workplace. You have to master the art of managing that complexity scientifically and get your strategic objectives accomplished. We have 477 million currently the workers in the country, and out of it, over the next 1 decade, it is, I think, 1/4 of the total global working age population is going to be in India, and we are going to bring in a lot more workforce into the workforce. Some of it may be in organized workforce, some of it in the gig economy, some of it even what we used to consider as unpaid work, because of unpaid nature of the work outside the workforce we used to treat. Now there are people who are saying that women, etc., we are underestimating how much they contribute to the economy. So this is the state. Now, what capabilities we need to have, we need to cultivate in order to actually deliver the workforce productivity as a part of the overall productivity, total factor productivity of an economy. So there are 4 capabilities to my mind that are very, very critical to actually unleashing the workforce productivity. Your first is ability for right capacity, people capability and capacity planning, along with coupled with organization design. I was surprised the time of personal attention and effort during my Geo days. I was part of one of the early members of the Geo task force. We had just acquired the spectrum at Reliance, and till the launch, I was fortunate to be associated with the project. The amount of time, the intensity which was put in thinking through right organization design and people capability and capacity planning. This is extremely crucial because how much each role in that you are envisaging in your organization design is going to cost you, how much output in terms of output and outcome it is going to deliver. You need to have clarity before you invest in those capabilities. There is detailing, enormous detailing, and there are no easy shortcuts. Surely, when you do detailed planning amidst any kind of uncertainty, there is going to be revision. But the need for subsequent revision doesn't reduce the burden of early planning. That is very critical when it comes to mobilization of the talent. And you have to commit what you can deliver. Your jobs have to be sustainable. You can't just in India offer with hire and fire kind of mindset, the kind of society we have. So the jobs that you are promising people, you should have the economic rationale, productivity to genuinely continue with that kind of employment. Second is developing people. Developing people is something which is going to be extremely critical, because developing people you can liken to the extraction of precious mineral. People were talking in the morning, the speakers, I listened to lithium and how precious the lithium is. There is tremendous lithium in the earth's crust, but why it is scarce? Because the really extractable deposits are scarce. Same is the case with talent also. The 1.4 billion population doesn't mean that all the talent can be productively employed. The development investments are very critical. And in development, corporates are going to be very, they are going to have finishing touch role. They are never going to have bulk of the asset non-specific investments are going to be with education sector, and corporates are going to be playing the finishing, doing finishing touch role, making specific investments. Third is engaging the capital, is also engaging the human capital, the engaging the people is also very critical. And engaging productively is extremely critical. So engaging productively means right tooling, right training, job specific training, and finally giving people opportunity to have larger than their narrow focus contribution through greater voice and career development. Because we say that demography and democracy are our two critical pillars of our national competitive advantage. Our Prime Minister has said, many people have said. But this demography and democracy, how it translates into your workplace demographic planning and your workplace democracy is extremely crucial. Workplace democracy is giving voice to the people. not treating your workforce in a heavy-handed manner. Be it you may be hiring a CXO. One thing I've learned in 25 years of my HR practice is that you may be hiring a CXO or you may be hiring an associate. If your own mind, if you are hiring him with a mindset that he is a partner who is going to contribute in value creation and treat respectfully, it is going to be sustainable relationship. But otherwise, it is going to be a problematic relationship at whatever level. And the voice is going to that you give to people will pay in multiple other ways. Apart from just mitigating any potential problems, it can unlock tremendous value in terms of unlocking the innovative, creative potential of the human beings. Because constrained workplaces cannot unleash the human productivity. And this is one of the core responsibilities as the corporate leaders, as managers, that you don't kill that creativity, kill that potential. In simple English terms, if your employee starts thinking, "Karne do jo karna hai, mere baap kya jata hai," if you create a culture wherein your ordinary last employee, say in my case in retail, my associate, if he starts thinking like that, I have failed. If he thinks that this is my company, this is my store, and if he starts engaging with all mind and heart capabilities he has, they have succeeded. This is very critical. And another last point that I have to say in human resource management capabilities is the risk management in the human resource, because the technology trajectory is such that your bulk of the workforce is going to be somewhere in the sectors going forward. New jobs are going to be in the new technologies. You know that, I think we have learned that from a variety of work, the technologies are prone to hype cycles. And capital markets are also, Mr. Parth Sarthi will acknowledge that they're prone to hype cycles. So what effect these hype cycles and market cycles have on the talent? You need to plan for it. How you plan for it? That when you have to hire responsibly, and when you have to skill, you have to little bit employ people with broad-based skills so that they are employable, not just within your own industry, but if needed, if whole industry goes through an industry cyclical shock, what will you do with people if you have people who have been extremely narrowly trained? So you need to have that little bandwidth to deploy people outside your own industry if required. And finally, have a network and mechanisms that if at all you have to downsize with really human angle in mind. Help people outplace. Don't just put them on street. We don't have welfare state in the country. We've just started the journey of beginning that. Bulk of the welfare of Indian families comes from the employment or work that they have. So with that, so across these life cycles, stages of engaging the human human resources, if we all, be it a MSME, be it a large organization at our levels, we try to build these capabilities and really nurture individually at enterprise level and at national level, we will achieve our potential to really turn India's century into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Pratik. Let me start with Mr. Raja. What, according to you, India's trajectory, right, especially in the medium and the long term, and what is the role that infrastructure will play, towards the economic growth?
So I think China has been a great example of how they invested in infrastructure well before the growth of their economy. And I think because they invested in infrastructure going back to the 1990s, when China opened up 1990, 1991, the entire Pearl River Delta area became a hub of manufacturing and export, which could not have happened had they not invested way ahead of demand. I think our challenge has been that we are investing in infrastructure once the demand has already been established. In a sense, we're playing catch up. That to me is the most significant aspect of how our infrastructure-led model of development is different from China's. China's was led by infrastructure. We are superimposing infrastructure upon an existing functioning economy. But I do believe that the speed at which we are developing infrastructure is also quite remarkable. Today, if I just take the city of Bombay, where I live, there are 4 large projects taking place simultaneously. There is the Mumbai Metro, there's a coastal road, there's a Trans-Harbour Sea Link, and a new airport that's coming up in Navi Mumbai. And when I drive through the city, and some of you have been to Bombay recently, I'm sure, there is a lot of traffic and work is going on around the clock. Now, there was a time not too long back when work would stop once the sun set. But work is going on around the clock. And so we are working very hard to put in place the infrastructure that we need to make our cities more livable and to make business easier. I want to talk about technology, a point that Pratik made earlier, just giving an illustration of what some companies are doing. So one of our portfolio companies is a company called Recycle out of Hyderabad. And they've put in place to address a waste management challenge, the first deposit return system in the country. And just to give you a sense for what it is, so they have done it. They have done it in Kedarnath. They noticed that on the trek up to the temple, there was a lot of discarded plastic bottles, plastic packets, and so on, which is turning out to be a huge environmental problem, cleanup problem. So they worked with the local authorities to put on every plastic bottle sold in any of the shops that you load up on before you start the trek, a QR code. So you pay an extra 10 rupees for a bottle of water at the time you purchase it. And at the point where the trek ends, there is a booth where you return the plastic bottle and you get your 10 rupees back once it is scanned. That has cut down the incidence of wastage by about 80%. It's a simple, elegant solution to what is a common problem everywhere. So I think we are developing sensible, intelligent, indigenous solutions, in a sense, to tackle problems at scale. And this is a problem at scale that we will see more and more of.
One very interesting question from the audience. Given how does Morgan Stanley at a global level view India's Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative? Is it seen as an opportunity or a threat at a global scale?
So if I just take Morgan Stanley, today we have 11,000 employees in the country. That number will be up to 15,000 in the next 6 months. It is our second largest country in terms of employees in the world after the US. The third largest is the UK, which has 7,500. So in terms of full-time employees, we are the second largest country for Morgan Stanley globally. We have operations in Bombay and Bangalore today. As a firm overall, I don't think we read too much into Atmanirbhar Bharat as an opportunity or a threat. I think what we look for is the financialization of savings, which is the opportunity that the market opportunity that we are active in, and entrepreneurship, because the business that I run is a business that is involved in investing in entrepreneur-led companies. Many of these are first-generation entrepreneur-led companies. So to the extent companies are doing anything to meet our Atmanirbhar Bharat objectives or our digital revolution objectives or anything else, I think that is a fantastic opportunity all around.
During your address, you also talked about moving from India being an office to a factory. I think for some time now, we've seen China as the manufacturing hub of the world, right? If India has to take up this journey from moving to, from an office to a factory of the world, how do we ensure that we sustain that position going forward?
So there's lots of parts in that question, which I'd like to sort of open up a little bit. One is, if you look at our services industry, it's about 180, $190 billion. We expect that'll go to 520, $530 billion over the next 10 years. So that services-led growth is going to continue. Manufacturing, in our view, today is about 15% of the economy. It'll grow to about 21, 22% of the economy. So we'll add another 7 percentage points or so in terms of manufacturing's contribution to the economy. It's not going to happen overnight. I think there was an article recently on Bloomberg which talked about one of the challenges that Apple is having with its manufacturing of the iPhone 14 in India is that the rejection rates are quite high. Rejection rates as high as 30, 40, 50%, compared to in China, where they've streamlined manufacturing, which are rejection rates in the low single digits. So it is going to take us some time to bring rejection rates down to be able to be a credible manufacturing alternative. It's not so much about whether we can set up factories or have the land or where the government makes power available and so on. It's more about the availability of skilled talent. And I think we will hear more about that in a moment. But that remains to us the single largest challenge. Are we creating enough skilled talent to be able to handle increasingly complex manufacturing, especially if you look at technology-related manufacturing, high-end auto components, and so on? You need higher levels of skilled labor than you do if you're manufacturing base chemicals, as an example.
Thank you. I think next I would want to ask Prateek. Which one or two technologies that you see are kind of most exciting, which would really help drive the next gen growth for India?
I think needless to say, it has to be first AI, right? Because most talked about now in the context of ChatGPT and all, but I will tell you why it is most exciting. See, I think the good thing about AI is it can solve different classes of problems, because it encompasses many problems, right? I think the first class of and which are very unique to India, and that is why I think AI is very important. The first class of problem, which I truly believe is the problem of the masses, which is the vernacular and the voice, which it can probably only AI can solve it. It has to learn, and it has to be trained on large data sets, and ChatGPT, whatever those models are, has proven that it can learn on large models, and it can interpret various languages. So that class of problems will become very unique for the masses of it as consumers. I think the second class of problems that probably AI can obviously solve are more deeper around energy and sustainability, which is happening today, and probably more in the research areas. But energy, I think, is happening more and more. So that's why, and both energy and sustainability are super important for India, right? Both of them, because we are going through energy transition big time, right? So I think that's where AI becomes very critical to solve India's problem. And third, I think AI can truly solve a lot of financial problems, financial things of India, right? So lending, credit. I think today there are models that rely on a certain way to give a credit or lending. Maybe there are different ways of alternate models that can be experimented, knowing more about the customer, much more, which can be done, and a lot of work is also happening. So a lot of, again, AI very big in the financial space, which is very important for India. But the good thing is, of all these three, AI is that India today is the second largest country who has got the largest data science talent in India, right? And if you see, every possible global company have the data science hubs in India. So, but the thing that has to happen is, while the talent is concentrated in the big cities, I think there's a huge opportunity for talent to also become dense in tier 2, tier 3 cities and hubs to be established there. There are hubs like Nagpur, Bhubaneswar, Madurai, Trichy, Coimbatore, which can be established as very big hubs for some of this work, because then you are actually making the entire talent at scale. And that requires a very different level of learning, development, training, and all of that. Right? But that's very important if we really want to democratize AI and we want to position ourselves as the #1 nation tomorrow who is in AI. So to your top, I mean, I give a long answer, but to your question,
You had also talked about scalability as one of the big challenges. Do you see any of the new upcoming technologies solving that problem, which some of the Microsofts and Googles of the world have been trying to solve?
no, not some. Already it is being, so 5G is one, right? So if 5G is another big one that can solve the scalability problem, because network connectivity is one big issue in many places. So when I say scalability, I mean scalability in the farthest corner of India. That's what I meant. The reach, right? When there are 32,000 pin codes today, that can be reached today by the large companies. But there are another 50,000 that can't be reached today. Right? That's the scalability problem, right? So I think 5G will be a big one, I feel. Also, very important that when we build all this software, security is very important. And I think cyber security, though I did not mention, will become very important for India as we build more and more large applications for the masses. So in this too.
I think one of the questions from the audience is also around Atmanirbhar Bharat in software, right? Windows operating system and Office software. Do you see us, taking Atmanirbhar Bharat, especially the software domain?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because I think when more and more software in the Apple phone or some will be done in India, right? So there is no question. So if you little bit declassify the problem, right? There are so many products are made in India today, so many SaaS companies in India today that there are two here itself in Chennai. That probably 1,000 world famous companies use those SaaS software. So absolutely right. They are, if the Fortune 10 companies can buy software from this product companies in Chennai base, nothing else can say more than that, right? So whether it is in software, even whether it is in research, whether it's everywhere, I think the world will depend on us. Thank you.
For you, I think just taking the leap from the discussion around technology, how can technology be an enabler for learning and development, especially for blue collar workers at scale?
Yeah, this is very interesting, the way technology is improving our capability to support blue collar workers to learn is enormous. I'll give you an example. 13 years ago, when I joined Reliance Retail, before moving to Jio, in my first phase of first stint in Reliance Retail, we developed an architecture for Reliance Retail Academy. So in the academy, in the operations academy, the bulk of our blue collar equivalent workforce, whether it's a service workforce in stores. So I don't know what color you will assign, but from similar socioeconomic strata, people coming in there, and we genuinely wanted all these people to learn and develop them. There was a commitment right from chairman across levels in the leadership that you have to develop these people and get your store managers, get your cluster leaders from these blue collar workers, develop them enough to actually develop some leaders from them. But what were the tools and mechanisms we have at this point of time, at that point of time, 13 years ago? Very little. So what we did is we ran train the trainer programs, wherein we said that first train the store managers well, so that they can deliver the training to the associates and learn. And every manager becomes a trainer. That was our slogan. That's how, through extensively human, very, very labor-intensive process, we went ahead with large-scale training rollout for a distributed workforce. But now things are very different, extremely different. The options, the solutions we have for learning are now are MyGeo stores, which are small 2-member stores. There is one store manager, one assistant store manager. Who will train whom? So, but we are not constrained because we have created bite-sized learning content. We just push them through the mobile apps. There is a role readiness certification through quizzes. People take it wherever they are in the country. They take those online, and bulk of the training is handled in a hybrid manner, with online being a large part of the mix. Now, next revolution, where it is going to come, is still so far, bulk of the learning which has gone digital, has been more at the level of knowledge, information, at the level of skills training. Still, the technology is yet to be used to its hilt, to its potential. That's going to be the next revolution in adopting technology for learning. And say, for example, in whatever environment you have, you want to put your blue-collar workforce in, you can create now, you will be able to create virtual environments, augmented reality. You will be able to train them in very real life-like situations before you put them onto the practice, even in high-stake kind of interactions. And some of the work that we are doing through some of the acquired startups, for example, who work with us in augmented reality space, they are doing remarkable stuff in terms of training the warehouse workers, etc., creating some interesting content, interesting solutions, not just content, but solutions for the workforce training in the warehouses.
One last question around gig economy. Right? I think we are seeing increasing trend of people wanting to work part time, and right now we are seeing a lot of that in the software space. Do you see that translating into especially project type businesses, or non-software areas?
Gig economy is going to be much larger than what software industries see are right now. I'll give example of retail. In retail, now retail is moving from unorganized to organized in traditional way to really omni-channel retail, right? As an industry, it is moving towards omni-channel retail. So in omni-channel retail, and there even the smaller stores are getting now aggregated in digital platforms. That's what we are planning, we are attempting in the B2B space, right? The merchant aggregations, small kiranas and all, and really bringing them and giving them benefits of the modern retail, what typically modern retail is. And but key workforce in this solution is the people who go and deliver the goods to customers' premises, because customers have now become more choosy, demanding, and they want things at the doorstep. So where will our bulk of the workforce come from? Bulk of the workforce is going to be gig, because you do not want to take fixed cost for such a high volume and high variability cost item, right? Which is delivery. And there is ecosystem. Local players are more nimble, intelligent. They have networks, local networks to source talent and get the work done through them. So you go for gig. I think gig is going to be, to my mind, software is going to be smaller in gig compared to some of these transportation, logistics, last mile delivery. These are going to be the primary drivers of the gig employment in the country. And software, of course, software gig jobs might be more premium jobs. They will be highly paid jobs. They will be highly talked about jobs. But in terms of sheer number, the volume of the gig jobs will come from really large physical gig workforce.
Thanks. Prashant. I think with that, I thank Mr. Raja, Mr. Prateek, and Prashant, for your time, and very insightful session. I hope the audience was also able to grasp, some of the insights each of the speakers talked about. I think with that, I'll formally.
Thank you, Mr. Alphonse. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. Once again, a very complex topic handled very well by all the panelists, particularly Mr. Alphonse. May I request Mr. Senthil Nathan of Tranfac Industries and Mr. Suresh Raman, President of MMA, to join us on the stage too. Mr. Mahalingam, the convention chairman, please. May I request the panelists to step forward and accept a token of appreciation, a memento from MMA, please.
Yeah, no, okay. Come on, they want a group picture. Are they going back today? Yes, I am. Okay.
So that brings us to the close of all the three business sessions or the special sessions that we had today. And now we are heading to the valedictory session. Just give us a couple of minutes to arrange the stage for valedictory sessions, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, may I request all the award winners to occupy the front row on the left side, from my left side, so that we can have the awards given in a minimal period of time. All the award winners, please occupy the front, first or second row on my left side. My request, Mr. Unikrishnan, Managing Director, Saint Gobain, and the other dignitaries to take their place on the dais for the valedictory session. Mr. Narun Maira, Mr. H.K. Agarwal, Mr. Suresh Raman, Mr. Mahalingam, and Group Captain Vijay Kumar. May I request all of you to come and take your place on the dais for the valedictory session, please. Mr. Unikrishnan is the Managing Director, Saint Gobain India Private Limited. May I now have his AVPs?
Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, Managing Director of Saint Gobain India Private Limited, starting his career with Grindwell Group, which later became a Saint Gobain company. Unikrishnan worked closely with the Saint Gobain Group in 1997 to develop strategic blueprint for Saint Gobain's investment in India in the glass business. He played a pivotal role in Saint Gobain's Glass India's journey to market leadership in a short period of time, state-of-art manufacturing, impeccable quality, and trusted brand building. With rich experience of over 20 years in the glass industry, Unikrishnan now is the Managing Director of Saint Gobain India Private Limited, glass business. Apart from his professional role at Saint Gobain, he is a thought leader across various fora in the areas of sustainability and regulations.
May I now invite Mr. Unikrishnan to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the Madras Management Association, the key word is really management. And when you talk about managing a team, a project, an organization, we say normally first you have to tell why something has to be done, then how it has to be done, and finally what has to be done. I think today's annual convention is a classic example of that. The opening session, the inaugural session that we had two fantastic speakers, Mr. Jaydev Brar from McKinsey and the Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Premachandran. They spoke about the why part of growth, and more importantly, the sustainable and inclusive growth, maybe two different facets of or two different viewpoints. And the rest of the sessions, the three sessions that we had on energy independence, self-reliance, and how to get it done, actually took us through the how and what part of a sustainable and inclusive growth. Now we have come to the valedictory function, and I'm sure this is going to be the icing on the cake. And it is indeed my great pleasure and privilege to welcome our distinguished guest for this evening, Mr. H.K. Agarwal, Managing Director of Grasim Industries and Business Director of Pulp and Fiber, Aditya Birla Group, and Mr. Arun Maira, thought leader and author, former member of Planning Commission of India and former chairman of BCG. Thank you, both gentlemen, for being here in the valedictory function. We know that despite your challenging schedules, you have took out the time for Madras Management Association. I would also like to welcome all the delegates, all the invitees, the proud winners of MMA's 26th competition on young managers, which was conducted as a prelude to the convention, members of the media, all the other delegates, and my colleagues from the management committee. Thank you and most welcome to the valedictory function. Thank you.
Mr. Arun Maira is a former member of Planning Commission of India and Chairman, Boston Consulting Group. Former, may I request his AV, please?
Mr. Arun Maira is a management consultant and former member of Planning Commission of India. He is also former India chairman of Boston Consulting Group. He was part of the Tata Administrative Services for 25 years and worked at various important positions in Tata Group till 1989. Mr. Maira received his MSc and BSc in physics from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University.
It is my privilege inviting Mr. Arun Maira to deliver the keynote address, please.
Mr. Unikrishnan, Mr. Agarwal, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I thank the Madras Management Association very much for giving me the honor to speak with you this evening on India's century, how to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. We've heard earlier today a good reason why this must be India's century. We are 140 crore persons, the largest by population country in the world. But that's not enough reason for the world to make it our century. We have to make it our century ourselves. This afternoon, I listened to and learned from two very rich discussions amongst people who are making India a country that we all can be proud of and the world is beginning to recognize. I started taking notes in my book, pages after pages of insights and thoughts that I got. So much that my ball pen ran out of ink and I had to step across and ask Captain Vijay Kumar to please loan me his pen. And there's still some ink left in this one and some pages in my book. So the subject is India's century, how to drive sustainable and inclusive growth. At the outset, let me put some facts on the table. I'm going to compare some vital statistics of the world's two largest economies, that's the US and China, and the world's two largest democracies, that's India and the United States. Firstly, their populations. India and China have around 1.4 billion humans each living in them. The US, with 330 million, has around 1/4 of India's and China's populations. Compare their land areas. China is 9.7 million square kilometers. The US, only a tad smaller, is 9.4 million square kilometers. India is much smaller, 3.3 million square kilometers compared to them only. Thus, Indians have only 1/3 as much land as Chinese have and 1/12 what US citizens have. Therefore, Indian citizens must husband their land and water resources with much greater care than US and Chinese citizens. Now let's compare the sizes of the three countries' economies in 2022. The US was $21 trillion, China 15 trillion, and India only 2.7 trillion. China has come into the same league as the US, and the Indian economy is far behind, 1/7 the size of the US's and less than 1/5 the size of China's. It wasn't always like this. Let's go back to 1990. Then the US economy was $6 trillion. China was only $396 billion, and India a little less than China, $326 billion. Per capita incomes in China and India were comparable then. Now incomes in China are 5 times higher than in India. Chinese citizens are much better off than Indians. India's pattern of growth must change. Growth must be much more inclusive to raise the income levels of all Indian citizens, not only those at the top. Also, it must be more environmentally sustainable. Assessments of the growth patterns in 2011-12 revealed that the growth of the Indian economy, though amongst the fastest in the world then, as now, was the least environmentally sustainable and the least inclusive. The growth of countries in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and BRICS were compared using the International Sustainable Economic Development Assessment Framework called SEDA. It measures growth along 3 tracks: economic growth, inclusion in growth, and environmental sustainability. The assessment revealed that with every unit of GDP growth, India's natural environment was being damaged more than in all other countries. Groundwater levels were dropping fastest in India, soil quality was degrading, and Indian cities were the most polluted. Every unit of India's growth was also producing the least number of additional jobs compared to all these countries. This is an ominous warning. With its vast population of young people who were expected to provide a demographic dividend to India's growth, the economy must generate jobs for them, because unless they are employed and earn sufficiently, they will not provide the required boost to consumption and savings. The warnings, however, since then were not heeded. 10 years later, slow growth of farmers' incomes and unemployment and underemployment have become the Achilles heel of Indian economy. Sadly, as I said, the warnings from SEDA were not heeded. The paradigm of first more economic growth, and then we will see how to redistribute its benefits has continued. More capitalism, less socialism. This was the global economic paradigm, and our economists have followed along. After the global financial crisis in 2008, when millions of citizens in the US and Europe lost their homes and their livelihoods, policymakers vowed never again. A few lifeboats were put out. However, the Titanic did not change course. The furniture on the upper deck was plushed up, and inequalities within countries increased even further. Then came the even larger COVID crisis. While millions lost their livelihoods, stock markets boomed. In 2008, a high-level international commission chaired by Nobel laureate economist Michael Spence brought together 22 policymakers, academics, and business leaders to examine various aspects of economic growth and development. Monte Ahluwalia, deputy chairman of India's Planning Commission, was a member. It published its growth report in 2009. Spence, presenting the findings in New Delhi, said the prevalent market liberal economic theories explained how to make economic growth faster. They don't explain how to make growth inclusive at the same time. Thus, the theory of first increase the pie and then wait for the trickle down continues. India must adopt a new strategy that inclusion happens much faster along with faster growth. India also needs a competitive strategy, a competitive growth strategy to catch up with countries who are ahead of it. A good competition strategy must be based on the resource that a corporation or a country has more of than its competitors. If a country sits on large petroleum resources, its national strategy must be founded on the use of hydrocarbon and petroleum resources for growth. Indeed, this is how Saudi Arabia has become very wealthy. It has world scale and world-class petroleum refining and petrochemical industries. A country with larger copper and mineral resources than other countries can build its economy on the strengths of its mineral extraction and process industries, as Chile has. What is the resource India has more of than any other country in the world? It is young people. India's growth strategy must be founded on the employment of larger numbers of human beings in its economic enterprises. They are abundant, willing to work, and willing to learn. A large population of people seeking employment can be India's assets. They can provide Indian enterprises a competitive advantage. However, in conventional corporate accounting, human beings do not even figure on the asset side of the register, along with other assets like buildings and machinery. Human beings are accounted for on the cost and income side to be used only when required for production. The values of all assets on the balance sheet depreciate over time, and accounting law requires that companies report the depreciation of their assets' values. Human beings are unusual assets. They are the only assets whose value can increase over time. Human beings have an ability to learn and to improve their own capabilities, provided, of course, they're enabled to. Not only can human beings improve their own capabilities, they can also improve the performance of the company's machines and efficiency in the use of other materials if they are motivated to. Thus, human beings are the only appreciating assets any company has and a country has. Japan does not have petroleum, mineral, or chemical resources. Despite this, Japanese companies in many industries became world beaters because they made Japanese workers their competitive advantage. In 2013, the Planning Commission asked Bain and Company to look at the HR strategies of Indian companies spread across several industries and several regions of the country. Companies were separated roughly into two categories. Category A were those who considered their employees as assets and invested in them. For Category B companies, employees were costs. Category B companies demanded more flexibility in labor laws. They employed larger number of workers through contractors to reduce their own costs. They spent less on training too. Bain compared the financial performance of companies in the same industry and in the same region so that no external factors would vitiate the comparison. They found that Category A companies had more sustained and stronger growth in revenues and profits than Category B companies. A dictum of management is that you manage what you measure. Productivity is a central concept in national and company economics. Productivity is the ratio of an input and an output, a measure of how much input is required to produce the desired output. The output is the numerator and the input is the denominator. And there are two ways to improve the productivity ratio. The easier way is to reduce the quantity of the denominator. The more difficult way is to keep the denominator constant and yet produce more output. The most important productivity ratio any manager should be concerned with is how to get the most output from the scarcest or most expensive resource that the enterprise has. A universal practice in corporate as well as national accounting is to measure productivity as output per unit of labor. This presumes that human labor is the scarcest resource and that it should be substituted by other resources such as capital. However, labor is the most abundant resource India has and the least utilized, unfortunately, whereas financial capital is relatively scarce. Therefore, the productivity of the Indian economy should be measured by how many good jobs each unit of financial capital produces. Companies too should re-examine their strategies for global competitiveness. Value the potential of Indian people, engage them, nurture them, care for them. They will be your competitive advantage. Nurturing Indian citizens as appreciating assets not as burdens, will make India's growth more inclusive and faster too. The entire world needs, and India too, a new paradigm of progress founded on three pillars: people, planet, and profit. People are not merely resources for profit. Let us turn to environmental sustainability. In the drive for faster economic growth, we are building more man-made infrastructure, more roads, more dams, more ports, more urban infrastructure. In the process, we are damaging the infrastructure nature provides for taking care of itself and of us too. Land is flattened and water bodies are covered to build more modern urban infrastructure. The consequences is both diminishing water resources as well as floods that overwhelm cities. And here in Chennai, you experience it. Mountain slopes are cut to build roads and towns. The consequence is landslides that destroy property and lives. River sand is mined for urban construction, and rivers change course and flood. Breakwaters to build ports are causing beaches to erode, pulling down buildings along the shore. The economic activity for altering nature's infrastructure, the cutting of slopes, the leveling of land, the filling of water bodies, etc., adds to GDP. Adding man-designed and man-built concrete and steel infrastructure on top adds even more to GDP. Finally, even activities for clearing the rubble after disasters and rescuing people add to GDP. GDP keeps going up with modern man-made infrastructure while nature's infrastructure is destroyed. People, planet, and profit represent three forms of capital: human capital, natural capital, and financial capital. In the economy, financial capital prevails. People are resources to create more financial capital. Nature's capital, its soil, minerals, water, and vegetation are also resources to be extracted and exploited to produce more profit for financial capital. Some business lobbies are changing people, planet, and profit to people, planet, and prosperity. Under prosperity, they put technology, business, and market economics. They seem to have hijacked the meaning of prosperity, leaving out the thriving of human beings and nature from the concept of prosperity. Francis Bacon, a founder of the European Scientific Enlightenment, said that science and technology has given man the power to put order into unruly nature. Science and technology have advanced too far ahead of wisdom. Now nature is fighting back against our human hubris. We should be seeking more wisdom and less technology to save the world. We must learn again that the minds of humans are a small part of a very complex natural system. The system sustains us. We cannot, with our small minds, redesign that system. The sciences have advanced greatly since the 17th century by breaking out into silos of knowledge. As medical science has advanced, specialists know more and more about less and less of the human body. As the social sciences have advanced, they have split into economics, sociology, and political science, and many subspecialties amongst them. Humanity has lost the ability for enlightened systems thinking, the ability to understand the whole of which each of us is only a part. The global agenda for saving people, planet, and profits is being driven by experts in their disciplines, each within their scientific silos. Climate scientists, which research the physics of climate change, they have located carbon in the atmosphere as the physical cause. They advocate technologies to reduce carbon emissions. Economists and business managers are experts in methods for increasing and deploying financial capital to produce more profit and more GDP. Those who care principally for the well-being of human beings, like social scientists and some of us HR people, seem to have our own sciences. The experts in their separate disciplines do not understand each other's jargon. In fact, they don't even like each other because they fear that the others are interfering in their solutions. They are in different political formations with different ideologies: socialists, environmentalists, and capitalists. The world needs a paradigm shift for solving the systemic problems of increasing inequities, continuing climate change, and collapsing global financial and trade systems. These problems are interrelated. They cannot be solved separately. Top-down universal solutions will not work because these problems take different shapes in different parts of the world. A universal solution for reducing carbon, for example, will make problems of poverty and inequity worse in many places during the transitions. Designs of social security systems must be based on the shapes of local economies. The world needs a new paradigm for solving systemic problems to solve the interrelated problems of people, planet, and profit, which have been caused by the wrong theory of economic growth. We need local system solutions cooperatively implemented by and within communities. We need to listen to each other within our communities and in our countries with respect for each other. By listening to other points of view, we will be able to understand our own realities, and we will learn what we must improve together to make the world better for everyone. The world is being divided into fragments by narrow national and narrow domestic walls. Social media is poisoning our minds against our own neighbors. We must learn to listen, especially to people who we think are not like us. Then only will we learn to live in harmony. I will end with a simple but powerful solution. It is a poem on listening. It is time to press the pause button, put our smartphones on silent, shut out the tweets, trolls, and sound bites, and stop the windmills in our minds. It is time to listen. To listen to the whispers in the trees, to the caring in our hearts, and most of all, to the voices of people not like us. Then we will learn and find solutions for living together on our shared earth. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mehra, for your insightful address and ending it with a fantastic poem. I now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar, Executive Director MMA, to brief the delegates and announce the awards of MMA Young Managers Competition.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Madras Management Association has been organizing the MMA competition for young managers annually since year 1996. The competition is held every year as a prelude to the MMA annual convention on the same theme of the convention and is restricted to young managers below the age of 40 years. The MMA competition for young managers is a platform for young managers to exhibit their talent and leadership skills and thereby win recognition for the potential to exceed and excel, and also recognition for the organization which they represent. The competition provides a unique opportunity to young managers to demonstrate their knowledge, creativity, experience, and professional prowess to become leaders of tomorrow. The competition for this year was held on 17th of February as a prelude to the MMA convention on the theme of the convention, India's Century, How to Drive Sustainable Inclusive Growth. About 70 young managers participated in the competition from different organizations, different corporates, and the panel of judges from the corporates, management professionals evaluate the both written presentation as well as the team selected to select the winners who will be receiving the awards today. May I now request Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Arun Mehra and other dignitaries to step forward and do the honor of presenting the award to the winners of the 26th MMA competition for young managers.
I'll read out the names of the winners. I request you all to come and receive your awards from the guests of the day. And I also request the audience to applaud and encourage the award winners. Let me start with runners-up, comprising the team Jyotsna, Shravanti, Parthasarathi, and Narmada. Jyotsna, Shravanti, Parthasarathi, and Narmada from TCS. They are the runners-up of the 26th Young Managers Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, a great show by this team, and they deserve A very, very good round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, team from TCS. And now the winning team from Saint Gobain, Ms. Ramya, Ms. Shreya V, Ms. Saranya Malia. May I request the winning team to. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the team from Saint Gobain, Ms. Ramya, Shreya, and Saranya Mala. As you can see, this is an all-woman team. And now, for the best young manager of the year 2023, picked out from all the participants in the competition, is Ms. Rama Ipili from Indian Oil Corporation Limited. A big round of applause to Ms. Rama Ipili from Indian Oil Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Arun Maira, for honoring the award winners. I'm sure these are the moments that they will cherish throughout their life. Mr. H.K. Agarwal is the Managing Director, Grasim Industries Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. H.K. Agarwal is the Managing Director of Grasim Industries Limited, a flagship company of the Aditya Birla Group. He is also the Business Director of Birla Cellulose, the group's global pulp and fiber business. He is also Director of Aditya Birla Management Corp Private Limited, the apex body that provides strategic direction and vision to group companies. Over the past 4 decades, Mr. Agarwal has held leadership positions in the group's cement, chemicals, advanced materials, and pulp and fiber businesses. He received the Chairman's Outstanding Leader Award and the Certificate of Excellence for his outstanding contribution to Grasim's growth.
It is indeed my privilege to invite Mr. H.K. Agarwal to deliver the valedictory address.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. Arun Maira, Mr. Suresh Raman, Mr. Mahalingam, Mr. Unnikrishnan, Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, other dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back in Chennai. Vanakkam. I have a deep personal connect with Tamil Nadu. I spent 2 formative years of my career in this state almost 38 years ago. More significantly, at personal level, I was blessed with the joy of parenthood during my stint in Tamil Nadu. And therefore, I never miss any opportunity to be back here. Thank you to the management, Madras Management Association, for this honor and opportunity to address this August gathering. I would like to congratulate all the young managers and award winners. As a cohort, you represent not just the present, but also the future of India INC. So it is heartening to see the enthusiasm and intelligence shining through. Today's event has given some wonderful and insightful speaker sessions. India's leaders and management gurus have shared their perspectives on the opportunities and challenges that await India in her century of growth. I believe this discourse on the nature of economic growth is as inspiring as it is critical. As we face the future, we need to take a deeper look at the work around us, the world beyond our ecosystems. Let us consider some broad strokes of economic history. The humanity has lived through agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, all the stages 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and now we are transitioning towards Industry 4.0, the digital revolution. Some even call it Instagram revolution. It is likely that we are on the verge of an AI revolution. We will soon have AI models like ChatGPT and Bard available as AI as a service. The shape of Industry 5.0 is unimaginable. So let us examine what humanity as a whole has gained in the last 2-3 centuries. We have seen tremendous progress and development in terms of improved working conditions, longer lifespans, urban infrastructure, modern conveniences in almost all walks of life. However, this rapid economic progress has been accompanied by rising inequality and huge environmental impact. The progress has not been universal and holistic, if I may use this word. This is partly because we have become conditioned to the idea of progress being resource-centric and consumption-centric. The world chases short-term goals and gains measured as annual GDP or quarterly PAT. These have become the overarching markers of progress and prosperity instead of looking at the longer arc of human progress and finding a metric that measures sustainable, inclusive, and equitable growth. And if we look at our business strategies, they haven't changed drastically either. We still talk about profit and growth maximization and competitive one-upmanship. So what is needed is to re-examine and reimagine our models of economic growth. We could explore a new kind of capitalistic construct, one that is modeled not just on economic growth, but also on human centricity. Instead of the next industrial revolution, we could imagine a quality of life revolution, an economic framework that its core is inclusive and sustainable. Let us step back a little further in the history to about 2 millennia ago. That was a period when the Indian sphere of influence was at a peak. Some studies claim that India accounted for a quarter of the global GDP. There was a cultural and economic value chain that linked Europe and Asia through India. Indian art and architectural influences can be found across the world, whether it is at the Angkor Wat or the ancient statues of Rome. Ancient India was exporter of textiles, spices, and gems. It was also a fountainhead of ideas, which spread around the world. The precepts of Buddhism, intercontinental trade, the game of chess, ancient universities and libraries. I could go on and on. So I ask, does India have a world-changing idea that can make a difference today? Can India offer the healing touch to this fractured world. Let us consider one of our key beliefs, Vasudev Kutumbakam. The word is one family. Vasudev Kutumbakam guides us to find solutions that work for all, that transcend the boundaries of nations, societies, and businesses. This is a powerful concept that is highly relevant in this age of global supply chain and climate breakdowns. Vasudev Kutumbakam can help us reimagine a new economic framework, one which is intrinsically sustainable and inclusive. COVID showed us how interlinked the world is in terms of value chains. It also showed us the power of global collaboration. Government, academia, public sector, private sector, all came together to vaccinate nearly 70% of the global population. 13 billion doses of the COVID vaccine have been administered globally in a relatively short span of time. These global challenges underscore the need for a model that is based on the premise of Vasudev Kutumbakam. It makes sustainability and inclusivity a must-have rather than good to have. It also encapsulates powerful ideas of tolerance and peace, equity and inclusion. It suggests a human-centric path to progress. This India-inspired philosophy may well hold answers to our challenges. India currently is in a position where we are connected to and heard by the world. Whether it is G20 or the Quad, India is in an unprecedented position of influence. Our diaspora are in positions of authority around the world. It is clear that the Indian origin techies are contributing to the Revolution 4.0. If India can demonstrate an economic model based on Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world will surely take note. And we are already seeing it at play on several fronts. Technology has enabled the democratization of development on an unprecedented scale. Take the case of financial inclusion. On the back of the JAM, that is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile Trinity, the population covered with bank accounts has increased from 53% to 78% in just 5 years. Close to 60% of the welfare and subsidies budget of union government is transferred directly to the bank accounts of beneficiaries. The other example, of course, is of UPI, the ubiquitous payments interface. In the calendar year 2022, UPI processed over 74 billion transactions. Over half of these transactions were below 200 rupees. Earlier this week, India and Singapore have linked their respective online payment systems for seamless cross-border transactions between the two countries. The revolutionary UPI model is also being exported to other countries of the world. I believe corporations too have a pivotal role to play in ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth. The Aditya Birla Group, as you all know, has been core to the India's economic evolution. Grasim, the flagship country of the Aditya Birla Group, and a company that I have the privilege to lead, was formed 10 days after India's independence. It was formed with the purpose of providing fiber to clothe India and helping our country achieve self-sufficiency in man-made fiber. And that purpose continues to inspire us even today. From our journey and own experiences, and from observing the journey of other businesses and economies, I would like to share with you 3 broad principles that I believe can help drive sustainable and inclusive growth. The first is the importance of broadening our perspective of stakeholders of business and economy. It is now being recognized by many successful businesses that they exist to serve a multitude of stakeholders, including the employees, customers, suppliers, the environment, and the society at large, beyond just the shareholders. When decisions and actions are evaluated and taken, keeping the interest of this broader set of stakeholders in mind, it becomes easier to weave sustainability into growth strategies. This socio-economic concept of trusteeship was championed by our group's patriarch, Mr. G.D. Birla, almost 75 years ago. And it continues to guide us, our business thinking, even today. Second is the principle of thinking long-term rather than being preoccupied with short-term. This shift in emphasis is crucial to make the right choices about technology or sourcing practices that align growth with sustainability. The third, and one of the most important aspects, is to look at imperatives as opportunities as much as they may be challenges. At a country level, for instance, the energy transition is also being responsible to spurt of investment and possibility of creation of green jobs. In businesses too, we find that the pursuit of sustainability implies better relationships with the communities, customers, and investors. Many times, technologies that reduce emissions also lead to operational cost savings for the future and enhance competitiveness, even though they may involve upfront capex. There have been studies to show that companies that focus on ESG in right earnest perform better in financial terms as well over a period of time. Thus, it is important to recognize that transformation towards making the businesses sustainable has many opportunities embodied in the process as well. This transformation journey is the one we all need to embark on, and this is a great place to make a beginning. The Madras Management Association is one of the best management associations in the country. It has a great track record, some of the best management minds in the world, and it is rightly called the fountainhead of excellence. This MMA audience of future thinkers and future shapers is perhaps the best one to carve out a new path. The young managers of today will be writing the success stories of tomorrow. You are the ones who will shape India's century, who will determine just how sustainable and inclusive it will be. It is therefore a time for a new approach to the way we plan the future, so that India's century is a more sustainable and inclusive one. And we do justice to our Prime Minister's clarion call of Amrit Kal, a glorious period of growth and prosperity that awaits us, with Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas becoming a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for a very, very thought-provoking address and the message of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. May now invite Mr. Suresh Raman, President MMA, to honor the guests of the evening. May I request Mr. Mahalingam and Mr. Unikrishnan to join them on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. H.K. Agarwal, thank you, sir, for taking time off to be with us this evening and delivering the valedictory address. Mr. Arun Maira, thank you so much for being with us this evening. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Raman. Thanks a lot. May I now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar for a special announcement, please.
Once again, my privilege, you all aware, a convention of this magnitude cannot be organized unless we have a leader who are passionate, inspiring, and take the entire convention committee with him, start designing almost 8-9 months before the convention date, identify the speakers, identify the convention theme, identify the sponsors. There's so many nitty-gritties to be spent, especially when you have speakers from all over India coming and talking to us and going back. And I must place on record our sincere appreciation for Mr. Mahalingam Mali Hostel Singh, who has been a convention chairman, steered the entire team so well, and that's why we are able to present a great convention. Now, may I request President MMA to, on behalf of all the convention committee and management committee, as a token of our appreciation, present a memento to Mr. Mali. Mr. Mali, please step forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalingam. I may request Ms. Shankar also to join him. So please come on. So, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Mr. Mahalingam. He's been the convention chairman right from the, from the idea of this convention until its fruition, what we are seeing today. He's been chairing everything. Thank you so much, Mr. Mahalingam. It's been a great convention indeed. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Group captain, that was unacceptable. You stole my thunder, I had something else in mind. Okay. First of all, let me thank Mr. Arun Maira and Mr. Agarwal. I think truly inspiring. At the end of the day, to listen to such inspirational words when our minds are not fully attentive, and you inspired us even at this late hour, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Maira. Thank you so much. Thanks, Uni, for the welcome speech. Okay. I had a formal word of thanks. I'm going to set aside for a moment and say something from my heart. I tell you what. First, let me start by thanking the audience. I can tell you. Okay. I think it's been a fantastic audience. The hall was filled most of the day. Honestly, I didn't expect it. Vijay Kumar was confident as usual. I didn't expect it. And a hall of this size, when we were discussing this in the committee, we thought we had overstretched ourselves. I think we could have done with more, actually. Thanks, audience, for staying so long and coming in such large numbers. Now it's my turn to return the compliment. And I got that memento. Actually, I wish I had something in plan for Mr. Vijay Kumar. I'll tell you. He's been the heart and soul of not only MMA, but this convention as well. We have had speakers saying no to us 48 hours before, say, don't worry, and we had a replacement. Okay. Every small thing from planning, execution, I think Vijay Kumar and his secretariat are among the best organizations I've seen in this space. Mr. Vijay Kumar, please call your team also whenever. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. Really. Now, let me do the formal bit of it. I would first start by thanking McKinsey and company for associating with MMA and conceptualizing and designing the convention. Incidentally, it struck me when Naveen mentioned that they've been involved for 13 years with us, and we have won the Best Management Association Award for 13 years now. I think we are rubbing off on each other. The good luck, I think. Thanks to McKinsey. Specific thanks to Mr. Naveen Oni and Mr. Alphonse Matthew of McKinsey and the company for all their support. I don't know if any of them are here. Sure. Congratulate all the teams which won the Young Managers Award. It was truly inspiring, and all the girls and boys on stage, all the women and men on stage, truly heartening to see all of you. Congratulations and best wishes for your future. Thank the panel of judges for the competitions. I think young managers for evaluating written the time they took off. I must mention in the context, I wish to thank all the speakers and the panelists of today who took the trouble of coming from various places in India and time off if they're here. We had a fantastic panel of speakers, galaxy of speakers, really all stars there, who gave us perspective from multiple angles. And at the end of the day, I think, as I said in the beginning, in the welcome speech, all of us are wiser, and hopefully all of us will introspect on what we heard today and act on them to make India, the next century India's, and make it more sustainable, in a more sustainable and inclusive manner. thanks to all the speakers who honored us with their presence and wisdom today. I wish to thank the distinguished past presidents, invitees of MMA committee members. A convention of this magnitude cannot be organized without the support and involvement of industry and organizations. Most important part of the vote of thanks, the list you see there, which kept the list of sponsors. They are the lifeline of such events. We thank each of them. We thank our media partner business line and all these people who made this happen and make it happen year after year after year. Many of the sponsors have been sponsors for a long, long time to MMA. Thank you, sponsors. Thanks to again, delegates, for all of you for attending. I thank the management committee headed by Mr. Suresh Raman, President MMA, my colleagues in the convention committee and MMA management committee. Without your support, Suresh, and the entire team, we couldn't have pulled this off at all. Thank you so much. And I should mention this, during the process of inviting speakers, Suresh played a very, very key role. Thank you, Suresh, for doing this. Yeah. Also thank all of those who are watching the convention live from all over the world and listening live on MMA radio. Hope some of you are online even now. But if you are, thanks to all of you and those who attended also. Thank you. I would like to thank the members of the media for the presence and coming the MMA annual convention. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of it online and in the press tomorrow. Thank you again. And I wish to finish where I started. Thank Mr. Vijay Kumar and the secretary team for making this convention wonderful. Thank you. Nandri Vanakkam. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Malingam. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to hand over the feedback forms that were kept in your kit. That's very, very helpful to us. And also if you could give back these delegate badges, we'd like to recycle them next time around. So may I request all of you to rise for the national anthem, please. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of the MMA annual convention for this year. Thank you all the audience. Thank you for all those who have joined us online and been with us throughout. Reach back home safe. Good night. Thank you.
You kept it very lively. Thank you.